Hello everybody, it's me again. Another day, another stream, another tournament. This is gonna be exciting and interesting and fun. I hope. No, I actually noticed. I'm pretty sure after yesterday's absolutely, I like. Okay, no. Let's rewind. After yesterday's very interesting, unusual, refreshing, challenging. Well, yeah, I already said interesting. It's interesting is the easiest word, isn't it? Flabbergasting and surprising and generally mind-bending or meta-bending tournament yesterday online with the mean lady, also known as Alexis, also known as the person that makes really cool alt arts, by the way. And I don't think she mentioned it a single time because she kind of doesn't have to. But if you are looking for really cool Netrunner alt arts, Alexis is one of the people, one of the many awesome people who make them, and they're really absolutely cute and special and different. Well, anyway. What was I going to say now? Yeah, so after that tournament, which had the really funky identity crisis meta, where you just swap IDs and whatnot. Today we're gonna go into vanilla Netrunner. Today we're gonna go into something that's super chill in a way. It's super preset, you could say, or tame in a way, but we're going to be playing System Core. So the Brussels meta folks, or the Belgian meta folks in general, although some of them have been, adopted into the Barcelona one, just saying. But yeah, the people from Brussels, where they have loads of muscles, and also Jean-Claude Van Damme, if I don't, if I remember correctly, Jean-Claude Van Damme is Belgian, right? Well, anyway, so those lovely people have organized a tournament online today because, hey, where else are you going to organize an event, right? And they came up with the idea of having a 3 times core, system core, by the way, because there are different cores, of course. There's Core 1.0, which was released all those years back in the day of the early revival of Netrunner in the 2000s. Then there was Core 2.0, which was shaking up the meta a bit and moving cards around and changing things for quite a few people, making some people very happy, making some people less happy, making Gabe Santiago a bit older, making Chaos Theory cool, and making Reina Roja basically Reina Roja. But yeah, so we had those cores, and then we had the System Core, which was a 2019 update to the core idea of a pool of cards that's of a particular power level and that plays together quite well, and that allows for limited but still allows for deck building in general. And around that format there have been also tournaments, events, people have been experimenting with this, creating small leagues and so on and so forth. So that 2019 remix of the game has been on for quite a while, as you can imagine. And now we're at the stage where there will be a system. I don't want to say core because there has been quite a lot of chatting about renaming core to something else, because it's basically like, it's kind of like, all those annual video games released, which is like FIFA 2016 and 17 and 18 and so on. And so it's not really core. It's more like, yeah, you're probably gonna or actually, was this already mentioned? Am I gonna spoil this? I'm gonna say it right now. It's gonna be a system update. That's what it's gonna be. Because generally the meta is being updated, or the core experience of the game, the easiest to kind of grok and get into part of the game, I assume, at this stage, of course, because we have System Gateway coming up. It is coming up. Do not worry, folks. No amount of viruses and, other things can stop System Gateway from happening, but System Update, also previously known as System Core, is also going to happen. So these two kind of separate experiences, I would say, are on the agenda on the Nisei side of things. I can definitely spoil that. Everybody knows that. This is not really spoiling, but anyway. Yeah. One more thing I should mention: we have 18 people today. We have 18 folks today playing, and I'm just trying to see. Oh, I mean, that's a big field for a core tournament online, which is really cool. I'm looking forward to this. Some known names in there. Oh yeah, I should probably switch it to Cobra so that you can enjoy. Oh, do we have this on? Yes, we have this on. Can you hear me in the studio? Yes, we just changed it. Okay, perfect, thank you. That's exactly how it works when you're streaming on your own. So we have 18 people in the field. Some people I heard in here started playing a week ago. Can you imagine? So I'm really super hyped, and I'm not going to tell you who is who because, well, I mean, if you've been around the community, you might recognize some online names. If you haven't been online around much, well, then doesn't really matter. But I'm super hyped, absolutely personally hyped to share this event with them. This is going to be 3 rounds of Swiss. So generally, we're going to have 3 rounds of Swiss. So you're going to see around 6 games of Netrunner, and I'm going to try today and actually get into my explanatory shoes a bit more. So usually when we have those events, usually when we have tournaments online and I get to commentate, it's either an unusual format, like a standard with tweaks, or something totally out there. But today we have I don't want to say... Well, yeah, we have basically the nitty-gritty of Netrunner, or the vanilla experience of Netrunner, and this is what we're going to be focusing on today. And I'm going to probably be explaining some cards that are going to be like, yeah, of course, this is what the card does, duh. But this stream, I would like to make sure that if somebody wants to show their friends later, like, oh, this is what the game is about, or more or less how it works. I might not be perfect at this, obviously, but yeah, I'll try to make it work, and we'll see how I actually manage with this. This stream, if you show it later to some friends who have never played the game but are gamers, should help them understand maybe a bit more how it works and so on. So yeah, please feel free to share this with your friends who you might want to interest in the game. I am waiting right now, and of course there's no rush whatsoever, but I'm waiting for the tournament to officially kick off. I'm just trying to check on Discord, because there is a separate Discord for this, obviously. The Belgian folks have their own community Discord, which is neatly organized with a neat amount of tables. I also see some other games being mentioned there, which is cool. Okay, people have been checked in for the registration. There's a bit of... yeah, there are a few technicalities being sorted out. In the meantime, hey Jessica! Late night last night, so tired. Looking forward to... Yeah, thank you for joining. And we also had somebody new joining quite recently. So whoever it is that just joined a second ago or two, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I'm not using the dashboard to see what's where and why, so I'm just focusing on one screen today. Hey, okay, JJ Cunningham. Okay. I assume I'm reading this well. I'm wearing sunglasses indoors because, you know, it's kind of bright here. And I've been looking at screens for so long that sunglasses against the screen, the best way to go. Anyway, we're getting set up. I'm going to keep checking with the Discord just to make sure everything is fine. People are still on tables and waiting for people. How is everybody doing in the chat, by the way? Are you ready for some core Netrunner? I had a late night last night as well. Cooked or Cook ED or Cook Ed. I don't even know. Like, pronunciation of usernames online is tricky, isn't it? Still recovering from Thursday night, Friday morning. Yeah, I mean, Cook Ed. Okay. Oh, okay ED. don't make me pronounce things. But yeah. Okay, Cook Ed. That's it. So I assume you're a chef. But anyway, yeah, welcome to the stream. If you're playing, if you're watching, if you're just chilling. It's a Sunday, apparently, day 51 of quarantine here. Woohoo! So yeah, we're doing okay. Thank you for confirming I'm doing this right. People on Discord still doing the player meeting, which is perfectly legit. 18 players in the field. This is gonna be fun. They're still checking in. I still have no idea who's playing what. And by the way, just to make sure... Hey! Princess Space Kitten, hello to the stream! Just to make sure that you know what's going to happen with the decks in this. For the people who have been playing this game for a long time, this will be a very limited card pool. For the people who have never played this game before, this card game has been going on for quite a while in different formats or iterations or under different management, I would say. Now it's owned by the community, now it's ran by the community, and new cards are still being released, but the card pool you're going to see is mostly based, actually completely based, on the original second edition in a way release by Fantasy Flight Games back in the day. And since then, of course, many things have changed and so on, but this card game has a ton of different cards. Like, the card pool is in the, I think it's in the hundreds, if not in the thousands, I don't know. It's kind of huge. So today we're experiencing a format in which the card pool is really limited, the choices that people make, because it is a deck building game. You do build decks. You have a lot of different cards to choose from to put into your deck. There are different rules around it. And when you build your deck, you can surprise your opponent with different choices, of course, within certain limitations. But this format, the system core format, actually limits your choices, not to make it harder for you to build decks, but just to make it a bit more, a bit easier to grasp the basic mechanics, the core mechanics of the game, to make it a balanced experience as well, because in a setup where you have so many different cards and so many different options, there used to be this situation where, of course, where people play this game a lot and then they figure out very powerful combinations. So once you have this figured out, there are people nowadays in the so-called most wanted list team that tweak the game's rules or tweak the card pool, the available cards, in a certain format called standard, to make sure that this is still a balanced and interesting experience for everybody playing, without any one particular combination of cards being, the combination of cards that destroys everybody. I actually, just as an aside, I'm totally joining the tired folks camp, like tired people camp, because I've been online for I don't even know how long. But I went to sleep shortly before the dawn. I had a great time, basically watching things, then streaming things, then playing video games with totally random strangers, and it was fun. Ended up joking with a totally random person online at 5 or something in the morning, and it was really cool. So and then I had to go to sleep, and then suddenly it was 12:30 or 1, and I was like, coffee, yes. So here I am with my second coffee of the day. Hopefully I'm gonna slow down a bit. I mean, not the coffee drinking, but the talking. Let me see if they're getting set up. Okay, I do have the rules for you. So I'm going to read the rules out and I'm going to check what's going on my Discord. Anyway, decks must be 3x system core, so only a certain card pool is allowed. No changing decks between the rounds, so the players will be playing with the same things all the time. And this is a general tournament rule for many tournaments. There are some tweaks, of course, sometimes to more unusual events, but a usual event, you bring your decks and you play them the whole tournament. There will be 3 rounds of 17 minutes each, and each round is a game between a corporation and a runner, and then it's repeated with reversed size. We have a TO, okay, we have some rules for the online things, there will be a timer. There are no prizes, this is purely for fun and to just build the community. People are absolutely, totally, generally lovely in this community. We're going to make sure that this is gonna work out quite nicely. Okay, I'm just gonna be typing a bit here. And we may have a special guest. Woo! Oh, third tea, 8 teas a day. Okay, I swear my blood now is 75% tea. Well, yeah, my blood is mostly coffee and water. But yeah, we're still checking on Discord what's up, and we will be getting this party rolling soon. Pairings are up. Okay, so actually pairings are up. I should be checking the pairings. And I should be checking if people are setting up, and they are. And I'm gonna be terrible. I don't know. I'm gonna ask people to choose a number between 1 and 8. Yeah, 0. 0 is a number as well, obviously. But give me any number between 1 and 8. 2. Perfect. We're going to go to table 2 then. Table 2, which is still being set up, but table 2 is generally Rada versus Cooked. There we go. The person whose username I can pronounce correctly. So yeah. Okay. Haha. Let me just click around a beat. This is, you see, this is early afternoon typing. So me being chaotic and typing. Are we all experienced players? Experience is a big word. Let's just, I mean, at least in my case, I think many people have been playing this game for quite a while in the community that are active and so on. So we know the cards and we know how the game works most of the time, 99% of the time. But we still sometimes have rules questions. Some people like Jessica know all the cards by heart. Some people like me don't even know how certain things interact. But let's just say we know how the game works. But yeah, we're gonna be trying to explain this game a bit more as we go. Are they reforming the tables? I'm curious what's going on here. Oh yeah, pairings changed. There is a repairing already. Pum-pa-dum. So okay, we have correct pairings now. Excusez-moi, we might be changing. Well, table 2 still stands, right? I mean, we're not going to be changing this. I'm just curious if this has changed. No, I think we have the correct pairing. So we're still going to be table 2, and it's still going to be Rada and Cooked. Okay. Okay. I should be slowly switching to the stream itself. We're jumping into the table. Oh, so I'm wondering, like, what's the story with Rada versus Cooked? Is this some sort of a grudge match? Like I said, I will do my best to be slow while talking, not because people can't listen to me talk faster. It's just the coffee is speeding me up a lot, and I just want to be clear in what I'm talking about the cards, and I'm going to be trying to explain certain super basic things of the game as we play as well, so that people who are watching this for the first time ever will have a chance to generally, you know, just get an idea of the game. Yeah, Cooked, it's a very good idea to turn off the stream, because otherwise you would be, you know, like listening to us giving you ideas and tips. No, I'm kidding, of course. One thing about this game that I love about the community and everybody in it is people are really, really, really in it for the game. And they are not in it for like anything else. They're in it for the game and the people in it, which is lovely. Okay, so just as an explanation, what we have here right now are the 2 IDs that are going to be played in the game. And in this first match, we will have a criminal ID. Oh, I should have moved things around. This is not nice. Excuse me. Well, I'm kind of obscuring the nice art, but hey, well, it's for the chat. But generally, we have Wayland and Leela. So both players are playing an asymmetrical game here, where they will be using cards that look similar, but actually do very similar things, but are different enough to make the game different. And the Corp player, the player at the bottom of the screen right now, playing a Wayland Consortium, which is one of the roles, let's say, in the game, or kind of a faction, we call them factions, is a corporation that has a deck of cards in which there are some points. These points are called agenda points, and these agenda points are one of the ways of winning the game. The corporation, when they score 7 agenda points, they win the game. Same for the runner on the other side, who is Leela Patel. It's a criminal, and there is a criminal faction, and of course they do things in a criminal way. And this player is a runner, a so-called runner, a futuristic hacker trying to break into the corporation's computer systems and steal those agenda points. So find those cards, find those agenda cards in the corporation's deck. And this is done using different cards. You've seen a card called Legwork before, which basically allows you to see more cards from the corporation's hand. This is a card called Inside Job, which allows you to jump over or bypass, as the game calls it, obstacles called ice. Because, of course, this is a cybernetic, futuristic hacking game. What the corporation is doing is creating servers and generally trying to put those agenda points into those servers and advance them using money and time. These are kind of, or money and clicks, credits and clicks. These are the two resources in the game that the two players in a way share or use in exactly the same way. I would just say that clicks and credits that you can see on the left side here of the screen and agenda points are basically the only things that both players, both sides share in this game. As in, not share that they have the same pool, but this is the same mechanic for both of them. And now you see server 1 here, which was created by the corporation using cards, and you see cards that are horizontal, and you see a single card in server 1 that is actually vertical. The horizontal cards are so-called ice, which comes from, I used to know this, I even have, I have written papers about it, but it's basically countermeasure electronics, something with I. Well, never mind. Intrusion countermeasure electronics, that's it. But this is not the important part because this is just cyberpunk. The important part is those cards are put in that way to block the access of the runner player, of the player on top of the screen, to the different places on the table or within the game. Generally, you can see archives here, which is where the corporation player discards cards. R&D, which is the deck of the corporation. This is where the corporation takes the cards from. The HQ, which is, as you can see on the very left of the screen in the corner on the bottom, it's the hand of the corporation. And server 1, which was created by the corporation, where there's a secret card, and of course the corporation player knows what all these cards are. So if I hover over them, I don't see what the cards are. If the corporation player does, they do, of course, because they play a secret game. They create a puzzle for the runner to solve. On the other side of the table, you have the runner installing cards as well. It's called installing. When you put cards on the table, it's installing. Otherwise, you just play them and you discard them. But anyway, installed cards can be doing different things. And right now you can see another legwork being played. So again, the runner is trying to see more cards from the corporation's 4 cards in the hand. The chat, sorry, the log. And this is looking very bad for the corporation because the runner is putting a lot of pressure on them. And what is basically happening, you can see the scored area on the left side. And this is a very quick game, by the way. I think the corporation was not lucky here. The corporation is losing points, basically. So the runner has 6 points on the table. These are the so-called agendas. They have the points on them. Here, in this case, Project Atlas is a 2-point card. Another card, Oaktown Renovation, 2 points. Another card, Paper Trail, 2 points. You can also see the top right number here, and this differs. It's 3 for Project Atlas, 4 for Oaktown Renovation, and 4 for Paper Trail. And that's the advancement requirement. So basically the corporation has to spend that many clicks, or the actions, basically let's call them actions for simplicity's sake, and money to advance those cards, so to put counters on it. And those cards are put face down, just like the card in server 1. The runner doesn't know what this card is. This could be a trap, this could be an agenda, this could be something that helps the corporation be better at this game, like as in have more money, have more actions, have more cards, and so on and so forth. Or it could be something that really hurts the runner, like destroys their cards, destroys their money, destroys their actions as well, temporarily of course, but yeah, generally stops the runner player from stealing those agendas from the corp, or makes it harder for him. And when the runner accesses those cards, they have to interact with them and deal with them. On the runner side, you see different cards being installed. I already mentioned the ice, the cards horizontally on the table here, on the virtual table. These are the cards that block the runner from getting in if the corporation chooses to use them to pay money for them, and generally making the runner forcing the runner to interact with those cards, and those cards can have very bad effects for the runner or just stop them from getting access to the corporation cards. And the runner has programs, and these are different types of programs that can do different things. They're all described nicely, but generally they symbolize the software that the hacker is using, the runner is using to break into the servers. There are different types of eyes and there are different types of breakers. And there are also some programs that don't help you interact with the ice that could be blocking you, but they help you achieve other things, like this sneak door beta, for example, which just allows you to run a certain server, which is called archives. So you run on one of the servers, but actually if you get in there, you don't see the cards in the archives, you see the cards in the hand. So you can trick the corporation into not protecting archives and then just run archives with this program. Then there's Fairy here, that's a breaker as well. They're generally called breakers or ice breakers that interacts with the different type of programs. In general, there are three types of ice or protections protecting the servers, and three types of icebreakers. And this is kind of almost like well, not really, but you could say that it's similar to paper, scissors, or rock, paper, scissors, excuse me. Yeah? So that's more or less the mechanic in here. Like if you have certain things that allow you to interact with one type of card, then the corporation might respond by putting in front of you a different type of card. And then you have to find, as the runner, a way to bypass that thing or get through it. Here the corporation finally scored some points. You may have seen there was a play where server 1 had a card in it. It was advanced, it had a counter on it, and then the corporation used another card, which is called Trick of Light, to move some advancement tokens from ice that could actually be advanced to that card and score it. That's the very short and simple explanation of how this works. And yeah, thank you Jessica so much and JJ Cunningham for being in the chat and discussing things as well on the side, because this is very important. This game has many different layers. It's a mix. I would say many people agree that it's a mix between chess and poker. And here we go. Here we have Hunter being raised. So this is an ice. The corporation has to pay for it. So this is the one in the top left corner. That's the money the corporation has to pay for it. There's also 4 on the card, which is the strength of the card. And now if the runner wants to stop the corporation from using this card to give the runner a tag, which is a game mechanic that symbolizes the corporation tracing the hacker and saying, oh, we know where you are, and then being able to do bad things to the runner, they would have to use their fairy, because different programs do different things. And here, this is a sentry, and it has a subroutine. So subroutines are those things that the ice does. So these are basically the repercussions or the the punishments for the runner if they don't do anything about this card when they see it. But when the runner sees a sentry, they could use a program which is a killer, because they break sentry subroutines. So generally, the fairy card here could interact, if the runner wants, with the hunter card and make sure that the tagging doesn't happen. In this case, the runner actually decided that they don't care about the tag, because the tags are something that the runner can remove if they have enough money and they have actions. So that can, they can just hide, basically. That's the mechanic. Here we have another run, because those accesses are called runs. And we have the corporation activating or resing a card called Hortum. And then this is another type of ice. It's a code gate. So here the runner was stopped because they did not have a card on the table that would allow them to interact with code gates. And this code gate has a text on it, among the many lines of text, but it says at the very end the run. So generally the run is stopped. The corporation protects its cards from the runner being able to access them. And because this game is fairly big when it comes to the different interactions and different options. Runs are usually about accessing cards and seeing cards and trying to find those agenda points that you can see on the left here. But if the runner has different cards on the table, they might also be able to trigger to use different side effects or well, not side effects, but like different effects to make sure that they get more benefit from accessing those cards or from succeeding in breaking the corporation's defenses. So this is not only about accessing those cards, but it can have also other side effects for both sides, for both players. Here you could see, for example, that the runner put a new program on the table. It's Abagnale, which is named, yes, after a famous conman that there was a movie with Tom Hanks and Leonardo DiCaprio in it, indeed. Catch Me If You Can. So this is exactly, that card is named after that person. And this is a code gate breaker. So now the runner side, the runner player will be able to interact with code gates. For example, like the Hortum defending the archives. And because the runner installed a new program and didn't have enough memory, and memory is a thing that's only for the runners here. Well, basically they didn't have enough space on their fancy computer, so they had to remove something from the game, uninstall it, and install another program to make sure that they can work with it. What happened here right now, though, and this is one of the funniest things in this format as well, is the corporation had to or wanted to protect its headquarters, its hand, with a piece of ice called Archer, which is one of the strongest pieces of ice, but it comes with a price. So as you can see, there's the removed from the game section, and this is the cost. This is a part of the cost that the corporation player had to pay to activate Archer, to res Archer. It's called resing. So as an additional cost to res Archer, the corp must forfeit an agenda. So you must lose one of your agendas that you have scored before, and then this very powerful piece of ice, it's very annoying, it's very good for the corporation to have it on the table, came into effect. And the runner managed to get through without any problems, without losing programs. As you can see, this piece of ice can trash programs and make the corp money, which is always good for the corp. But they had the fairy, so this was a killer program, an icebreaker, a killer used to interact with a sentry, because, as you can guess, Archer is a sentry, and so on and so forth. And this game goes back and forth. Both players are playing the same game in two different ways, and I think this is one of the most fascinating parts of this game for many players. Because matches are, of course, played between both sides. So you play a runner and a corp. First you play the runner, then you play the corp, or the other way around, whichever. But a match during a tournament is you playing both sides. So you get to taste, so to speak, both experiences. And I think this is another very appealing part of this game. It's not just the same game for both of you. It is the same game for both of you, but in two different flavors. And playing the corp is creating this maze, this puzzle, this challenge to the runner. Just saying, okay, you can try and do your thing. I'm going to be doing my thing, and I'm setting the rules here. I'm making sure that you have trouble getting in. I'm making sure that you actually have difficulties trying to find the cards you need, and so on and so forth. I'm going to outsmart you in a way, or I'm going to trick you into doing certain things, and then you're going to be eliminated from the game, or I'm going to score the points. On the other hand, you have the runner with all their tools, all their ideas coming up against this unknown, more or less, because the more you play the game, the more you know the cards, the more you will be able to guess, okay, maybe this is this card, maybe this is that card. And people who have played this game for a long time some of them are very good at guessing, or being able to see what the corporation could be putting together. And of course there are some better combinations, some worse combinations, some unexpected combinations in the decks that the players put together. So that makes the game very interesting, because it's very rarely it's the same game, even with the same set of cards, because of course you randomly draw into your hands and so on. So it's not like you can set it up exactly the way you want to on both sides, but you have to deal with what randomness gives you in a way, and then you have to try and make probability work in your favor one way or another. So it is a bit of managing probability in here as well. But yeah, generally the game is pretty much it, more or less. I mean, there are certain aspects to it that I haven't mentioned. There's link and there's bad publicity and so on and so forth. But these are kind of side mechanics, or they're important mechanics, but they're not the core mechanics of the game. They are expanding on those basic things I have been mentioning. So you have one side trying to access the other side's cards and find certain types of cards, and the side with those cards, the corporation, the player that actually has all the points in the game, trying to score those points in their own way and prevent the other player from accessing those cards. So, okay, so here we have the corporation installing a card and advancing it twice, because the corporation has 3 actions in their turn, and the actions can be any, well, there's a bunch of different things you can do as the corporation. But installing a card is an action, and then, for example, advancing it is an action as well. So you spend an action and a credit to advance a card. And these are called clicks. You can see them on the left here. And then you have the runner, which usually has 4 clicks to spend, and also the credits that they make. And they have to use those resources to get into the servers here. And this is an enigma, a lovely piece of ice, making the runner lose time if the runner cannot break it, if the runner cannot stop it from doing so, and ending the run. So here again, this is a code gate. It has 2 subroutines. It has strength 2, and the runner has an abaneo, which has strength 2 as well. So it's exactly the same strength, and you can actually destroy this piece of ice to bypass. Yeah, they managed to basically skip that defensive system here. Then they're running against the hunter, which they could break. Hunter is a sentry. They could break it with femme fatale, which breaks sentries. And then they have a femme fatale token on this piece of ice. And again, this is a very particular mechanic for that one card that allows them to interact with that card using femme fatale. And again, everything, a lot of the game rules, or a lot of the unusual game rules are on the cards. So you do learn the game while you play with certain cards. And what happened here, this was quite spicy, as we say it usually. Aggressive secretary, which is an ambush. So this was a trap. The runner thought, and this was the gamble here. The runner thought that the corporation is trying to score points, but they actually weren't. They had a trap here that was getting advanced, because it can be advanced, as you can see on the card. And the runner accessed this card hoping it's an agenda, whereas it was actually a trap. And thanks to the aggressive secretary, the corporation player could choose to trash programs. So each advancement counter, each of those counters on aggressive secretary, caused the runner to lose a program of the corporation's choice. So 2 programs that the runner had are right now in the heap, which is basically the discard of the runner. And the runner lost all their tools to access, to interact with ice. And they are also running low on cards, because they only have 5 cards in the hand. You can see the red cards here in the left top corner, and in the stack they have 11. So in their deck, the deck they draw cards from, new cards, they only have 11 cards. Chances are, if we look at the so-called heap, at the discard pile, that most of the programs that the runner has are already in here, because they were trashed for different reasons. So that's very unfortunate, and now they can, of course, still try to get in here, but the corporation is actually advancing right now another agenda, making money in the process, because this one is a very particular one. Here you play it face up, so everybody can see it, it's public, and the runner knows that this is an agenda, the runner knows this is points, but it also makes money for the corporation when you advance it. Usually you spend money and actions on it. Here, if you spend actions and money, you make money on it, so that's good, you know, it's for the public good. And you may have noticed that I've been babbling a lot about, like, or mentioning, like, you know, corporations, hackers, and so on, because the theme of the game, and I think this is the biggest flavor for me, the theme of the game is, of course, futuristic, corporate, and, well, I would say underground struggles. So between, you know, corporations, those kind of megalithic or huge organizations bent on money and profits and shareholder gains and all that stuff in a very kind of predatory capitalist setup in the futuristic dystopian setup of cyberpunk. Pitting, not pitting themselves, actually being attacked or just being challenged by runners, by individuals. And you can also see this here clearly. This is a logo. Wayland Consortium is a huge megacorp. It's a ton of people working towards somebody's gains, basically. But you have this faceless entity versus an individual, versus Lita Patel, who's a trained pragmatist, and she's a criminal. You could say, yeah, she's just doing things for bad reasons, but she's a person making her living in illegal ways according to the futuristic society's ways. And you get to play as that character as well. And the diversity in the game, the way the game is shaped, with new cards and new stories in the game and so on and so forth, because there's a lot of flavor text on many cards. There's a lot of kind of world building happening on those cards, because there's hundreds and hundreds of cards that describe this universe or expand it. It's just, I think it's really great. I think the people who came up with the Android setup, with the Android universe and expanded it, you could say, of course, that they did a lot of borrowing from different sources, but they just got inspired with so many cool things already. And they added a lot of interesting flavors. And I'm not gonna go into the universe of the game, because I think it's something that everybody can explore on their own easily. But if you're into futuristic things, you should definitely give it a try. It is absolutely awesome. So yeah, this is the Android universe, and you can find it online in different places. There's a role-playing game still being released by the official publishers. There's many different things happening. There were even plans of some video games at some point. I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't know. Like, it's not for me to tell you, because I have no idea. I'm just a fan. But yeah. There is a lot of good stuff in this game for anybody interested in it. But the game itself, the mechanics of the game, the way it plays, the balancing, the challenge it puts before both players or both sides in this struggle is quite unique. And definitely, if you're into non-trivial games that are a challenge to master, but are very rewarding, when you learn how the game rolls, how the game works, and when you master certain aspects of it, and when you spend a bit of time to learn how it works, it can be really, really, really pleasurable. It can give you a lot of joy. It can give you a lot of happiness just playing it, because it's a fun game. It's a really fun game. Like most of the gaming fun I've had in the last 6-7 years, this is a big chunk of it. So definitely recommend it to any people interested in gaming, like on a bigger scale there. And here we have, I haven't really commented much on the game itself, but here the corporation managed to win by scoring agenda points. So this digital platform allows you to see what happened, when, and how, and why. You have all the statistics here. You have the player winning, the corporation player winning by scoring agenda points. So they reached 7 agenda points. The runner had 6 agenda points, but couldn't just find the 7th point, couldn't score that. Now we're going to have a swap. So I'm going to leave this game. And I am going to, while I'm jumping into this table to see the second side of things, I'm going to invite my special guest. I hope this is going to work. PSK, whenever you can, jump in. You are most welcome to join us on the stream if you're listening in. Hello?
Hello.
Hey, I can hear
How
you.
you doing?
How are you doing? I'm doing fine. It's sunny and all that stuff. How are you?
Same. It's sunny, it's warm, and we're playing a free corset special tournament. That looks fun.
Yeah, it looks really, really cool. Okay, table 2, we're jumping
You've
into
been
table
doing
2.
a great job at explaining the game, by the way.
I'm trying.
I don't know how can I help you do it better, to be honest.
No. I mean, you've been playing this for a while as well, and this is not about making it better. It's just making it clear. And I mean, if we go into talking about the usual, oh yeah, we know this, we know that, it's gonna be fine.
Oh,
I just wanted to make sure that we have at least one demo game that we can talk through. We are on table 2, by the way. You're in. Okay, awesome.
yep. Oh, Blue Sun. I do enjoy the Blue Sun mechanic.
Yeah. So we have Wayland and Criminal, which are the same two, you could say, factions, or the same two colors of cards in a way, but these are different ones and they do different things. So I don't know. I'm kind of betting on Gabe here, actually, like Gabriel Santiago, the older version. But we'll see.
Gabriel Santiago has these very special ability.
Yes.
They run HQ, and they will gain 2 credits if the run is successful. That puts a lot of pressure on the corporation side to be protecting their hand more than others, and that creates a play for the runner where lock down the others because they will be using less. If I may.
I don't know if this is, yeah, I mean, that's absolutely true. I don't know if this is only on my side or is it cutting in and out? Yeah, okay, we have some audio issues. Oh god.
Oh god.
Yeah,
okay,
no worries. Take it easy. We can manage.
Yeah, since I'm on 2 screens, I don't think my audio will computer out. No worries. I'll be back in.
Okay, so you solve your technical issues. No worries. Thank you so much, dear. And I'm gonna become. Yeah, take it easy. So here, for everybody watching and wondering why are we watching the same players again? So here, both players are playing reverse games now. So they just swapped into their other deck. So basically, Rada was playing Wayland before, and now they're playing Gabriel Santiago. So they are the runner. They are the ones attacking the servers. And Cookit, who was playing Leela, who was a criminal as well, or a runner, is playing Blue Sun, which is another version of Wayland. So in this game, you have factions, and they basically come in different colors, different flavors. They have different mechanical backgrounds as well. So certain colors of cards in this game are better at certain things. And I'm not going to go into the details, but for the flavor, and this is, I think, the part where explaining the universe makes a lot of fun. You have the criminals who are just stealing money. You have anarchs who are destroying things, and they just, try to stop the system and crush the system in general, like stop the corporations. And you have shapers who are doing things because they're just very skilled at them. They're good cybernetic artists or engineers or what have you. And on the corporate side, again, you have 4 big corporations doing different things. Again, like Wayland is all about construction and money and blowing things up if they don't like you. And you have Jinteki, which is all about clones and biotechnology and manipulating, cards and so on. And then you have Hasbioroid, which is using artificial humans, or basically androids, to do things, and they manipulate time. Yeah, and then you have, and it's all about efficiency indeed. Welcome back. And then you have NBN, which is all about information, and so on and so forth. Those different flavors or different colors that you can see on the cards, they are all connected with the different game mechanics. And again, this is a huge chunk of the game being so enjoyable because it's alive. Basically.
Yeah, it allows you, like, the huge card pool that we've got right now can be a bit intimidating for new players, but once you get the mechanics of the game and you start learning about the cards that are available to you, it offers you an endless deck building possibilities.
That is very true. True.
Is my voice better?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you're definitely not cutting up. So, I mean, I think this is, like, the cutting in and out was maybe a reason of the microphone. I don't know, like, it was, right now we can hear you just fine and it's all working fine. And people on the stream, if something is not working, let us know.
Perfect. Okay, awesome. Back to the game.
Back to the game. So what we have right now here is the runner with not that many cards on the table, but the corporation is also very well. They don't have that many cards on the table,
Stars.
but they're doing things. They're playing cards to get more actions or clicks, and then scoring big agendas here. This is a 3-point agenda.
Yeah, talking about Hasbiro efficiency, BOT Clever, it's a 4-cost operation
Yeah.
that allows you to gain an extra click.
Yeah. So an extra click or an action, and this is clicks or actions are basically the meat and potatoes of this game, because you can use clicks to do a lot of different things. You have to use clicks to do a lot of things.
Well, to do everything.
Yeah, that's basically it. That's the time. I always found it quite funny because this is a futuristic game, but then you have the click represented as a regular, kind of a clock, like a watch face. It's like, why not? Well, it's an icon, of course, to describe something, and I think it works. But yeah,
it works perfectly because your clicks is what give you tempo. You need more clicks to do more stuff and less clicks to do less stuff. So it's actually really well represented in my experience.
Okay, yeah, okay, makes sense.
So Blue Sun, it's looking really poor for being Blue Sun.
Yeah, I think.
Or is it just me?
Well, I don't know. Like usually, Wayland makes a lot of credits and has a lot of credits, whereas this here particular game, we can see the corporation only with 1 credit. Yeah, usually the way this corporation makes money is by getting cards back into their hand and getting those credits that they spent to activate those cards, to res those cards back. And here we don't have that many good targets for this either. Like it's cards that cost 4 or 1, which is kind of not much.
Oh. And the runner right now are forcing them to unrest the piece of ice that they had on HQ, because they played emergency shutdown. That it tells that if you made a run on HQ and it was successful, not only you gain 2 credits because you are Gabriel Santiago, but you can play this card and you rest a piece of ice. And that is making Blue Sun ability not work as how do you say it?
Well,
I can't remember.
No, it's just not. It's basically deactivating, or it's making impossible for the corporation to use their ability to get that piece of ice back. And this was
Exactly.
a very nice. This
Thank
was a
you
very
very
nice
much.
combination here, because the runner accessed cards, then played that card you mentioned, emergency shutdown, to turn around, so to de-res, to deactivate Eli here, and then they put Femme Fatale, which is this really cool card that can interact. It's fairly expensive. 9 credits is quite a lot of money in this game, but they put that card on in such a way that it interacts with Eli. And yeah, the corporation responded to this by taking Eli back into their hand, and because they can with their ability. This is not something that any corporation can do. And then putting something else there, or maybe even putting the same card back. And this is the beautiful part of the poker plays here, because a lot of the information that the corporation has, the runner doesn't. So we saw that in the previous game. I don't know if you were already. You were probably already on. We had the aggressive secretary trashing. That was very.
That was beautiful,
efficient.
And I think we missed. The corporation has a very spicy include from the Jim Techie faction that it's called Snare. It's an ambush that allows the corporation to pay 4 credits when the runner accesses this card to do 3 net damage and give the runner 1 tag. Sadly, the corporation was only at 1 credit at the time, so it couldn't fire. But I think it's a very nasty include in a Wayland deck, because you usually have the money to fire it up.
Yeah.
And recursion in these core systems, it's not.
Yeah,
it's not very thin.
Yeah, so just generally to explain the mechanics of damage, when the runner receives damage, they will lose some cards from their hand, because their hand, also known as the grip in this game, but their hand is it's kind of their life points. It's their ideas, it's their energy, it's their resources and so on. So if you deal damage, and there are different types of damage, but generally damage is forcing the runner to discard cards, randomly or not. Usually it's randomly, but they lose cards and they have to discard them. And this fires, for example, the snare you mentioned, yeah, like you said, it fires only if the corporation can pay extra for it. You have to pay money. If you don't have the money, this damage will not happen, which is exactly what happened here. The poor corporation didn't have the money.
Have you talked about the secondary win condition?
Oh no, I haven't mentioned it. I only mentioned the 7 points on both sides. But yeah, there are other ways of winning the game as well.
Talking about damage, and as Vesper said, really well put. The cards in your hand are your life. If the corporation manages to deal you 1 more damage or more that cards you have in your hand, then you are considered flatlined. And then that is a secondary win condition for the corporation.
Yeah, so go on.
Yeah, sorry.
No, go on.
In the reverse side, the secondary win condition for the runners would be if there comes a point where the corporation should do their mandatory draw at the beginning of the turn, and they have no cards left in their R&D. That is called milling, and if it comes that point, the runner would win by milling the corp.
Yeah, so you mentioned some things that I totally did not mention at all before, and I absolutely should mention them as well, and thank you for bringing this up. So the corporation, every time the corporation turn starts, they have to draw a card. So they have their deck, which is called R&D, and they have to draw a card. It's kind of a built-in thing into the game. So this is the way the game progresses, and this is the clock in a way. Like, this is the timer that the corporation is on. You only have so much time to do things because your cards will run out sooner or later. And indeed, when you have to draw a new card from your deck and you don't have any cards in your deck, that just means your corporation went out of business. You know, you have no more fuel in the tanks, you have no more ideas, you have no more resources. It's over. And if you haven't managed to score the points or flatline the runner in time, so make sure that the runner is no longer annoying you, then you lose the game. And yeah, this is indeed a secondary win condition for the runner.
Yep. And I can see the game, while we were talking about win conditions, the game has evolved into this full rig. The rig is all the programs and hardwares and connections the runner has installed on the table. A full rig runner versus a very well protected corporation. I'm seeing 4, 8, 9 pieces of ice installed.
Yeah, this was they really escalated this quite quickly, and we have the runner with a lot of cards on the table that do many different things, and then the corporation indeed very well protected. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. That's a snare. Okay. So the runner accessed a card from the corporation hand, and that was the snare. And this was the time where the corporation actually had the money to pay for it. And you
always pays for it.
Yeah.
You always pay for it.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't say that there's a good reason to not pay for it if you can pay. And the runner here lost 3 of their cards and received a tag, and now they are tagged. And this is going to be a good way to tell you what tags do. So if the runner is tagged, different corporation cards can do different things. There are some cards that do very bad things to the runner or very good things for the corporation if there is a tag in play, if the runner is located by the corporation in the game's universe. Also, one action that the corporation can do is spend a click or spend an action and 2 credits to trash resources. So there are certain cards in the game that are resources, and these are the connections or jobs or basically tools that the runner has that are not the programs and the hardware that they use. But yeah, here for example, it's a job. Here you have a virtual resource, which is something that you use to decrease the strength of the ice. Here's another job, and so on. And you can have multiples of sub cards on the table. Some of them are unique. That's a different, also kind of a mechanic in the game. But if the runner has a tag on them, if they are tagged, then the corp can actually trash those cards for money and time. But they couldn't,
Exactly.
yeah, they couldn't do much because the runner removed this, and they also didn't have a lot of money. But here we go. This is a big piece of ice, Hadrian's Wall.
That is a big piece of ice that will give a lot of money
Yeah.
to the corporation once they can bounce it back. But talking about tax in the lore, if you wanted to put them in a appliance, it would be that the corporation knows where you live now.
Yeah.
Your tag, since they know where you are, who you are seeing, where do you live, where do you sleep, where do you eat. So they have the power to shut down those resources that you're visiting. So it's not good to be tagged. You don't want to be tagged against corporations with a lot of money.
Yeah.
Or if you don't have resources, you can choose to go, as we say, tag me.
Yeah.
And then just hope that the corporation doesn't have any response for you being tagged.
Yeah. Absolutely. And yeah, I was just going to say maybe on the side, like, yeah, so if you're using Facebook and Instagram and several other things, corporations can do bad. No, I'm kidding, of course. I mean, well, maybe I'm not kidding, but
Who knows?
who knows? One of the things that this game does beautifully on the universe side. Oh no, I shouldn't be making this bigger. Anyway, on the universe side is it talks about current things in a futuristic way. So you're like, yeah. Okay, so now this is a very
Important run.
important run, because if the runner can see that card, and is this a trap or not? Oh, jeez. Okay.
No, but the runner has enough money, and the corporation is on 3 credits.
Okay.
So when there is a lot of ice, it's important that the corporation can back it up with money.
Yes.
Because I can put a threat out there and would say, in Spanish we've got this saying, it's like a dog that barks a lot usually doesn't bite.
Yeah.
And this is kind of that situation. Yeah, you have 4 eyes put in there, but you don't have the money to keep me out. And the runner can take the opportunity to run big iced servers without any consequences.
Oh, it was an agenda. Oh.
They shouldn't have taken the money out of bank job.
Yeah, this was so. What happened here? Just to explain what happened. So the runner, like Princess Space Kitten was saying, the runner managed to get into the server because the corporation didn't have enough money to stop them using the ice on the way. And then the runner could actually choose to access this card and see what it is. Could have been a trap, could have been an agenda, which it was. But the runner didn't know because they didn't have any way of checking. And there are some ways of checking in the game. Instead of running and accessing the card, there are some cards that do this. But this format, those cards that we have in the game here, do not do any of this. So they decided to use a different card, which is called the bank job, which allows you to, instead of seeing what the card is, actually taking some credits from the bank job. So they did that. And then the corporation actually had a agenda there, and the runners didn't check it. This was a poker play. This was really, really, really good.
It's what we call a ruse.
It was a ruse indeed.
It was a ruse. The hidden information game in these asymmetric players, it's absolutely gorgeous. When you are the corp, you have all this information that the runner has to risk some of their resources, money, cards, or time to get through and to get to know what you're hiding. And as the runner, your mission is to reveal all the information possible, so you know what to expect from the corporation, so you can get ahead of their actions and actually be able to prepare yourself to contest that. And it's just such a beautiful made game.
Yeah.
That all the information that Vesper and I are dumping on you new players right now can seem a bit overwhelming, because there is a lot of information to learn to be able to play this game optimally. But once you get the gist of it, it's just absolutely amazing. So totally worth the time on learning.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, I absolutely agree. Let's go to table 4. I think.
Table 4.
Actually, yeah, table 4. Did they just start? Or yeah, I'm trying to see if there's a game on. Yeah, table 4 is just starting. Cool. So let's jump into table 4. We have completely two different colors here, and I think this is going to be also interesting to see what's going to happen in this game. We have Reina Roja, who's an anarch. So this is the faction of those who just try to oppose the system and destroy it and make sure that power to the people and so on. And she's a freedom fighter. On one side, she's a cybernetic soldier, like a GI Jane. And then we have Jinteki, who are those biotech specialists manipulating DNA and doing a lot of biotechnical things, and also manipulating with the cards. And they have their own separate mechanic and so on and so forth. But yeah, these are the two flavors of the game here. So you will see some cards that are repeated because some cards are basically they are neutral, so they can be played by anybody. But some cards, like this beautiful little giraffe, are basically This card is a Jinteki card, and it's a celebrity gift. It's the idea here is basically you have celebrities advertising mini animals or teacup giraffes, and that makes them money. But for that card to fire, for that card to work, they have to spend some money and some time, extra time, and then show the runner what they have in their hand. So you actually show the runner your cards. You make it much easier for them to know what's going on, but you gain money from this. And this corporation would be playing with revealing cards or showing cards or hiding cards or a lot. So yeah, Jinteki is one of those corps that plays a lot of really poker games.
Or shell game. This particular Jinteki, it's Replicating Perfection. It's one of my favorites, to be honest. And the hiding game that it plays is that the runner must run one of the central servers, meaning archives, R&D, or HQ, to be able to run on the remote servers. So that is a click extra that the runner has to spend to be able to reveal cards on the remote servers, or to be able to even access those cards. And on the other side, we've got Reina Roja, that, as Vesper commented, it's an anarchist, and her ability is to make the corporation spend 1 credit more the first time they rest a piece of ice. So it's probably going to be a money race in this case.
Yeah, one thing you also mentioned, which is, and again, this is one of the many smaller pieces of the game that once you read the cards and you learn how the game works, it becomes natural in a way. But in the beginning, it's like, what, why? And people who are trying to learn the game should not worry. Should just go with it and try to explain this to themselves or memorize it in the best way that works for them. But generally, central servers are the ones that are kind of existing in the game by default for the corporation. So we have the archives. Yeah, you mentioned I skipped a lot of stuff just for the sake of explaining the very, very basics. But yeah, if the game mentions central servers, you have the archives, you have the R&D, and you have the HQ, which is respectively the discard, so where you can see the discarded cards by the corporation, R&D, which is the deck that they draw from, and HQ, which is their hand, which we cannot see because, of course, it's a secret game here, so we shouldn't be able to see what they have, but they have 3 cards in those in their hand, so within their options to play, because when you play cards, you play them from your hand, which is the HQ here, the corporate HQ. So these are the central servers, and yeah, this is the reason why Jinteki, like PSK was already explaining, it's quite nasty, because you have to run one of these, and there could be traps, there could be bad things, or there could be nothing. But yeah, definitely annoying. Ooh, Sandhu.
Yeah, Sandhu is such a good card in RP. Sandhu will give you 2 credits whenever the runner spends their first click. If they're not running directly the Sandhu remote, and since RP specifies that you have to run first one of the central servers, it will always fire.
Yeah.
And it's just so pretty. Yeah. It's such a good mechanic.
Yeah.
And about the archives R&D and HQ, thematically speaking, it's just so good because you've got R&D that stands for resource and development, and you will draw every turn from your resources and development, and that department will be giving you new ideas and new cards to work with. Then you have your headquarters that will be where you make your decisions of what to play, and whatever is discarded goes into the archives, and it just makes so much sense.
Yep. This is the part where exactly like in the beginning you could be really one can be really overwhelmed with all the different words being mentioned, like this does this, this does that. But once you just say, yeah, okay, this is what it is, and I'm just going through it, after a while it's just obvious, like it just becomes supernatural, like, yeah, okay, I know what I'm doing and so on. And this is the part where it's very natural for people who play this game a bit more to just, mention a thing, and everybody else who knows the game is like, oh yeah, of course, yeah, or this or that. The funny thing about this game is like, even, and I keep seeing it over and over again, because of the variety of options in this game, even having played this game for a long time, you might still go like, but what if this and that happens with this card and that card and so on. And again, this is something that should not worry you as a new player, because everybody will have those questions all the time, and we do have a lot of explanations online in different places for that. So just play the game and enjoy it for what it is.
For what it is, yeah. Absolutely. We have I think between the both of us, we have an extensive knowledge of the game, so we're very able to go in deep with the explanations.
Yeah. But if you ask me about certain rules, I would still be like, I don't remember.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You don't know how many times you just forget the interaction, and someone reminds you, and it's like, oh yeah, I learned that when I started playing, and I just forgot.
Yep.
Everyone makes mistakes. The community is really nice. They will help out every time they can. So don't be shy. Just jump in Jinteki and tell them, hey, I'm starting, and they will walk you through generally through the game, and they will answer all your questions and help you, because all we want is more people to play with. Exactly. At the end of the day.
Exactly. And and you mentioned one very important thing that I haven't mentioned at all just yet. Of course, we're playing this online. There is a community-driven platform called jinteki.net. That's basically the website that we're on right now and we're streaming from this tournament. And it's a resource for people to play online, to test things online and so on. Because, of course, there are physical cards. But in the times of quarantine, well, what can you do? You cannot really meet people. So we're playing online. That's what we're doing. Very futuristic of us, I would say.
We'll take the time to shout out to Noah.
Oh, yes. And the Jinteki team in general, yeah.
Yes. It's the main creator and maintaining JNet. They're doing an amazing job, and we owe him a really, really big debt these days.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this platform has been around for quite a while, but yeah, if there are any coders listening, if you want to contribute, it's all on GitHub. It's all open source, one way or another. Jump in and contribute if you want to.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the best tool ever for this game online, I would say, at this moment. Okay, but let's maybe jump back into the game. What is happening here? We had the runner stealing an agenda, so they're ahead on points. The corporation, though, has a lot of money. And they're doing quite okay. I mean, they are behind on 2 points, but it's not too bad.
Doesn't matter. What surprises me is that they chose to ice the Adonis campaign that actually will tick out on the next turn, instead of the Sunview that will stay there permanently.
True, but do you think that the corporation is maybe preparing a server to protect that server, and they're gonna be installing an agenda in there or something?
Yeah, but okay. Yeah,
I mean,
that makes.
I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know. Like this is just my guess.
I
don't know.
That makes all the sense in the world.
Because on the other hand, Jinteki is famous. So yeah, you may have noticed, by the way, if you're listening to this, that Jinteki is the website and Jinteki is a thing in the game. And
Yeah.
I mean, that was basically a pun in a way by the people creating this platform with the world net as well. But generally, Jinteki is known in the game for traps and for making sure that if you access a card, you may be actually suffering from bad consequences. So sometimes as the Jinteki player, you will just put the card down, you will put some counters on it, you will just, say, yeah, you can access this. And then the runner, the person trying to figure out what this card is, if they don't have the right cards or tools on the table already to see what the card is before accessing, they very often have to just go for it and see what it is. And this in the community or in the parlance of this game is called face checking. So basically, what you do is like, okay, you just go in blindly and just say, okay, yeah, I want to see this card. I don't know if it's good or bad, but I need to see what it is because otherwise, maybe the corporation is going to win, or it's gonna help me if I see what the card is. But I have no protections. I have no ways of stopping the bad things from happening. So I'm just gonna take it on my face.
Yes.
Yeah.
This kind of putting cards out and advancing them or not advancing them, being agendas or traps or who knows, the corporation plays with a shell game. They put things out and they leave it to the runner to check if they are traps or they are agendas, and in this way they can trick them into fearing that face check that Vesper was talking about. And this way they sometimes can take out sneaky agendas because the runner will fear that they can suffer from accessing that card.
Yeah.
And the corporation scored one of the most beautiful melee agendas in the game, in my opinion. That's Nisei MK2. And when the corporation scores this agenda, they put a counter on it. And at any time, at any point of the game, they can use that counter to end the round. And the runner can do absolutely nothing to avoid it.
Yeah, this is one of the very strong effects in the game, so it's very good for a corporation to have this on the table, indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Just to continue on what was mentioned in the chats, and thanks for the chat folks for being so active. Indeed, there was a website called Wayland.meet, which was an April Fool's joke, because Jinteki.net is about the net damage that Jinteki does as a specialty. Wayland.meet was about the meat damage, which is another type of damage that Wayland does. And just for those interested, no, Wayland is not a vegetarian corporation or the other way around. And we did have a platform to play this online before, yes, and it was called Octagon. It's still active. I actually checked it the other day. It's a platform it's a tool for playing card games online. It was used for many different games, but yeah, there was a Netrunner plugin for it as well. And yeah, that was that was back in the day.
Okay, so we have another installed Townsend remote. That means it can be an agenda, it can be a trap, and they're icing up HQ.
Yeah.
Huh. They're making it more difficult for them to be able to access the remotes. But they're getting low on credits, Vesper. Yeah. They're on 6 credits now.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
I think the corporation losing the 3 sundews early in the game can have a longer effect on the game, because the runner did the thing that they should have done, which is if you see a sundew on the table, if you see one of those cards from Jinteki on the table, you should definitely trash it as fast as you can. You don't want the corporation to keep getting all the money all the time. So yeah, and this puts us, this kind of moves us nicely forward towards mentioning kind of things like matchups and strategies and so on. Because of the kind of basic game mechanics, because of the way the game flows, and because of the different combinations of cards you can have in your deck, but also when you meet a player and you play this, you bring the cards you want in a way. So it's not like preset. It's not said anywhere that, oh yeah, you have to play criminals and you have to play Jinteki, for example, or Wayland. Or
you have to play criminal and you have to play these cards in criminal.
Absolutely. So because of this variety in this game, there are better and worse matchups. So there are basically better and worse for you as the player of a particular side or faction. There are better and worse challenges that the game puts in front of you in the form of another player with certain cards put together. And depending on this matchup, depending on who you meet, depending on what you play against, you have to adapt. And you know your decks, of course, so you know what you can do, but you may not know what your opponents can
Are
do.
doing.
Yeah,
Exactly.
so you have to adapt to what they are doing. Sometimes it's easy. Sometimes it's like, oh, okay, I can see what you're doing. I can guess what you're doing. I can try and bet on what you're doing. Sometimes it's very hard. So a good matchup is when you actually have control over the game, or you know you can react to what the other player is doing. A bad matchup is when the other side is in control more than you, and they can stop you from doing all the things you want to do.
Exactly. And at the same time, you can play against, you can be Reina Roja, and you can be playing against this RP with AOV88. It's actually checking what Project Junkbook does.
Yeah.
That it's a trap that can be advanced, and if the corporation pays 1 credit when the runner accesses the Project Jumpbook, they do 2 net damage for each advancement on it. So they felt free to check the card in server 5 since there were no advancement tokens on it. But anyway, going back to that, like, they can be playing this RP right now, and now they know what they're doing. And then in the next matchup, they can be playing another RP that has a complete different build. So they will have to adapt to the same ID, but with different cards in it.
Yeah.
And that makes the game so interesting, because you're never playing the same game.
Here we have.
So the runner is comfortable sitting on 6 points,
but they're poor. But this was a very interesting. This was a very interesting situation here, because the corporation was trying to sneak out a fetal AI, which is an agenda, but it's also an ambush. So it's both. Not only is it points for the corporation or the runner, depending on who manages to get it, but if you want to steal it, it actually gives you damage, because it's just painful. So it's a trap. It's a very Jinteki card for this faction, for this particular corporation style of play. It's pretty much, you make points, you can also damage the runner, and so on and so forth. And this was quite interesting to see it on a server that was not protected, and then the runner was just like, yeah, I'm gonna check it. And this was dangerous for the runner, because there are many cards that could hurt you a lot as the runner if you just go in and check them.
Thing is, the corporation could have stopped them by using the Nisei MK2 token, but since they didn't have the money to score that agenda on the next turn, they chose to allow the runner to steal that agenda.
Yep. Oh.
And these are the kind of decisions that corporation needs to make.
Yeah. Just to tell you what had just happened right now. So we had another celebrity gift that uncovers the hand of the corp, that reveals it to the runner, and we could see some really cool cards in there, because there are 2 snares, so 2 traps, and a philotic entanglement, which is an agenda, which again hurts the runner if it's scored by the corporation. But it's also the victory points for the runner, because the runner only needs 1 more point, and Philotic is 2 points. So basically, if they get that 1 card from all the other traps, they might win the game. But it's not that easy, because they have very little money, and the corporation is still doing corporation things. Yeah.
Yeah, they are slowly but steadily advancing the card on server 2, making it more difficult for the runner to know if it's an agenda or it's a trap. Are they advancing it to make me think that it's an agenda, and if I go there, I'm gonna die? Or is it really an agenda and they have been, how do you say, engañar?
They were, engañar. Wait. Now my Spanish is like, well, they were basically...
Cheating me?
Oh yeah, well yeah, they're rusing. That's it. I mean, it was a ruse.
They were rusing me into believing that was like a forgotten ambush that didn't work.
Yeah.
Or is it really an agenda and they're going to surprise me with that? And then I have to check everything because anything can be all. And it's just such a beautiful game.
Yeah, it's loads of fun. When things work your way, when you have to make a guess, a decision, a bet, like you have to gamble a bit, and things work out, it's very satisfying. When things go really wrong and bad things happen and you lose and so on, it's still fun because there's just so much. You learn how to play in the future, but also sometimes you can be a very good player and still the other player on the other side will just trick you into something. And this is where I think there are some skills that are very universal in this game. You might be making better plays or less optimal plays sometimes when you are learning the game, of course. But then there are just those situations in the game that you could have been playing for a week or for 10 years, whatever, and it's still just not something you can control. It just happens.
Yeah. And right now we can see on the board, on the corporation side, the shell game I was talking about. You've got the one card on server 2 with 3 advancement tokens that has been there forever. We don't know if it's an agenda or if it's a trap. Then the corporation installed one card in server 6, didn't touch it. Could still be the agenda because they only need 3 advancements to score it. Or could the agenda be the card in server 7 with 1 advancement token on it? We don't know.
Yeah.
And that's the job of the runner, to discover what it is, even if the consequences are losing some cards.
Yeah.
I mean, just look at this. Just look at this. Another card with an advancement token. What it is?
Nobody knows.
And we will particularly advance the card on 7/7 just because you can. This is beautiful. Sorry. I really like shell game.
Well, fair enough, of course. Oh, and by the way, hello to Wink Nugget. Welcome to the stream as well. Okay, we have the runner looking for the final point, and they're trying to. Oh yeah, they're undoing the click. Xanadu, which is a very cool card for Reina Roja to have, because it increases. It boosts her ability, Reina Roja's ability, a lot. It makes it more expensive for the corp to res eyes. With the corp having only 7 credits. It is a decision on the corp side. So here the runner is challenging the corporation, saying, okay, yeah, I want to get into your R&D. I want to see the cards there. But, if you pay enough, you can try and stop me, but it's going to cost you. So the corporation can always decide not to activate, not to res those pieces of ice, this protection on the deck. And now if they don't, the runner will be looking at the top
Would you use your token?
I don't know. I probably would save my token for the last agenda or for something that I don't know. Like I have.
That's the last agenda for the runner.
Yeah, well, sure, gamble. Okay, they make money. The runner is quite nicely set up because they have programs on the table. They have a bit of money. They have things going. It's okay. Like they're in a good situation. The corporation is behind on points, but. They just scored a flood. Ooh, spicy.
On the on ice remote. How bold.
Yeah. Oh, look at what a play.
Oh my god.
What a play. This was awesome.
Bravo
for the corp. Yeah, what a game. So just to explain what happened. First we had a philotic entanglement, which is an agenda that the corporation sneaked out. And that gave the runner damage for each agenda that they scored. So that hurt them by 3 points. So they lost 3 cards. They had 4 cards in the hand. They lost 3 because of the result of this agenda, the effect of this agenda. And then the corporation has been advancing this one card that PSK was talking about earlier on. Kind of like, yeah, whatever, like an advancement here, an advancement there. And that was Ronin, which is not an agenda. It's an asset. So it's something that you can use against the runner as well here. And it had enough advancement tokens to deal 3 net damage when you activate it. So it was activated, it was rezzed, it was clicked and trashed, so removed from the table, put into the archives, and it dealt 3 net damage. So that basically killed the runner. That removed all their hand cards and more. And that was the flatlining. So that was spicy. We still have one game going. We are on table 1 for Alliance. I like the usernames here. Like, okay, what is the situation here?
Oh, sorry. By the way, I think today it's Mother's Day.
Oh, it's Mother's Day. Ooh! Happy Mother's Day, all the mothers.
Happy the moms and tutors and people taking care of children.
Yeah, I mean,
out there.
I always am confused about Mother's Day because it's happening like it's different countries have it on different in different days, different times and stuff. I never know. Jessica predicted the Ronin, but not the rest of it. This was a very this is a really cool play. And again, like I was mentioning in the very beginning of this stream, this is a very limited or rather limited set of cards that all the players have access to because this is the format known as System Core. So it's a selection of all the cards in the game, but that still allows for quite a bit of variety and many interesting plays. So even if you start with a selection of the cards, you don't have to, and you should never worry about all the cards in the game because you will never play with all the cards in the game. It's always about choosing certain cards. Even though you have a selection of those cards, you can still have a great time, doing different things. This last game was really a very good example of this.
Okay, so we've got Shaper. That, as Vesper was telling you earlier, it's a faction that the main thing is that they do things because they can.
They're just talented.
Yeah, they just can't do that because
there you go. Points. No, but keep going about Shapers.
They just can. Cards on the Shaper faction usually allow you to go back and forth through your deck to find things that will allow you to solve problems while you're facing them. And it's a really interesting faction because sometimes you can find solutions that the corp cannot see coming.
Yep.
And it's really fun to play, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is this a new game?
No, I think they just finished and they just
Okay.
finished. Yeah, they're done. Yeah, so just to continue about the Shapers a bit for the flavor, like you said, I mean they can do a lot of different things that the other factions cannot because they have in a way in the lore of the game they have a better understanding of how cyberspace works and they just have a bit of secret knowledge in a way, or they're just talented. And on the other hand, in this game we have NBN, which is the Information Corporation, and they are the ones who are going to know where you live, they know what you do, they will be able to punish you for that easier. They will make you pay for a lot of stuff extra because they have advertising like pop-up window, which is not doing much. It's just taking your money. But when you don't have money to do things, yeah, then you will basically lose against this corporation because you have to pay a lot here or in small amounts, but continuously to run against this corporation, and they do it quite well.
Have you talked about how traces work?
I haven't. I mean, we had some tags in the game, but yeah, I mean, traces. Yeah, it's a mechanic that we can explain. The next time a trace happens, we can talk about it a bit more.
That's perfect. Yeah.
I think we finished the first round here, by the way.
I think so too.
Yeah. So the games usually during tournaments, games are timed, and 70 minutes per round is what both players get to play 2 games. So one as a runner, one as a corp.
Online.
And I think we have all the scores in, and the pairings will be going up for round 2. So just on a meta comment, on the comment regarding the tournament itself, we have 3 players who won both of their games, so they received 6 points, and that's look at every single faction is represented. Top 4 players.
Oh, the spread.
Yeah.
It's so pretty.
This is really cool. It's good to see the game in such balance. So we have Spark and Chaos Theory, Wayland and Gabriel Santiago, and Replicating Perfection and Quetzal on the top. And then we have a lot of
Wow.
other players on 3 points.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
So, for those who have not ever played a tournament, you play 2 games. You play one play as the corporation and one play as the runner. And then for each game you won, you get 3 points. And if you are watching the screen, you will see that you have a second column next to points that it's SOS. And that means that if you played against people on the top, that gives you better sauce. And in case of a tie, the better sauce you have, the higher you will go on the rankings.
Yeah, for anybody potentially wondering what can SOS stand for, it's not Save Our Souls, it's Strength of Schedule. Because, you know, if you're on a ship, that's one thing. If you're not on a ship, that's another thing. We have the pairings for round 2 already up. So we could be probably joining another table. I don't know what we should... I'm curious about Spark Agency and Chaos Theory. So let's take a look at table 1, maybe?
That is okay for me. And I would love to see a Quetzal game.
Oh, okay, so maybe...
At some point. I don't mind, but, I mean... We can watch the Spark and Chaos. That looks amazing, but...
So let's remember table 2 as well, right? Now, is it going to be table 2? No, I don't know.
No, table 3 would be Replicating Perfection against Quetzal.
Okay.
But I'm good for both.
Oh yeah, because there are more Quetzals. Yes, you are absolutely right. No, I was just looking at the top Quetzals here on the table, but yeah. Okay, so let's take a look at table 1 if they're on. They're still not on there.
They're still not on there.
I'm just gonna,
Taking their time.
Spark and Chaos Theory. Okay, yeah, that's gonna be table 1. And how is the chat doing, by the way, on this lovely Sunday? Table 1. There we go. I'm gonna say hello.
Hi.
It's all about good manners.
Yeah. Okay, we've got consent of one of the players.
Yeah.
So talking about consent, to be honest, let's just talk about how a beautiful community actually Netrunner has. I don't have much experience in tournaments or board games or role games and stuff. But the second I stepped in Netrunner, it's such a fresh breath of air because everyone is really nice and they're really, really worried about being inclusive and respectful, and it's so nice to see that in a large community like this one.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I mean, I think it has been a very good and healthy and positive trend to have people, be a bit more careful and considerate and caring and respectful towards a lot of different things, and just kind of being more aware of, okay, like, this is going on, I should probably be doing this or not doing certain things. And I think, the community we have online and offline for this game is an exemplary community in my regards as well. Like, because I do play a lot of games, in many different places, online, offline, and so on. And very often it's just people are just being a bit careless and not sensitive. And you could just say, I'm used to this, whatever, it doesn't matter. But it does matter, and it does matter for a lot of different people for different reasons. And in this community, I think everybody is really working hard towards making it as inclusive, as diverse, as friendly and welcoming as possible to others. So really looking for, whenever there's an event, I'm really looking forward to seeing as many people as possible, because it's like a big family, or maybe, I mean, family. It's like, it's just like a big bunch of friendly people who want to do the same thing and share and enjoy and so on. And yeah,
Absolutely.
It's always super positive.
A friend of mine, first tournament, he loves to tell this story, so I'm guessing I'm okay by telling it.
Don't name
he went
names
to the
now.
first tournament, and they didn't know a lot of people, obviously. And after their first game, they went out to have a cigarette, and at one side there was this other group of people playing another game that I will not mention. You probably all know what I'm talking about. And they were like complaining, oh, he won me like this, how dare he, blah blah blah. And on the other side there were the Netrunner players going like, oh, the way you just like read that last agenda was sick, like you won, but wow, how you did it was amazing. And it was such, for him, was such a, yeah, that's the community I want to belong to. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Just no, well, sorry.
No, I totally agree. I mean, it's very super. Like, I mean, I would say in many, because it is a competitive game. Like, you know, it's a game in which there are there is a result in which one side wins, another one loses. So that's basically what happens. And in any game where you have a result in which a person or a team or, well, whatever, one side basically, or one of the participants or a team of participants gets to prove that they are better one way or another in that particular game against others. There are different ways of dealing with this. And I think in this community, people are very happy to share both the wins and the losses and just talk about it because they understand it's a game, it's for fun. It's supposed to be entertaining and pleasant and give you satisfaction, or give you even, like, you know, the bad feels when you're like, oh geez, I should have done this, or oh, this was not a good move. But it's good to share this, and it's fun. This is what a game is about. Many communities or many examples of games out there are kind of could turn out, and it all, of course, it all always goes down to the players, to the individuals. They could be like, oh yeah, I beat you, so I'm better, and you suck. And it's kind of like, I mean, you can say that, but I mean, does it really matter? Like, what does it give you? Like, are you feeling better by bringing other people down? I mean, if you are, well, okay, but do I choose to hang out with people like this?
Just look at the last game we commentated. The runner lost by being flatlined, but it was such a great play that they actually put a smiley on the comments, like, well done, you earned that victory because you outplayed me, so congrats. That's amazing.
Absolutely.
And it's so refreshing, and it makes going to tournaments a lot less scary or anxious event for people that might have this kind of, you know, trouble by being in a competitive spectrum.
Yeah. Okay, we're just waiting because we should be starting soon, and the player on this table should be joining soon. We're just making sure that everything's fine. I'm gonna just jump out for a quick second because I need to grab a snacky thing to snack on because it's lunchtime more or less for me.
You should be snacking. Yes.
Energy.
Absolutely.
Energy.
So let's talk about EOS Spark and Chaos Theory. Chaos Theory is a shaper. Her ability is that she's got one extra MU. MU, it's memory units. And that's the amount of programs that you can have installed at a time. The story behind it is that you will see a little dinosaur in her arms on her ID card, and that little dinosaur, it's her console. So it's also her companion, and that little console gives her a little bit more of space to put her programs on. And Spark Agency, it's an yellow NBN card that, well, as Vesper and I were talking about before earlier, it's the information and faction. In the lore, NBN controls all the media. It would be like Google and BBC just had a love child, and NBN was born, and they control absolutely all the information, all the cameras, like a lot of like 1984 vibes there, and they know everything about everyone. So this particular ID allows you to every time that you res an advertisement, the runner will lose a credit. Because obviously they're paying for what they are advertising. Advertisement in the game are, as we've seen, there are cards that are ambushes, there are cards that are agendas, or both. And there are a lot of cards that have a subtype that is advertisement. So we'd probably be gonna see a lot of cards with that subtype, and every time the corporation reses one of them, the runner is gonna be losing a credit.
Thank you so much for the explanations. Just to make sure that people know what's going on, we're waiting for one of the players to join. We have also table 8 with Spark. Should we jump in there? I really wanted to see the Chaos Theory game as well. It is suspenseful indeed. I'm just wondering, because we have one of the players. As this is played online, you can imagine that people are in different places doing different things, and some of them may have an emergency or whatever, or they just, they cannot be at the table, at the virtual table, right on time, which sometimes happens. So we'll wait a sec or two. We could be jumping into a different table, but I think
the second will leave, the opponent is gonna arrive. I mean, you know how this works.
Yeah, it's the thing. I'm not a smoker, but this is the thing I learned from smokers. If you're waiting for a bus at the bus stop and it's like it's not coming, it's late, and then I go, okay, I'm just gonna smoke. Then the bus appears. So this is the same situation here. Oh, we had a spectator joining in and out, but we're waiting.
Yep.
And in the meantime, well, let's no news from the opponent. Okay, well, we might be swapping the game just now. I don't know. Like, this is because there are other tables and excitement and whatnot. Should we just jump into a different table?
Things happening somewhere else.
Yeah, it's like
Such a hard decision to make.
Yeah. Okay, as the person running the stream, I'm gonna say
executive decisions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're jumping out of this table. Maybe they're not gonna get a game at all. But okay, let's choose a table. I think we wanted to see Spark, so let's go table 8.
Okay.
Jumping into a Spark game with Leela. So we're spectating this. And for people wondering how does the spectating and everything work on this platform, well, basically it's a website, it's all in HTML, you don't need any special software or anything to play, you just have to know how the game works, because even though it's automated a bit, it will require you to know how the game works, what you're doing and so forth. And spectating is allowed for games where somebody did not set up a password. If you password protect your game, people who want to join, they need to have a password. Also, you can turn off spectating as a feature when you create a table for the game, and so on and so forth. Yep. The platform itself is very well documented and it's quite easy to understand what's going on. But the game itself being a bit more difficult or more demanding, it's good to know both. So what do we have here?
Okay, so we have Spark versus Leela. Leela is a criminal that can bounce unrest cards whenever an agenda is scored or stolen.
Yeah, so anything that is face down on the table on the corporation side, if an agenda is scored or stolen. So if the corporation makes the points or if the runner makes the points, because of this ability, they can put it back into the hand of the corporation. And the corporation is Spark, and you mentioned them already. Yeah, and they have this particular subtype of cards, which is called advertisement, which the NBN players or the NBA faction are known for, and that causes the runner to lose money.
So we have a runner that when agenda is scored, makes the corporation lose tempo. That means that a card that was already installed goes back to HQ and they have to install it again, by meaning that they lose time.
Yep.
And on the other side, we have a corporation that will make the runner lose money. So this is a tempo versus money resource management game.
Yep.
And I think it's going to be super interesting to watch.
Yeah. One thing about what you also mentioned, the effects, and this is important to. I mean, the game has a lot of different lingo or different vocabulary. So the ability of the runner happens whenever. So anytime this happens, this can happen multiple times in a turn, for example. Even if it's rare, but it can happen. And then the corporate ability here only fires the first time each turn, so on the runner side or on the corp side, but only one time per turn. And different cards with different effects will have this. Some of them will be whenever, and they're quite powerful, and some of them will have first time, which can still be a powerful effect, but it's limited in activations, so to speak, or it will only trigger 1 or 2 times. Yeah.
So the runner now is using this event that is called legwork, and it states that if you make a successful run on HQ being the hand, you can access 2 extra cards. So instead of being a single access, like it's called, you will access 3 cards.
Yeah.
And that allows you to not only gather more information, but if there is an agenda in hand, thing that you don't know, you will have a bigger probability to snap it.
Yep.
So it's a really interesting card that allowed the runner to know that the corporation is holding a wall of static, that it's ice, a marked accounts, that it's the card that they already have in stolen table, and a product placement, that it's an upgrade, that it's an advertisement. So if that card would to be installed and rest, the runner would lose a credit. And they are really low on credits.
Yeah. The challenge for the runner here is they definitely don't have a lot of money, but they do have interesting criminal cards like Inside Job, which is one of the cult cards in the community because it's this hacker in a toilet. So yeah, like basically sitting on a toilet seat, but not, of course, using the toilet, just hacking from the bathroom.
We don't know that.
Yeah, there's.
We don't know if he's using it.
Well, no. I don't know. Like...
we need to assume he's not. But it's really fun because it's an inside job. So probably he's inside the corporation on the bathroom stall, like, yeah, I'm inside the building. And it allows you to bypass the first encountered piece of ice.
Yep. So you can hop over a piece of ice. You don't have to do anything with it. You don't have to pay for it. You don't have to interact with it. You just hop over it. And that's it.
Over a rest piece of ice. Let's... Yeah, I'm just putting a lot of information in there. Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Forget what I said.
I think they remade the click for some reason. The wrong click. Yeah, okay, well.
Yes.
I don't know if you were on the stream already, but like, yeah, we do have quite a few players who are new to the game. Some of them started playing as recently as a week ago, and that might mean, but I mean, this is not about being new to the game or not. But basically, because of the complexity of the game or the different interactions you can have, sometimes it happens that you have to actually say, no, wait a minute, I didn't want to do this. I accidentally did something that actually I want to undo. And this is a courtesy thing as well, because of course it's a game, it has rules. If some things happen, they should happen, and you cannot take them back and so on. And there are community rules around playing at tournaments and so on and so forth. But in this tournament, because it's a friendly one, and like it's you are, it can be a learning experience for a lot of people here. Basically, taking things back is okay as long as both players agree. So we might be seeing some remakes, takebacks, indeed, and that's perfectly fine. Enigma. So this is being jumped over, and then the other piece of ice is not rest. Ooh. I wonder why.
Can it be an archer? That would be cheeky.
Yeah.
That would be really cheeky.
Yeah, and we did mention Archer earlier on. Archer costs you an agenda. So if you don't have an agenda as a corporation that you already scored, you cannot actually activate, you cannot res that piece of ice because you don't have the resources to pay for it. You don't have the agenda. So yeah, the product placement is gone. It didn't get res.
Yeah, but they didn't access the second card, did they? Oh, reverse accounts! Oh, reverse accounts is a card that can be advanced for the corporation. It's a hostile, and it can be rest and click to trash to make the runner lose certain amount of credits.
Yeah.
And the credit denial is real. Like we've got a criminal on 2 credits.
Yeah.
That's a thing.
Yeah, so if the corporation manages to make the runner lose a lot of money or not have a lot of money, it will be very hard for the runner to do anything because you do need the credits. You do need that to install cards, to play cards, to interact with ice and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So very often, not enough credits in your pool means that you are not really able to do anything other than click for credits, and you can basically spend an action to get a credit, and it is a basic action in the game, and both sides can do it, but it's probably the least optimal way of making credits or gaining credits in the game. So it is on the table for you, but you definitely want to have other options. And now we have a card on the table, Armitage Code Busting, which is a very cool job. So this is the runner just going to work, and it's not maybe the best job ever, but it pays the bills. So yeah, for every action you spend on it, for every click you spend on it, you get 2 credits, which is quite nice. And it has a limited amount of credits on it. You can see that there are 10 on it. And here we have an advertisement, which is one of the famous NBN cards, pop-up window. And yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's an ice with a subtype of code gate, so only code gates can interact with it.
Yeah.
That it's also an advertisement, so Spark makes the runner lose 1 credit.
Yeah.
And
okay.
oh,
We're going.
wow.
Oh, yeah, we're going. Because this is a Jinteki card, so this is from the red faction in the corporation side, and it's a trap. So the runner will actually. He jacks out. I think there should be an interaction, no?
Yeah, it has to have an interaction.
I think. Oh, so we're not gonna jump in, but
No.
yeah.
Elton is onto something though.
So yeah, there are referees at this tournament and so on, and yeah. So just to tell you why there was a and what exactly the situation here is. We have the runner running a server, approaching an ice, being able to go through it and getting into the server, and then they have a chance to. Before they access any cards that are in the server, they can just say, no, actually, I'm not getting in. And we've seen it in one of the previous games. And that was the situation where the runner, instead of accessing those cards, used a different effect to not access the cards. And it was like, okay, I'm not going to do it. But if it's a normal run, if it's a normal access, you have to access those cards. And the corporation the runner has to basically access those cards and interact with them, whatever the cards say. And in this case, the corporation can trigger a trap. And that trap can have bad effects on the runner. So they have to get net damage, which they did. And then they can trash it for 0 credits, which is good. But they lost the cards. And they lost a very important card here, a mimic.
No, what happened here is that Project Jumbuk, being an ambush, will trigger even if it's not rest, like face up. And Elton thought that they needed to res it. And by resing it, they gave this little space of time that we call window for Skargan to jack out.
Yeah, jacking
So
out. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, it was a legal play, but obviously not what the corporation intended.
Yeah.
So Skargan very gently just ran again and faced their fate. That was to face check a jump hook.
Yeah. And you mentioned another thing, which is jacking out, which basically means stopping the run and not accessing any cards and not interacting anymore with the corporation cards. Which, even though you're looking for all the agendas and you want to steal them, sometimes jacking out, sometimes stopping your run, sometimes not accessing cards is the right play, as you could see with the June bug and in many different cases in this game. It's like, okay, I can access cards, but do I really want to? Maybe I don't.
Yeah, there is a famous word, mostly on Jinteki players, where you will have a naked card on a remote. It's a card that it's not protected by ice.
Yeah.
Advanced or not. Mm-hmm. And when the runner runs it, you just go, do you really want to access? And that sentence alone makes everything very, very tense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it's like, oh, are they actually warning me, or is this an agenda they don't want me to access? Are they just saying this to me because they want to make me think it's an agenda and I will access and then it's a trap or not? And it's just really fun.
Yeah, and as a person that won at least one game doing exactly this, just sitting there, keeping a poker face, because when you're playing in person, it's really important to be able to just keep your face straight and just serious, or depends how you like to play, of course, but if you can just say, are you sure you want to access this card? And if your opponent goes like, maybe not, and then you win, it's like, yes.
Yeah, it's really good.
Or it can go the other way around as well. If you go like, are you really sure you want to access this card? And they access and then they lose because it was a trap. You're like, yes! So you can be very happy with this game in many different ways.
Yeah. It's really fun. Or, yeah. There are some cards that allow you to reveal cards on R&D or HQ. Yeah. And then you can rush the curve and like, yeah, I'm going to run there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we have a situation on the table on the other side where the runner has a program that actually that already happened in one of the previous games in the first round as well. When you install a program which occupies too much memory, because the runners start with a preset amount of memory, which is 4 usually, and if you install the programs, they all take memory. So usually it's 1, sometimes it's 0, sometimes it's 2, and the more powerful programs take up more memory. Sneak Door Beta is one of those. So now the runner, you can see on the left side, it says -1 of 4 MU unused and an exclamation mark. And this is just the website telling you, hey, you have too many programs with too much memory used. You have to trash something. You have to remove something from the game before Sneak Door Beta goes onto the table. So they have to drag it. And of course, if you haven't been playing on this platform too much, you may not know. I mean, there are different ways of removing programs. Like you can drag, or you can drag them, you can trash them, you can do different things. So the runner will, again, take back some moves here.
No problem.
Mm-hmm.
One very cool feature that Jinteki.net, the platform we're seeing the game now, has, is that you can undo your whole turn, but for that to happen, your opponent has to make the command too. Hence, making very clear that both players agree that this is the course of action that they're going to take. And that just brings back the consenting on a gentle person agreement. I want to undo my turn. If I don't agree with that, you won't be able to do it. But if I agree with that, I will type undo turn, and then you'll be able to do that. And that's just really cool.
Yep. Okay, so for now we've had quite a lot of things happening, and accesses and runs and reses and different things happening on both sides of the table, but no agendas. And this game, it's turn 10, still no points. And it's totally possible that a game will go like this because the R&D, so the deck of the corporation, of course it's shuffled and it's a deck of cards in the physical game. So you might be getting the cards you need to win or you might not. And you have to adapt to that as well. And, building a deck is generally setting the probability up. And of course, on one hand, you put the cards in that you want to get. But on the other hand, the amount of cards that you put in there and the proportions, like if you put a lot of ice and not enough money, that's not going to work for you unless your ice is cheap. If you put in a lot of assets, so the cards that you install in the servers and they can have different effects, again, you sign up or you create a certain strategy in your deck before you even start playing it that you have to remember you should try and follow because... you will get the cards you put into the deck, of course, but you will be getting them at random times. Some cards allow you, and some game effects allow you to control this way better. But usually it's you just draw a card and this is what you get.
Yeah, and now the runner is sitting comfortably in 8 credits. They are able to contest most of the ice because they have all their rig out. Remembering that rig is what we call the cards that are installed on the runner side. And let's not forget that in server 3, reversed accounts that could make that 7 comfortable credits on the runner side go away very fast. So another possibility is that the corporation can see that their ice is not ending the run.
Ooh, here we go. Here's an
End
agenda.
point. First point. And since they don't have enough end the run to stop the runner to access their remotes, maybe agendas have been piling up on HQ.
Yeah, so this means that the 5 or 6 cards right now in the corporation hands, chances are there are some agendas in there. We have seen an Explodapalooza, which is a very nice, again, like the flavor in this game is just out of this world for me. It's an agenda that's quite interesting because it gives the corporation points when scored. But if the runner accesses this card, the corporation actually can gain money from this as well. So that's it's a bit of everything. Like, okay, you get the points, but I get the money because this is the runner going to the movies, and they have to pay you for the movies in a way. It's
the flavor text on the card. It's like Lethal Action 3 only with more explosions.
Yeah. Haven't we all seen that? It's like John Wick, whichever, only with more Keanu Reeves. Well, anyway, server 3 right now is becoming a bit more protected, and there's a card in there, so that could be an agenda, like you were saying earlier on.
Or that could be the reverse accounts that the runner bounced when the agenda was scored.
Yeah, true.
And they could bounce the card because they're Lilo Patel and that's their ID ability. Like whenever an agenda is scored or stolen, they can add an unrest, and by unrest we mean face down card into HQ.
Mm-hmm.
Since the corporation knew that the runner accessed that card earlier, they couldn't trash it because they didn't have the money. And if I were the corporation, one thing you can do to avoid the bounce, it's res it. Because it's not hidden information anymore, so you can afford to put it back up, like facing up, rest, and hence avoid the Lila ability.
Yep.
It's just little things that you pick up with time and experience.
Yeah.
And this tiny difference, like these tiny things that you go and learn on the course of playing and playing and playing, it just makes the game much more interesting.
Yeah. I was going to mention this very particular piece of ice here, which is quite interesting as well from the mechanical point of the game. So we have a thing called wraparound, which usually would stop you from accessing cards, would end the run. And if it's quite interesting because if you don't have a particular type of card on the runner side, on your side of the table, this is a very strong card because it has a lot of strength. It's much harder for the runner to break if you don't have the right breaker on the table, which might be very useful against certain types of cards on the runner side. But right now, because the runner has a Fractor, which is this Corroder card here, a classic card in the setup, I would say. Yeah, so they have a Fractor, and the ice says if there is no installed Fractor, wraparound has +7 strength, but there is an installed Fractor, so it's 0 as printed. So it makes it very cheap for the runner to break.
That remote is just getting absolutely ridiculously hard to break because we've got a 0 credits runner and 4 pieces of ice and 17 credits on the corporation side. I'm just wondering what that fourth advance card is on server 3.
So I would be guessing, let's make guesses. I'm guessing that this is going to be a priority requisition which will allow the corporation to res a toll booth on that remote.
Okay, so I'm gonna follow you up on that and say that they didn't score it this turn because the last ice they put on was a tool booth. And they prefer to wait a turn so they could res that ice for free.
Yeah. On the other hand, we have Jessica in the chat saying it could be a paper trail. So this is an agenda that would trash resources, which would be very painful here for the runner. So yeah. We'll see.
Okay, we'll see.
Ooh,
6,
7. What?
7?
What is going on?
What? It's a bill.
Okay,
This
is perfect to explain as well. So, dear viewers. Yeah, it was an over-advanced Beal, which is a thing that NBN as a corporation can do because this is an agenda that only they can use. And it's a very particular interaction that allows them to score more points that are printed on the card. So because there were 7 advancement counters on the Project Beal, when it was scored, it's actually worth 2 additional points. So even though there's only 2 points on this card, it actually becomes a 4-point card. And for the deck building purposes, so this is like a step further into the game. When you start building decks, there are restrictions, there are rules about putting agendas into your deck. So for a certain amount of cards, you have to have a certain amount of printed points on those cards. But,
absolutely.
But this Beal actually makes it possible to say, okay, this is a 2-point agenda, unless I make it 4 points or more points, or I can make it any amount of points I want if I advance it a lot.
The numbers are 13 advancements for a 7-point Beal.
Yeah, if you
and that is a dream, isn't it? I mean,
yeah. If you manage to score a 7-point Beal, you should probably frame this or have it signed by your opponent and frame it on the wall and get like a different copy of the card because it's epic.
Yes, it is.
But on the other hand, we have the runner stealing an Explodapalooza again.
And giving more money to the corp.
Yep. So this is a back and forth game. Both players doing things and scoring points. It's fairly equal right now, although the corp has a lot more money. But the runner is super easy on getting into R&D. Like, they don't have to do much. They just have to keep paying for the wraparound.
1 credit.
Yeah. So
the ice the corporation is sporting, it's really cheap for the runner. So the runner not being in a lot of money, it's absolutely fine because they can get in HQ for 2 credits, in R&D for 8 credits, and well, you don't need much, do you? There you go, corporation contrasting that credit access to R&D with a second eyes.
Could be a toll booth this time, maybe? I don't know. I mean, to be
We
honest,
want
if you're the
capital.
runner and you know that you have to pay 1 credit for the wraparound, and then you have 6 counters on Data Sucker, which is a very interesting program from
Yep.
the Anarch faction. Generally, for any virus token, because it's a special type of tokens, you can decrease, for a virus token, you can decrease the strength of ice that you break. So the cost of interacting with that ice is lower because of the counters you have on this. So that piece of ice that's on R&D on the outside and that it's secret right now could be very strong, but with Data Sucker you can make it very weak, and then it's cheaper to interact with the programs you have on the table.
Exactly. I don't know if you got into deep how the interaction. Oh, that's Nietzsche. So we've got Sentry Ice that has 4th strength, and Mimic, that it's the Sentry Killer, can only interact with that ice if the strength of the ice and the icebreaker are equal. That means that they will have to use a Data Sucker token to lower the strength of the Sentry to be able to interact with it and use the only printed thing on Mimic, that it's the for 1 credit you can break the Sentry subroutine.
And this is exactly what happened here. We had 6 counters, now we have only 5 counters on the Data Sucker, and they moved on to the Enigma. And here the situation is a bit different. Enigma has a strength 2, and Abanail has a strength 2 as well. So the runner does not have to spend any extra money to increase the strength of the breaker. They can just break the code gate subroutines, which they did. And then we have a wall of static, which is a barrier. So this
but they cannot break because they earn 0 credits. So that's gonna end the run.
That is very true. And the Corp was perfectly aware of this.
Yep.
But yeah, because the interaction here would be if the runner had the money in their bank, which they don't, you have Corroder, which you have to increase the strength of by 1 and then use 1 other credit to break the barrier subroutine. So that's 2 extra credits that the runner did not have at the moment of encountering the wall of static. So that's
They are just now using the click to use Army Touch code busting to gain 2.
Yeah.
And that's how you need to manage your resources. If the runner had clicked, that last click they used to use Army Touch code busting to gain 2 credits would have been their 3rd click instead of the last.
Yeah.
They could have gotten in.
Yeah. That is very true.
That is just brutal.
So yeah, absolutely. Oh, go on.
It's really interesting to, after all these years of playing, being commentating about the basics of the game and the basic interactions. It just refreshes how I fell in love with this game. Because when you're playing right now, 4 years after, I don't think like, oh, how cool is it that I actually have to put strength on my breakers to be able to interact with my eyes. It's just like, yeah, I bust this and I break and I pass and stop it. Having to make this mental effort of actually, hey, the way it works is this. It's just so pretty. And we were very wrong. No toolbooth on R&D, just a pop-up window.
Yeah. Which makes the runner lose a credit and then lose a credit and then lose a credit, but yeah. By the way, just in case, maybe this is not going to happen, but we may have some technical difficulties with the server. I'm keeping an eye on Discord in case there's like a remake of a game or something. We will see if that has to happen. But for now, we're fine, and this game has been going on smoothly. Some people have reported that they have slight issues, but we should be fine. We should be fine. Is this another build?
Server update in 10 minutes.
Oh, whoa. Okay.
Yeah, I can actually check on Slack.
Yeah.
If you want.
Oh, if you could, that would be great. Otherwise, I mean, yeah, let's not worry too much. We're gonna try and see as much of this game as possible. And right now, the Corp is on another Beal, but this one is only 2 points. So the corporation is at 6 points now, and they could win any minute now here if the runner does not find more points to win this game. And that's a challenge for the runner here. Today is just 3 rounds indeed, so we will have a short technical break after this round, more likely. Thank you so much for all the messages in the chat explaining what's going on. It's good to know in the digital world. And the runner here, okay, now with 11 credits, which is enough, more than enough to break this wall of static. The data sucker counter still making it cheaper because why not? You can use them, you will use them. And accessing a single card from HQ from the hand of the corp. Not finding an agenda, finding a hedge fund, which is one of the basic economy cards in the game for the corporation. And again, wall of static being made cheaper. You can do multiple runs each turn usually. Adonis campaign, which is an asset. And that gets trashed because any card on the corporation side with a trash cost with this little bin and a number, if the runner accesses it and they have the money to trash it, they can trash it.
Yep. So sorry. Yeah, Cluster Fox was already on it. Noah will wait until the finish of the round.
Oh, thank you, Noah.
The update should take only like 5 minutes. So we're gonna be golden.
Yeah.
I just really need a quick break.
Yeah, go for it. I'm just for everybody wondering how this is actually working. The people in the community are over the world. So Noah, I mean, we're sitting in Europe, and Noah is on the other side of the planet. So I don't even know what time it is for Noah, but he's one of the main admins for JNet and one of the main developers right now. And if Noah says there's an update, there will be an update. We just have to wait for the update to happen after this game, which is very nice. Or after this round, sorry. Server 3 could be game now, and this is a very tough situation for the runner. Although, let's be honest, if they manage to get some money in, okay, first they're gonna run probably, okay, well, because it's cheap enough, yeah. But I'm not sure if this was the right choice here, and we're getting into the nitty-gritty of where should you be running and for what reason? Because here they will have to spend some money. And maybe that's not going to be enough to break all the ice on server 3 with the last click. I'm not so sure this is actually going to work. They will need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They do have 5 credits, and there's some ice that's unres on server 3 that could... I don't know. Oh, well, but still, they will not have enough money. They will not have enough money. This is rest, so Ichi is... Okay, but this is actually stopping the corp. Okay, so me going back and forth like this in my head is just me thinking too fast and not saying what's happening. Here the runner forced the corp to actually rest this piece of ice, otherwise they would be able to get in with the money that they have. It looked like they didn't have enough money to interact with all the pieces of ice on the way into server 3. But because the runner forced the corp to res this piece of ice called Ichi 1.0, which has 5 credits to res as the cost to activate, the corporation went to 0 credits, which means that they don't have credits to advance the card in server 3. So that kind of delayed the inevitable, because now the runner still has to get in here. And that's gonna be not cheap. That's definitely not going to be cheap. They will need at least 1, 2, 3. Oh no, actually they can get in. Ooh. So the runner right now has this very difficult balancing act between the money they have, the programs they have on the table, the virus counters they have on Data Sucker, and so on and so forth. If they want to get into server 3, which could contain the winning agenda, the winning points. If it's another, for example, Project Beal, and the Corp has 3 credits, the Corp on their turn can just spend 3 actions, 3 clicks, and the 3 credits to go advance, 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 and then score the agenda. Scoring an agenda does not take any action. It doesn't have any additional cost, usually, 99% of the cases. You just have to say, oh, this was an agenda, it has the right amount of advancement tokens on it, I can score it. So the runner here playing a very risky game now. They are trying to find more points, but I think they should be going for server 3. What they might be holding, and we're only going to figure out probably with the last click, is a card called Stim Hack, which gives you a lot of money for 0 credits. Oh, that's a Beal. Okay. 6 points for both sides. This is exciting now. And oh wow, this was another thing with the interactions in the game that is really lovely if you know what you're playing here. So by scoring that one Project Beal from R&D, so accessing a top card from the deck of the Corp, the runner's ID ability, the bouncing of the cards, adding the card to HQ triggered, which like we were talking about this earlier, actually slowed the Corp down, because now they have to install that card again in server 3 if they want to. So
Exactly.
yeah, so the Corp was probably on winning point here, but the runner is also on winning points right now here, because okay, this is interesting. This is
Also,
really interesting.
we need to remind that the more you know about the game, the only agendas that are worth 3 advancement tokens are the project bills.
Yeah.
And there are no project bills left on the deck, because there's only 3 of them. So right now, the corporation have to advertise that they're scoring an agenda.
Yeah.
Because they will have to advance them once, at least, to take out a 4-2.
Yeah. One thing I have not mentioned at all today, and I will mention it right now because you brought it up, and thank you so much for doing this. And this is just for the deck building purposes, but also it explains why certain decisions are made in the game, is that usually most of the cards in the game you can put only 3 copies of into your deck. So even though some of them might be really good, or some of them might be not so good, but maybe you just need, I mean, they're useful for you for different reasons. The general rule is you can have 3 copies of a card in the deck. However, some cards you can only have 1 copy of, some cards you can have multiple copies of, and they're all explained on the card. That's game, that's a paper trail, and that's the points. Oof! The Corp managed to eke out a victory here, even though, this was a very nice, very, I would say very balanced and fair game of Netrunner. Both players did a lot of different things for different reasons, and the Corp wins on turn 21. This was a long game, but it was really exciting to see what's happening here. Okay, let's hop out of this table. Let's hop into a different table. Oh, we have Darth Luke versus Blue Rider. Should we watch this? Oh, this is an NBN game. Let me see.
There's the criminal. We just saw that. I'm sorry.
So, no, it's okay. Yeah. So this is
Can we
we're gonna watch the same game, but from the other side. Are they remaking the game? They're still remaking the game. Okay, sorry. So they're gonna be remaking the game. I think. Oh, was it the second game? I don't know. This was the first game.
That was the first game. That was a long game.
Yeah, it was a long game. So they have still some time. Now the question is, will we have an update now? Will we have an update later? Do we wait for the second game? Yeah, we have a bit of a technical question here.
We'll have an update at 5 CET time. I think.
So we still have 30 minutes, I guess.
Half a minute, yeah.
Okay. Let's just wait for them to recreate.
There you go.
Okay.
So Noah said that it will take 5 minutes. He was gonna do the update like 20 minutes ago. It was brought to his attention that we were playing a tournament, and he very gently just said like, oh, I don't want to do that while you're playing, because obviously the games that are started would disappear. So he will wait until the round is done. And yeah, that's a really nice thing for him to do. Community takes care of the community, and
Yep. Okay, we still have half an hour in the round, so yeah, like you said, the update is going to be happening at 5 local time or Central European time.
Yep.
I started coming up, as people organize tournaments and so on, and they make games happen. It's like TO time, tournament organizer time. Wherever the tournament organizer is, that's the time that we're going for.
yeah, complete, totally.
Yeah, you could be in Asia, you could be in South America, you could be anywhere, but your hour is the one that guides everybody, I would say. Okay, we have a kit. We have a kit
love
on the table.
kit.
Yeah.
So yesterday night, I was just playing some games online with some friends, and a Malaysian player asked me if I could help him with a TOing tournament that he was running.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, yeah, sure. When is it? It was like, well, in 3 hours. It was like, well, in 3 hours it's going to be 5 a.m. for me, so I'm going to have to pass on that.
Yeah, this is the thing about the global community, which is great. I mean, it's really amazing to have people, especially when we meet in person, and that has happened already in several cases, several times. When people get together for this game in different places, it's amazing to just hang out. But when you're playing online, sometimes it's like, oh yeah, I just woke up and I'm having coffee. And it's like, yeah, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning here and I'm falling asleep, but I'm still having.
And I had 4 beers.
Yeah, and it's like, and it works well, as I think, as long as people are aware of who is where and what state they're in. And this is why people also chat during the game here, like, in the text chat, or they use Discord or anything else to communicate, which is cool. It really helps because, yeah, sometimes I would be like, why are you playing so slowly? Like, it's very late. Oh, okay, fair enough. Okay,
so we got RP, a friendly reminder that this is a Jinteki ID that doesn't allow the runner to run any remote if they haven't made a previous central servers being archives, R&D, or HQ, and it doesn't have to be successful. But that's a nice thing to remember.
That is true.
And on the runner side, we've got a Shaper, that it's a kid. She was my first ever runner, and we've been taught that her ability is really special. Like, we've been talking how you need certain programs to deal with certain eyes, and it has to match, like, the sentry breaker only breaks sentries. Her ability is that the first piece of ice you encounter each turn will gain a code gate subtype. So, for her to be able to break one single piece of ice, she only needs to have a code gate out.
Yeah.
And that's really powerful on the early game, if she can find her breakers, obviously, because that doesn't seem that happened.
Or you're just waiting for the money to get them. There's a very powerful card on the table here, but it's also very expensive. So runners, the shapers, as we were already talking, they're people who are kind of, they have a lot of knowledge, they have the resources, they have a lot of tricks, and professional contact is one of those cards that is a very shaper card. It is quite expensive. 5 credits is a decent amount of money, but for every click you take, and you can use it repeatedly, you gain one credit and 1 card. You draw 1 card, and this is very powerful because usually for 1 click, for 1 action, you can do one or the other, whereas this just says no. Now when you click this card, when you spend an action on this card, you get both. So you can draw a lot of cards and you can make not a lot of money like in one go, but it's very, very good because you get cards and money. So it's a very good engine here.
Completely agree. Ooh, the runner revealing a path campaign. It's a really expensive asset to trash. It's 4 credit to trash, and the runner was on 0. But this asset will give the corporation 1 credit at the beginning of every turn.
So what this means generally, because the corporation usually only has 3 actions, 3 clicks, and they have to draw a card in the beginning of the turn, so they're kind of forced to draw a card. This saves you the actions to make money, and this is very nice for you as the corporation. The runner can trash it again because there's a bin on this card. There's a little trash bin, but they have to run it and pay 4 credits, which is not cheap.
Yep, sorry, I was checking the chat.
Mm-hmm.
And Jessica makes a really good point by saying that Kate is really interesting because the corp has to plan their ice placement.
Yeah.
Because you want to save your code gate ice to put in the outside.
Okay. Okay, we had a bit of a misinteraction here, but that's not a problem. Very interesting piece of, and this is probably going to be a very good way of introducing this concept as well. We have a piece of software called Atman on the table, and this is an AI breaker. So now that we already talked about code gates and sentries and barriers that are the different types of ice, Atman is an AI, so it's an artificial intelligence icebreaker that allows you to break any type of ice, but all the AI icebreakers, they have certain limitations or certain restrictions. And
Yeah, of course.
This case, when you install it, you have to pay X money, or you may pay X money to place power counters on it, and that sets the strength. And the tricky part of Atman is that the strength of Atman cannot be changed much once you install it. So you have to kind of go for a certain value and then maybe use other cards to affect that. But yeah, it's a very interesting mechanic because you have this universal breaker that's really cool, but you have to be skilled in using it, or you have to know what's going on the corp side to use it most efficiently. So this is the situation here right now. And indeed,
Yeah, we were.
Go on.
Oh no, sorry. Just Jessica was saying that a blind atlas at 2, blind as in none of the eyes was rest, so you don't know what strength you should put it in. But counting that that soccer, as we talked on the previous game, allows you to lower the strength of the eyes that you are encountering. It's kind of okay because if you face, for example, a 4 strength ice, you can use 2 of the power tokens, the Beerus tokens on that soccer to lower the strength so Admin can interact with them.
Yeah. And there is a very interesting interaction here because lowering the strength of ice is absolutely okay. However, and this is the tricky part of the game, some ice can have strength 0, for example, like you have the Yagura here. And this is very funny because, generally because of the limitation of Atman, Atman can only break ice subroutines on pieces of ice that has the strength equal to Atman's. So it cannot be less. It has to be exactly the number. And this is the part where Yagura cannot actually be broken by Atman because the strength is lower. So yeah, it's like a scalpel. It's a very good tool, but you really have to be careful using it. And
absolutely.
Otherwise, Yagura is going to do things.
There is a special piece of ice on Jinteki that it's called Lotus Field.
Yeah.
That specifies that the strength on that ice cannot be lowered by anything. So that could be also an issue for admin in this case. Oh, and here it is, a new card that has a new ability. If you can show them Deus Ex.
Yeah, it's on the screen.
Yeah, you can see these little bin cards, bin icons, and that means that for you to use it, you don't have to pay credits, you don't have to pay clicks. You have to trash the card. And this card allows you to do two things when you break it. Either you can break any number of AP subroutines that some ice has AP subtypes like Yagura, or you can prevent any amount of damage. And as you can see, it's strength 10. It's a one-off solution for risky plays, I think.
Yeah. It's so the AP, by the way, because you might be wondering, like, what are all the different, acronyms and stuff like that. AP in this case, it's basically a subtype that's just used to identify certain interactions in the game, and it means anti-personal. So this is usually stuff that hurts the runner. So in the case of Yagura, AP here stands just for the net damage. I mean, basically, it's a code gate. It does certain things, but it's an AP anti-personal ice, which gives you damage. And yeah, this is just used in the game because it's a card game with many different interactions between different types of cards, and there are many different subtypes of cards. So all the boldened words usually on the cards mean that there might be more than one type of that card in the game, in the general card pool, and it's good to know like how do certain cards interact. So for people who build decks or want to explore the game, there is an online database with all the different cards, and you can search through it and you can build decks and so on. It's called netrunnerdb.com. If you don't know it, it's definitely useful to take a look at if you're interested in the game. And I would say it's the resource right now or nowadays for many people to explore the game and play with it.
Oh, absolutely. You also can, you can use it, as you said, for deck building, but you can use it only to like search for cards, search for certain types of cards, or just check what other people have built.
Yeah.
So you can, any deck list that is public, it's for you to grab if you want. You can search for, I want to play Jinteki Replicating Perfection, but I don't know how to deck build. Don't worry. There are tons of Replicating Perfection already made. And you can go check them out. Usually they come with an explanation on how to play them. And you can borrow the deck build and use it. And just enjoy yourself without having to think about how you want to deck build something. There's tons of people that never deck build and they just play decks that other people have built, and that's perfectly okay.
That would be me. Okay, so what we have here is the corporation slowly putting more and more defenses, and they have a lot of money, so they're pretty okay on that side. On the other hand, we have the runner slowly preparing as well, but they don't have that much money, so they have to, or they have money on the table, on the board, but they don't have money in the bank, because the credits you have on the cards, like you can see in the case of Armitage code busting, they are not automatically added to your credits. Sometimes you have to do certain things to get the money off the cards into your credit pool, which is accessible for anything. Some cards, when you install them, they actually have money on it that can be used universally, so you can use it from the card. But again, all of those interactions or effects are usually described by the cards, and it's very clear what a card does and how it works once you see the card.
Totally.
Yeah. We have an undo turn. Okay.
Once you know the mechanics of the game and how things interact with each other, you could blindly get a deck and just play it by reading the cards.
Mm-hmm.
Just easy. Okay. I think the runner is going to server 1
You think
because
so?
they just use this event that can modify the subtypes of a piece of ice.
Oh yeah, that's this one. Tinkering. Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
So
And they're checking an Ichi that it's a sentry, but by the ability of the runner becomes a code gate, so they can interact with it. And then they face a Surge that is a 2-strand sentry, but because of tinkering it's installed on it, it's also a code gate, so they can interact with it.
And here we have something that was mentioned in the chat, and that was a very good call by the runner. When they installed Atman, they set it to 2, and this means that, you know, whatever happens, I mean, of course, right now it's a code gate, but if it wasn't a code gate, the Atman at strength 2 can perfectly fine interact with Tsurugi without any problems. So that was a very interesting play, and that was mentioned.
But wait a second, because the runner only had 2 credits left, so they can only break 2 subroutines. Oh, the corporation! That means that they could do 2 net damage.
Yeah.
But the corporation rests the Hokusai grid, that it's an upgrade that states that whenever there is a successful run on the server, they can do 1 net damage.
Yeah. And here, yeah. Sorry, go on. Yeah, you were going to explain that.
No. Meaning that if the runner had actually gotten through the server, they would have been flatlined.
Yeah. They would receive way too much damage that they had cards in their hand. So, I mean, not way, but like 1 more extra point would be enough. They would lose all the cards in their hand and 1 extra, which they didn't have. That would mean them losing the game, which in turn, well, I mean, because they couldn't do it and they had to jack out, or actually the corp ended the run. Now they could score Nisei, so they're getting slowly to a place where they can win the game. Now they have a counter on the Nisei, which allows the Corp to finish the run at any moment during the run, which is also a very, and this is kind of like advanced play in a way, because when the runner runs server 1, the Corp can just say, yeah, okay, please spend your money, you have to break 2 pieces of ice, you have to, you have to interact with them, yeah, of course, and then before they get to that server, the Corp can just say, oh, by the way, end the run. So yeah. But we have an interesting counterplay here on the runner side, the Maker's Eye, which is the first time we see it, I think.
Awesome. It's the R&D equivalent of legwork. It's an event that states that whenever you can make a successful run on R&D, you will be allowed to see 2 extra cards from R&D. So in this case, if Elton can make the run, the successful run on R&D, they will see 3 cards instead of 1.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there was a bit of a misclick here, and that actually changes the things a bit. No, I mean that's fair enough. That just happened, and it's good that the runner notices this because they don't have the credits. No,
but if they don't have the credits, they cannot interact with it because Tuborg states that whenever they encounter, they have to lose 3 or end the run. So that's a big misplay here.
Oh, well.
Sorry.
Nothing can happen here anyway because the Corp doesn't have the money. Or maybe the misclick actually... Oh, sorry, not the misclick. I don't know. I mean, I'm leaving this to the players to figure out because that's the thing. We're not the judges here and we're not going to be making any calls. And this is...
no, I'm not going to make any call, but that was absolutely a misplay.
Yeah, we assume that the runner did not have the money to pay for the toll booth interaction. So, but I think... They had the money for an encounter. Yeah, I mean, this is something we can rewatch on the replay or whatever. But generally what happened is the runner accessed a card from R&D. It was a snare, which is nasty, but the Corp did not have the money because they spent it on raising the toll booth to pay for the snare. So the snare did not activate fully. It was just accessed and trashed for 0 credits.
Yep.
The runners comment saying, this is going well. Yeah, indeed, you are very low on credits. And the Corp is slowly just playing its own game and,
Yeah, it's interesting because the runner has Katie Jones that can only be used once a turn, and they kind of forgetting her a
Well,
bit, and maybe maybe just like spending one turn on taking credits off Katie, clicking Armitage, and just like busting their economy so they are allowed to actually interact with the corporation in a way. I think it could be like a nice move.
yeah.
Like running, it's of course part of the game. You need to know what's going on. You need to check cards. You need to know, but you have to keep your credits up. And working on a basis of like 3-4 credits a turn limits what you can do as a runner or as a corp, to be honest, a lot. So see, yeah, Armitage, bust Katie, and suddenly you have one click left and 11 credits.
Yeah. So,
Interesting.
Yeah, I would probably run server 1, but...
You can't because you're playing against RP.
See, this is the thing. I know the game, I know what's happening, but I keep forgetting. So yeah, of course, you have to run the central server. And well, this is probably the corp scoring a 2-pointer or maybe a 3-pointer, but probably a 2-pointer. Although if this is a priority requisition, which it could
Or
be,
maybe it's a Junbug.
maybe it's a Junbug, maybe it's a trap, maybe it's an agenda, and we will see
Of
in a turn. We're gonna see Hokusai Grid, which if it's not installed does nothing. So this card has to be installed and face up to actually deal the damage.
Yep.
Because it's not, it can just be accessed with no problems, with no side effects. The runner can trash it if they pay the money. And they did that. Now the corp is resing a Maryland campaign, so I assume server 1 is not an agenda because they do spend money on Maryland campaign. Oh, what's going on? Isn't that like
What?
the corp turn?
I don't understand what's going on.
Uh,
What?
oh no, okay, no, I think they
I'm
pre-resed it. Yeah.
super confused.
I think they pre-resed, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, so they could get the money. Yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
makes
that's
sense.
yeah.
Was
Okay.
what's going on? Yeah,
I
okay.
was like, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Like,
This is a timing
super
thing, yeah,
weird.
because it was still the runner's turn, but it was actually the corp acting. But now they just
Yep.
gain a credit, they play a hedge fund, and they still have a click.
And they're back to 9 credits. Okay, this is really close now. Okay. The runner is set up. They've got their data sucker to be able to interact with admin and any kind of eyes. They've got the Gordian Blade that is the code gate breaker that allows real kit ability. And on the other side, we've got very steady credit getting corporation with some ice rest, some card installed. It just, yeah. Wow. Okay, so now they have, they force the runner to pay 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they corrected themselves. That's fine. That's good. And single access R&D.
Could be an agenda, maybe.
Or a snare. Oh, or a barreling campaign.
Or a snare agenda. Well, anyway, yeah, so nothing there.
I just love
Oh,
snare.
running that Merlin campaign. Okay. It's an interesting choice.
Well, that will allow you to, if they shuffle it, that will allow you to rerun R&D and see a fresh card.
True, but you're on 0 clicks. And now I would say to the corp... Okay, another path campaign. Okay, that's an agenda. Is that a
Okay.
prereq? Oh no, it's okay. It's a fetal AI, which could be painful. It's not a 3-point agenda. Usually anything that you advance to 5 would be a 3-point agenda, but in fetal AI the case is the card is balanced this way because it's a it doesn't give you 3 points, but it has very nasty side effects. So yeah. Oh, John Masanori. John Masanori is an interesting card. It's a risk-reward kind of a card because if you run and you successfully run a server, then you draw an extra card, which is nice. But if you run and you actually are unsuccessful, you are tagged. The corp knows where you are. So it's a very thematic card, like most of the cards in Netrunner.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if you install it, then you may have to face some consequences in case things don't go the way the card tells you. Okay.
Katana can be easily solved by both Atman or Gordian Blade, but that just means that Gura will have to be dealt with Gordian Blade. That is not a big deal because it's just 2 credits.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and the second dinosaur is hitting the hip.
No.
That makes me really sad.
Dinosaurus is such a cult card as well because it's so cute.
Yes. The story behind Dinosaurus is actually NBN as a corporation would create all these plushy technological companions to give to kids, and they would have like cameras and microphones to know what kids want and be able to make advertisement cater and products cater to those kids. But Chaos Theory, the other Shaper ID, has one of them, and she has transformed it to be her console.
Yep.
And it's one of the, I think it's the only console that doesn't give you a plus MU. Because this console is able to host a non-AI breaker without the memory of it installed affecting your rig.
Mm-hmm.
And the icebreaker will have a +2 strength forever.
Yeah, it's
while it's installed.
It is a very useful effect.
And with Kit, it has an amazing interaction because you mostly only need one icebreaker to be effective. So you will have to pay less money to be using that one icebreaker that you need. So it just pretty to watch.
Yeah. Now we have a very interesting situation, and the runner is, well, you have to run a central, and then you have server 1 and server 7. Which one would you run?
Server 7 can be an agenda, an ECMK, for example. But server 1 can be the Philotic Entanglement. That is the 3-2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I probably, and it's better defended. So either they're rosing you into believing that you will put your agenda on your most defended remote, or they just went for the cheeky play and was like, yeah, I'm just gonna put there you go.
But the thing is, server 7 is probably an agenda as well. Also, the corp could have used an Nisei counter to just stop the run before the runner access.
That is true.
And I don't know if they didn't do it because they forgot about it, or they just have a server 7 Nisei Mark II and they just like, whatever, I'm just gonna
don't care.
Yeah, I'm gonna advance and score this, because that's also a possibility. As long as your opponent doesn't get the points to win. Oh no!
No! Oh!
Ooh, that could have been game then. That could have been game before, and it's not. Okay, well.
They totally forgot about the counter. That has happened to you. That has happened to me.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah. If you never forgot Nisei MK2 counter, are you even playing Netrunner?
So this,
No,
yeah,
no,
this is
no.
the thing. This is the thing, and the more cards you have on the table, or the more interactions you have on the table, the easier it becomes to forget about something. And this is why playing in casual tournaments or playing just casual games is very important to get into the flow of the game and into kind of the rhythm, and you know what the deck is doing, and you know what to remember, you know which triggers to remember, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And it's a part of the skills, and that's why the game rewards repetitive play or repeated plays, because you get better. And time. So we have the TO jumping in and saying time. What this means in a tournament setting generally, because the runners and corps have to be played on both sides, usually you would get around 30-35 minutes for each side on average. But of course, one game can go longer. The first game here was 30 something minutes. The other game can go a bit slower, whichever or faster. What it means, when the game hits time, then the active player ends their turn, so gets to play the turn until the end, and then the player that didn't have a turn at that time gets one extra turn to just play out, and that's it. And then we count the points, and then whoever has the most points wins the game. If it's the same number of points, it's a draw. Oh, he used the counter to endure on. What?
Yeah. I wanted to jump in. It was like, hey, that's an agenda.
So okay, this is interesting, and
they're gonna win by points, and it's so. Yeah, check out.
I mean, to be honest, even if server 1 was an agenda with 3 points, oh no, they used now. Okay, fair enough. Okay, yeah. But I was going to say, like, even if this was a 3-pointer, even if the runner scored it, that's fine. Like, they're gonna be at 5 points, and that's gonna be it. But yeah, we had a counter here, and you can scroll in the log and see. Oh yeah, Skargan spends a hosted agenda counter from on Nisei to use. Yeah, okay, yeah. So this is what happens. Yeah, okay. So yeah. So that's exactly what the corp did. They have an agenda here. They're gonna score it. It's another fetal AI. Oh no, it's a priority requisition. Okay, so yeah, it's 3 points. The corp wins on points, and yeah. Even if the runner stole it, that wouldn't have mattered for the final score, because they would still be 6 points to corp versus 5 on the runner. This was a very tough game for the runner. They really couldn't find the agendas. The corp got all the right agendas, and the setup was really good in their favor. And this was finishing round 2. Dear viewers, so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna take a technical break. I need a technical break.
No. We are obliged to take a technical break because Gene Techie is going to be updated right now.
Yeah, so Janet is getting an update. We're taking a break, and we'll be back once we know a bit more about the next turn. And until then, yeah, take it easy, chill for a bit, and talk to you soon.
Yeah, go get a snack, bathroom break, blah blah blah.
All that jazz.
See you in a bit.
See you in a bit. Hey there, everybody. If you're just joining us, I'm just gonna click around a bit. Yeah, if you're just joining us, we're waiting slowly for the third round of the Triple System Core tournament, which only has 3 rounds. So this is gonna be the last round, and it's actually not much of a tournament. It's a fun event which has points in it. And today the idea is to make sure that we talk a bit more about the game itself and explain it to people who may not know it a bit more with the stream. Kind of practice explaining certain basics or certain concepts in this game, because it is a rather complicated or complex game with loads of interesting interactions and well, you could say insider knowledge in a way, but generally if you learn the basics, if you understand the basics, if you kind of let them embed themselves into your brain in a way, you will be able to enjoy the game way more than just going like, oh, I don't know what's going on, or like, why is this card doing this, and so on and so forth. So today it's a bit of a different stream. We're not streaming highly competitive, very experimental, super speed Netrunner experience for you. It's the System Core, which is a format as well, which is definitely recommended for people who want to explore the game from the very beginnings in a way. And yeah, I'm going to mention a few things before the next round starts, before I am joined again by Princess Space Kitten on the stream. I'm just going to make sure that I mention a couple of other things happening soon, because I believe I should. I mean, right? Let me just pull up the premium website for all the tournaments ever, which is Always Be Running. So I'm going to pull it up on the screen for your pleasure. You can also, of course, look it up yourselves. But basically, Always Be Running is a community-made resource for upcoming tournaments, offline and online. Obviously, nowadays, a lot of the stuff is happening online, even if it might be saying that it's happening offline. But let's take a look into the future. So, and I don't know why this doesn't refresh, because theoretically it should refresh to show certain things that is not showing on my side. Let's blame my settings and nothing else. We're talking about next weekend, generally. We have 2 store championships happening in the UK, and they're going to be happening online, I think. Although, no, if I remember correctly, the Taunton/Tiverton one is delayed or postponed or something. It might not be happening just yet. But yeah, there's at least one store championship happening in New York, which is hosted by Akira, who's one of the stalwarts of the community in the UK, one of the main community animators in there, and not only, also as online coordinator at Nisei, which is the fan organization running the organized play and developing new ideas, expanding the game past its natural span. And then I'm gonna bang a bit of my own drum, because I can. If you are interested in playing in a meta that's a bit different. So today we are watching a tournament which is all about a rather limited card pool with decks that are built through the regular deck building rules. And yeah, it's just a limited card pool, making it a bit more predictable in a way, but still very entertaining and definitely balanced. But if you're interested in a different type of play, there's Iberian Lockdown, and I'm organizing this next weekend. It's on the 9th. It's going to be starting at 4 local time, or Central European time. Let's put it this way. It has a slightly different meta, so do take a look at Always Be Running if you're interested in playing this. It's a bit more complicated than the core set or the System Core experience. And then we also have an event organized by PSK, which is the Store Championship. It's happening online. It's happening on Sunday, next Sunday. There will be 4 rounds of Swiss. I will probably be streaming my games. I really hope to play. We have people registered who are from here and who are not from here, which is quite interesting. It's quite fun. It's going to be happening online. You have to register using a form. So if you want to play in the Barcelona Store Championship, it's going to be awesome. We're looking forward to this one. And then, yeah, please do check Always Be Running for any and all events happening, because you do want to make sure that everything is working correctly. And speaking of working correctly, I believe we may have had the pairings up already. So I'm going to get back on what's his name, Discord with voice, and if PSK is on here with me, yay, welcome back. I think we have the we have the pairings up already, so we should be going. I would like to see the game. You mentioned Ketzel, right? At some point.
Yes.
I think Ketzel is definitely happening here. Ketzel was probably table. It's Willy BN1, I would say. That's table 3, unless they're gonna be Oh, actually, Ryan Bantwins is also on Ketzel, right? Yeah. So maybe let's look at Ryan Bantwins on table 2 or table 3. Pick, please.
Okay, so table 3.
Table 3. Oh, you have table 3. Okay.
No, because table 2, it's a Shaper against Jinteki, and we just watched that interaction.
Fair enough.
So yeah, table 3 then. But oh my god, such pressure! Don't make me decide things.
So we're going. Okay, so table 3 it is.
Oh, Jessica wants table 2 though.
Yeah, but we can.
That's a good point. Okay.
What's a good
She's
point?
agreeing with me. She's agreeing with me.
Okay.
She's agreeing. That's good. That's good. That's okay. Thank you, Jessica.
Well, if the players don't agree for any reason whatsoever, we're fine swapping tables. No problem whatsoever. It's always good to ask. By the way, apologies for my munching sound, but this is my apple, so I'm gonna.
It's gonna be crunch munching.
Yeah, we're gonna just be munching. Thank you, by the way, for all the kind words in the chat. I'm really glad that we can make it, that we can have an event that's, for a change, a bit more, a bit less advanced, or let's say meant for experienced players who've been playing the game for a long time and know many cards and many interactions, and there's way more variety. But this event is still exciting. It still has many interesting plays, as you could see, and it's much easier to follow, and it's also much easier to just kind of explain the game with those cards, because they're meant to be a bit more on the kind of core Netrunner side, with still all the different interactions that the game offers. And yeah, absolutely, Jessica, you should play next week, at least in the Store Championship. We are totally inviting you to come over and play. Especially since it's online. I mean, if you were ever wondering if you can come over to Barcelona and play cards, you can do so right now using your browser. Isn't the future great?
That's amazing. We will make sure to, on the breaks, just pull some pretty pictures of Sagrada Familia and Paraguay, so you feel like you're here.
Yeah.
You only need some bravas and some beer, and you're good to go.
I think this is a cool idea for the Barcelona Store Championship. Like, it's next weekend, so maybe update people saying it's still happening, like just checking in and so on. And then, by the way, if you want to have the experience at home, this is what you need, and this is the recipe for bravas. This is where you can get vermouth or.
I can totally do that. I have a week, and if not, you can wait until next year and come to BCom 2021.
Oh yeah, BCom. Already looking forward to that.
Me too. I'm actually waiting for the next event that can happen in real life, because I can't wait to see people. One of the things I miss the most, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's like we're gonna take such revenge on reality once we can all just meet again, and hopefully that's gonna be sooner rather than later. But once things are more or less back to social normal, more or less, then it's gonna be like, okay, the first party is gonna be huge, and not because of partying like crazy or anything. It's just gonna be, I can finally see people. It's gonna be great. Oh, welcome to the stream, Anarcho Mushroom. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, sorry. I'm going to actually speak out this one. What are the factions that are best suited to play drunk?
Drunk.
Okay. Anarch, probably, because you don't care about your cards. You just go ahead and do whatever you have to do. And then definitely Jinteki. Jinteki shell game, as we were explaining before, it's this kind of game where you would put out some cards, advance some, not advance others, and just let the runner see if there are traps or agendas or whatever. So the drunker you are, the least structured you are, and the harder it is for the runner to actually know what's going on, because you yourself don't know what's going on. So it's harder to, foresee what your next play can be.
Speaking of playing, we start the next game now. And I'm very glad that we chose this table because we have two corporations. We have two identities we haven't seen before.
Amazing. Yes. Oh, that's going to be really interesting.
On the runner side, we have Ketzel, who's an Anarch, a Gmod, and their special ability is that they can break one barrier subroutine just because of their identity. So they don't need a breaker to break a barrier subroutine. One barrier subroutine, which could be crucial. On the other side, we have Hasbioroid, which is this corporation that makes bioroids, which are basically androids, robots that are, well, they're intelligent and they have, they're quite special. Like Eli here, they have their own personalities and they have their own thoughts, and basically there's a big narrative in the universe of this game. What makes humans human, or what is humanity? How can you define it? And bioroids are definitely putting a challenge to that.
So, and we have tons of identities on runners that also, how do you say, challenge those identities that that might define or not a person. Like, there's a lot of minorities represented in those IDs, and that's one of the things that makes this game so interesting, and this community so varied and rich and understanding. And that's such a cool thing for a game, to be able to represent so many kind of like sexualities and identities and personalities. And that's one thing to take in account while integrating yourself in the lore of Netrunner.
Yeah. It's a very colorful and diverse future, and even though parts of it are grim because bad things happen and will keep happening, it's also very positive in so many different ways.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a single access on HQ.
I think there's because if you just joined us, we had a server refresh, or we had a server update on Jinteki.net on the platform between the rounds. So there might be some technical glitches, not because of the server not working properly. It's just if you're a player and you have logged in, there is information stored on your computer and so on and so forth. The website does put bits in, like any website, puts bits of code onto your site and data and so on. And that may, if you haven't refreshed your browser, there might be some glitches. So yeah, I think we're fine now.
I'm fine. I'm good. It's still sunny. It's still warm. I'm wearing shorts and a t-shirt. Summer is here, and I had an ice cream for breakfast. So
that's the best.
Life's good.
I do think though that the players here may have some technical issues. We may be remaking the game. We'll see.
Oh yeah.
Well, we'll see. I mean, that's okay. The game hasn't really started much.
I have the urge to go in and tell them that maybe they should refresh their browser.
Or they can just remake the game and refresh the browser. I mean, well, they're gonna be fine.
Yeah.
In the meantime, I can munch on my apple.
You can munch on your apple. Like, remember, viewers, to take your 5 pieces of vegetables
Absolutely.
today.
Yeah. Yesterday I learned it's totally good manners to eat on the stream, especially when you're with the Colorado bunch, because of it's like, yeah, you can totally eat. It's like, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Let's go on chat. Okay, someone says that they're getting issues in their game too. And if they're getting issues in their game, they shouldn't be on stream, but that's okay.
We don't mind. We're gonna explain to people what's happening right now. Because of the technical issues that are happening, not because of the players. And sometimes things just happen because the internet is big and complicated and things might or may not work. One of the players is disconnecting to rejoin the game because the platform supports rejoining a game. You have to leave for whatever reason. So the other player stayed. They're probably gonna try rejoining as well to refresh the situation. They just jump out of the game, refresh their browser, refresh their cache, what have you, and then the other person can jump in. So as long as one player is holding the table, the other can just jump out and come back.
Yep.
And it's also a part of using the website or any software or anything that can break is to know how to unbreak it. So we're giving you a short explanation in this as well, in case you're wondering what is going on here.
We had an update a couple days ago, and it seems that during that update, the part where gentechie.net allows new players to create accounts was broken. And that's why the update was so urgent. Because obviously we want new players to be able to create their accounts and play on JNet.
Yeah. And just so, for people wondering, like, what's going on? Why is this not working? It's a community-operated project ran by a bunch of volunteers on all possible fronts. Anything that's happening with the game nowadays is basically volunteers all over the place. So whatever you're doing with the game or for the game or around the game, you're a volunteer, and everybody in the community thanks you for doing that, because the people who play the game and the people who animate the game in whatever way or on whatever level, be it you and a bunch of friends playing at home and just having fun with it, or you organizing a big tournament for 100 people, same thing, different scale maybe or whatever, different challenges and different levels of fun, but it's the same thing, and you're making the game happen. So thank you.
Yep. And for newcomers that might not know, Netrunner was run by Fantasy Flight Game until roughly a year and a half ago, and for some kind of how do you call it in English, Basper?
Some kind of I don't know what you want to say. So
the Wizards of the Coast.
Oh, so I mean, basically, to make it very clear and short in a way, the publisher of the game had a license, and there were some issues with the license. The license just went out of use, and the game was not continued by its publisher. Therefore, it was just dropped, and nobody would do anything with the game, which prompted a bunch of people in the community of the game, which developed and was quite... I mean, the game had very hardcore followers who were playing, and maybe there were not millions of people, but they were very dedicated.
Yes.
And some of the people just decided to keep organizing things, keep developing things around the game, extending the game and expanding it and continuing it in general. Under a totally different banner and on its own, because it's a continuation of the game. It's not the game itself anymore. It's the game plus in a way.
It's called Next Runner.
Next Runner. and that's why you still see new things happening, new events, new cards, and so on. But I think we are having issues.
Yeah, we'll have to refresh the game.
I think everybody's and it's not us. We can see things just fine, but
no, the interactions on the game are being. Yeah, you cannot make successful runs.
Yeah.
And while this is being fixed, the people that decided to step up and continue doing things for the game, so this community wouldn't die. Started this non-profit company that it's called Nisei, and you can check the blog and all the information that they provide on nisei.net. And it is this non-profit run by a board of 6 people, and I think we are now around 50-60 people in different departments. Organized plays, development, rules, most wanted list, and design, a lot of stuff. And that is not counting all the playtesters and translators that are helping out. And all of these people are doing literally a second job, because it's a lot of effort, it's a lot of time, it's a lot of discussions and a lot of decisions that has to be made, just for the love of the game. And this just shows up how important this game is in terms of the people that play it are willing to go full length to actually make it happen.
Okay, just to jump in with an update, because we also have updates on the technical side of things, and thank you so much for the explanation. We will have a remake of the round. We will have to have people restarting the round in general. And that might actually put a damper on some games, because some people have to leave at some point. But, well, I mean, like we said, this is a casual event for people to just chill and relax and have fun and play. So there might be some repairings and so on. Right now, what's happening on the technical side of things, the changes that were introduced that apparently may have influenced certain interactions in the game will be rolled back. And then our lovely admin Noah is probably going to be digging into things later on once this tournament is over, because I think this is the only kind of scheduled event for today at this time. Could be wrong, but well, don't hold me accountable for things I don't know. So yeah, the tournament organizers will have to take some decisions, decide what's gonna happen, how things are gonna get paired, how players are gonna continue and all that stuff. But in the meantime, we're gonna chill a bit. I'm even losing my connection to the server. Ugh.
Oh,
Serious business.
I kind of disconnected voluntarily.
Yeah, I just got an error 502 and things are just exploding.
Yeah, that's probably Noah reverting the...
Yeah. I have this lovely screen which I'm not gonna share, but it says "You browser working," and then I have like Cloudflare working, a connection to Madrid working, and then Jinteki.net host error. I'm like, okay.
Error 502.
Those
bad gateway.
Those things happen.
Bad gateway.
Bad gateway. And we're really sorry to everybody who was playing even their fun games, like, you know, even not as part of this event. That those things happen. And hey, I'm pretty sure they will be resolved, because we've had issues in the past with smaller and bigger things, and still the platform's there and people are playing happily. So yeah, let's just wait a bit. And I'm really looking forward to a Quetzal versus HB game. I hope we get the same pairing.
Yes, please, because that was really interesting to watch. Quetzal, it's a runner I've never dared to touch, because I feel you have to have an understanding of the meta to be able to play them in a meaningful way. And I've never understood Anarch quite well, so yeah. Oh, Jessica is saying that Andre just started streaming Metropole Grid.
Oh, nice. Good luck, Andre!
So we've got split loyalties.
Yeah, well.
Metropole Grid is actually a really good stream for Netrunner players that just started.
Yep.
Andre is a wonderful streamer. He's really natural, and he explains the mechanics of the game and the interactions between cards really well.
Yeah.
So it's a very nice stream for people that are interested how to see how the actual meta is looking like, but want to be a little bit talk through how the cards work between each other and how to expect when you're playing against certain decks. And it's a 100 recommend for me. Oh, yeah, and Jessica is pointing out that Andrej is really beautiful. And he is a beautiful human being. Like, he's really pretty to watch. So
I will gloss over that comment. I mean, no, of course. One thing I definitely support and agree with, because aesthetic preferences are personal, so I'm not going to talk about anything here. But I absolutely agree that for Netrunner as a game, and to kind of learn more about it and to have a very good explanation of how things work, yeah, absolutely. I mean, Metropole Grid, great stream, definitely recommended. Fun to watch also, because Andre has this really, he has the gift of the gab, so to speak. It's like you're just doing something and you're able to interact with people at the same time, and you're having fun and you're involving people, and it's fun. And it's if you just want to sit back and relax and see how somebody else is playing a game and making the calls and why they're making those calls, definitely.
yeah, and he's actually really natural. It doesn't seem forced at all. Like he would go like, oh yeah, I remember this one game he was playing like a long time ago. It's like, oh yeah, this card has to be this, and it has to be this because of this and this and this, and he gave a whole explanation about why that card had to be that card. And then he ran it, and it was a trap. And he just sat there looking at their screen for like 3 minutes, like, what? What the fuck? What? How? What the fuck? And it was just so funny. Because that happens in Netrunner. You are absolutely sure. You make all the maths. And then suddenly one little thing that you are not expecting just brings all your thought back to zero. And that's great.
Oh, we're still waiting for the issue to resolve, and I'm actually wondering, is Andre streaming right now? Because if Janet is down, how is Andre? No, I'm kidding. I mean, Janet seems to be down all over the place because we're getting a refresh. So yeah.
Yeah, but usually Andrej spends the first 30-40 minutes of his streams by deck building.
Ah, okay. No, that makes sense.
So maybe, yeah.
Okay, no, I was just curious about the Janet part. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, so if you want to go and take a look at the Metropole Grid, I'm actually going to put the link in there right now, because, hey, I totally support all the streamers, so... oh, yeah, I recently... well, I actually have it. I recently had my own technical issues.
I'm sorry, don't worry.
Okay. I'm gonna...
Oh, yeah, he usually starts with a big chat about the deck list of the week that you can see on Netrunner DB. And then either he starts playing that deck for a bit, and then deck builds, or he just like jumps on deck builds, so it's fine. Oh yeah, the link tree for always be streaming. That's such a cute name. You are amazing.
Thank you.
You are amazing, Vesper.
Good marketing. Good marketing.
Yeah, Vesper here will not tell you that, but he's been a wonder during this lockdown for all the streamer community and all the online tournament that has been happened. He's a super active part of the community of Netrunner, and he's an enabler. Is that how you pronounce it?
I don't know what I want to be. I don't know. Well, what
yeah, it doesn't matter. You are always there for everyone that needs help for you, and that's super cool. Thank you so much for all the job that you're doing.
I'm not gonna cry. Basically, why I started this, to be honest with the
stream. Out of the stream.
No.
Stop it!
I'm not an emotional person. I'm totally for emotions, and I'm totally for people being able to show the emotions they have and so on. As a person, as an individual, I'm not that emotional, but I do appreciate. Thank you so much for all the kind words. I just wanted to explain, like, because some people might be wondering, like, oh, you never did any streams before, why are you doing streams now and so on? Well, because basically there was nothing else to do. I really miss Netrunner as a community activity, and we were supposed to have a ton of stuff happening right now, or like in between, and it's not gonna happen now because of obvious reasons. We're all in lockdowns and so on. And we do have an online platform that works, apart maybe from now, but this is a technical issue that everybody's aware of. So huge love to everybody who makes online Netrunner such a breeze when it works, which is all the people from JNet, that's like amazing. Jonah for putting Cobra together, which is used for a ton of people for different tournaments of different sizes and so on. It's amazing. Always be running, so the crew behind Necro and all the Hungarian folks, and not only because this is not, it's usually it starts with a person coming up with a platform and working on it, or the tool, and then if it's popular, if people want it to work because they like it, they will just chip in, they will support it one way or another. So anybody who's doing a Patreon for JNet, or who's supporting Cobra, or who's helping out with Always Be Running, you're all doing an awesome job, so thank you so much for making it possible, because otherwise there would be no online Netrunner, I would say. Like, we would just be, we would be playing something else, I don't know. I would be streaming only, JNet is back. I would be streaming something else. I would be streaming Rocket League or some video games, or I don't know, like, whatever. Not Magic, because I'm not a Magic player, I'm sorry for that, but... okay. I think we're slowly getting into the play area again. Do I have to log in? No. Okay. All the games have been wiped, so it's a complete zero, which is fine. But we're going back. We're going slowly back. And thanks to everybody sticking around for the issues. We have Malik, who's the TO of this event, the organizer of this event, just testing if things are working, which is good. It's like, I'm just gonna dip my toes in there and see if things work. Because let's be honest, if you have a lot of people, at one event and everybody starts their round and then everybody has to stop their round and remake it, you don't want them to start the round again and just tell them, oh, well, actually it's not working. So yeah. So it's good for the TOs to test if we can actually do things properly. Which is good. Okay, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna switch screens again just to make sure. To remind everybody that we're a part of the 666 System Core event, which is a casual event for players of all experience levels and so on, but mainly geared towards people who just want to experience the game in a very particular, smaller format. That allows for easier deck building and kind of guesses what the opponent can have. And yeah, it's been fun. The first 2 rounds were quite fun. Then we had a little technical break and we're still waiting for the 3rd round. I'm joined by the lovely Princess Space Kitten, who's awesome. And who's organizing the Barcelona Store Championship next weekend. You should all join. It's going to be on a Sunday. It's going to be a fun day.
Yep.
Do we have any spoilers about the store championships? Like, do we?
They're still in boxes in my apartment, getting a bit of dust.
Yeah.
As soon as it's safer to post 100+ envelopes, I will go and do this. At the time, I cannot risk being for an hour and a half in a post office.
Oh yeah, I was I mean the technical side of this I absolutely understand and support. I was just hoping for some hot scoops. I don't know, like like things are not related to the pandemic or the limitations. More like I don't know, maybe you have some secret insider information about things that you can
I do have secret scoops, but they're going to be announced this week, and I'm not as sure as I can spoil them here.
Okay.
They're not, the OP, the organized play team, it's been in length, deep discussions about what's going to happen this year. it's an unprecedented situation that we're living in, and us being a non-profit corporation, to say it in some way, makes things a lot more difficult because most of us don't have the experience of like running a super huge product, or if you want to call it like this, like Netrunner is. And it's been long discussions and taking decisions that you don't really want to make, because of course our first, being a non-profit actually allows us to make decisions based on what we think is best for the community and not for our pockets. So we have been forced to take some decisions that we didn't want to take, but at the same time all the team is really creative and really looking forward to make events, and whatever we lack of this year we will contrast with new exciting things that are to come. System gateway, it's on the testing phases, and it's going to be a game changer for Netrunner because it's going to allow new players to just come and play, like ready decks, ready cards, and just take this and play. And that's going to be amazing. We are waiting for the new core set, that it's going to have a new name and very exciting new mechanics. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot of exciting things to come. We just need to have a little bit of patience and see how it's gonna develop. Sorry, I was talking for a lot of time.
That's perfectly fine, and I wanted you to finish, and I have some very good news. The game is on. So
Can we make successful runs now?
Yeah, I assume we're all fine. We're watching. So actually, did I join the right table? Wait a second.
We're watching Kid versus RP, and we literally just saw that.
Okay, so should I be somewhere else? No, we're in the right table, right? Yeah.
I think we should go. Weren't we watching Monkey Bonky versus Prof Wacko, HB versus...
No. That's a totally... There was an HB deck indeed, but I don't think it was those two players.
Okay.
I think some people may have dropped.
Oh, that's sad.
No, well, I mean, I'm just because some people may have dropped because of time limitations. That may have been... I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on with the games. We're gonna be joining a game the moment I know what the pairings are, because they may have.
Yeah, I mean, we have a daily business show in the table.
Yeah, I think. I think it was table 3. Okay. Table 3. We're joining. Table 3. Table 3.
I mean, wait. Oh yeah, daily business show is allowed. Oh my god.
Yeah, but we're going to table 3. Are you on table 3? You should be jumping onto table 3. Sorry, it's my fault. I was super excited about the platform coming back. We're back live and direct. We're gonna be streaming table 3.
And I'll be back in a minute. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. JNet Dev, we trust indeed. Pairings haven't changed. We had one drop. Thank you, Malik, for updating us. You're the best DO ever with the technical circumstances happening the way they are. But this also shows you the strength of this community. Like, we're just resilient. We just want to play the game and have fun. That's it, and whatever happens, we're gonna keep doing it. And I was totally. My goal was totally not to put Mar or Princess Space Kitten on the, in a way, like on the pedestal here and make her like tell you things that she cannot tell you right now. I mean, there will be an update soon, which is really cool. I just thought that maybe we can spoil something already, like hot takes, hot scoops. But yeah. There will be things happening this year, for sure. They might be happening in unexpected ways because, hey, guess what? This year has started in very unexpected ways. So please, and of course I know that we can count on you. Be patient with the updates. They're gonna reach you soon. And I'm pretty excited personally from what I at least know and understand. I know for a fact that today the Nisei board, like the main folks responsible for just taking decisions, because we all discuss it, like the whole group discusses many different things all the time. But then somebody has to call the shots, and the people who have to decide are usually the ones that we trust the most, and the ones that have to bear the burden of decision making, which is not easy. But when it happens, then we have cool things happening, and there will be cool things happening, I can tell you that. But yeah, let's get back to the game then. I'm not gonna be...
What were you spoiling, Vesper?
I was spoiling the spoilers that, like you said, this week there's gonna be an announcement, and everybody will know more about everything, and I'm pretty hyped for that because it's gonna be cool. I think the way things have shaped up, given the crisis situation on the planet, let's be honest.
Yep.
It's... I think, honestly, no, never mind. We can discuss it. There will be a stream absolutely about this at some point soon.
Yes.
And we can talk about it later on, but I'm pretty hyped because I think it's gonna be fun. Anyway, back to the game.
Okay, so money on the table for the runner, 1 ice, and some credits on the corporation side. And we have a Quetzal that allows to break 1 barrier subroutine per turn. And HB, Stronger Together, that all the ice that has a subroutine subtype called Beoroid has +1 strength.
Yeah, so it makes it more expensive to break, usually.
Force of nature!
Force of nature.
Oh my god, I'm so happy.
Oh, this is like the repeat of the previous game. We had an Eli.
Yeah.
So they're just remaking the game, basically. So one thing about Bioroid Ice, so we have been discussing code gates and sentries and so on, and they all do slightly different things. Barriers usually end the run, so they're just stopping you from getting in. Code gates would have some tricky things, and they might be ending the run, but maybe not so often, but they would be doing some things that just make the game harder for the runner. And then sentries would usually be very nasty because they could be ending the run, but mostly they would be damaging the runner or destroying their car or something. So this is the 3 kind of different subtypes. And then Bioroids are a specialty for Haas Bioroid. This is the only faction that has Bioroid cards in it. And for now at least. And Bioroid Eyes usually can be clicked through. So what this means is, okay, usually you would need Icebreakers to break ice, or you can use Quetzal's ability to break a barrier subroutine, an end the run barrier subroutine. No, sorry, actually a barrier subroutine. I'm correcting myself here. But with Bioroids, many of them have this, or probably all of them have this text saying the runner may spend, and then there's a certain amount of clicks to break, and then there's a certain amount of subroutines on that particular piece of ice. So with Eli, the situation is if you have a click that you haven't spent, if you have an action you haven't spent, and you encounter his ice, you might use it to break an end run subroutine on this ice.
Exactly.
Which could be very convenient.
That just brings us back to how Hasbioroid is all about efficiency. So it's just natural that the ice that Hasbioroid has, it's all about taking the efficiency from the runner.
Yeah.
Like, cause you can break my ice, but you will finish your turn because you don't have more actions to spend now.
Yep.
And it just everything makes so much sense. And all games are telling a story.
Oh, absolutely.
And there you go. You have a toll booth that is going to take away 3 credits from the runner, and then I don't think like 4 and 2. Yeah, they have just enough credits to break the toll booth. But is it worth?
Oh yeah, they have.
Yes. But is it worth to spend all your money in a single access on R&D?
I'm not sure. I mean, you already. So this is the investment thing, right? You already put 3 credits on it because toll booth, but now do you want to put more to access a card? No. Okay, there's gonna be a end the run.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I wouldn't do it either.
Yeah, makes sense.
Because bouncing back on economy from 6 credits, it's much easier to bouncing back from economy when you have 1 credit, for example. And
yeah.
you want the credits to get rid of the corporation economy. And that's a good play. That's a good play.
Yeah. There's an interesting card on the runner side here, and this is another Anarch kind of card. Different factions can use viruses, of course, but Anarchs are kind of specialists. They are the ones with the most virus cards, and there are identities in the game that actually benefit from viruses and so on and so forth. Lamprey is a very interesting card because it's a virus, but it doesn't do anything with virus counters. And this also brings a thing that I haven't mentioned at all because we didn't see that many interactions with it just yet. There is a special corp action, which allows you for 3 clicks, so you spend your whole turn as a corp, to remove all the virus counters on the board. So wherever they are on the cards, you remove them by this action, and that can help you a lot. Lamprey does not have any virus counters on it, but it has this sentence here saying, trash Lamprey if the corp purges virus counters. So if through that action or any other card effect that says purge virus counters, if that happens, this card is removed, which, well, it's more of an annoyance. This card, Lamprey, on its own doesn't win games, but it could be annoying for the corporation when they have to lose credits. Uh-oh. Not responding to start turn. Okay.
Oh my god.
Are we... Wait, no, we even have Noah jumping into the server. This is like... We all love Noah. So, thank you, Noah, for just jumping in.
Yeah.
But yeah, what's going on?
I couldn't see him.
He's on the HBFL server Discord. Like, I don't know if you're on the tournament Discord because it's a separate one from the usual big.
Oh yeah.
Okay, it seems to be working. Oof. Oh nope. No.
Sorry, I broke everything earlier.
But the thing is it broken again? Will we have to remake the game? Well, I mean, those things happen. So one thing about playing online is that unforeseen technical issues happen, and that's okay. And this is where you could say, oh yeah, if we played it offline, you could just, do it in any way you want and so on and so forth. But on the other hand, imagine if you were playing this online, you would have, we started with 20 people or 18 people. You would have to find a space for 18 people to sit down. You would have to have 9 tables. It would be great, but then as a player, you would have to build your decks at home from actual cards, bring tokens, bring a playmat, do all that stuff, which is great. And when you do it, it's a lot of fun, and it's what makes the community happen. But given the current situation, it's kind of hard, well, not to say impossible. Also, I personally really like playing online because it's just so fast. You can just...
Okay, I can give you one little spoiler. Since we're having so many problems online, most of these probably it's in our behalf because since there are a lot of things happening online right now, Nisei had this request to Noah that he gracefully accepted, and it's working on as we speak to make some improvements to Ginteki.net.
Scoops!
And we're working towards making Ginteki.net a much more user-friendly website, and allow the tournament organizers to have a lot of new implements that will allow them to run a tournament in a much easier way online.
So are you trying to say that there will be advertising and annoying pop-up videos and...
Absolutely not, because Ginteki.net will remain a fan-run based website.
But imagine if we put ads on it, or sorry, if the JNet team put ads on it, and before you start the game, you actually have to watch like a 2-minute ad for some totally silly product you'll never buy, but it's there, and then the corporation that sells this product pays the advert. Well, no, of course I'm kidding. It would never, ever work for many reasons. Never happened. So yeah. But if, okay, I'm going to shut up because the game continues actually, so everything is fine. We have a bit of a glitch.
Sweet.
But yeah. We're back.
Okay, we're running HQ again. Let's see what HV is hiding under HQ.
Successful field test, which is a...
Well, that's an agenda. 2 points.
So that's 2 points.
This agenda allows you to install any numbers of cards from HQ, ignoring all costs.
Oh yeah.
So you're holding several. Yeah, that is tempo effective. Exactly.
Yeah.
All HB.
Yeah, and just to mention one other thing, because maybe that was something again that I haven't mentioned. When the corp installs cards, it all depends where it installs the cards, because usually installing new servers, making new servers, so going to the side with new cards, that's free. Installing ice, the first row of ice is free, but then the more ice you put on the server, the more you have to pay. So the next piece of ice is actually 1 credit, and so on and so forth. So this agenda is very useful because you can you can install any number of cards, ignoring all costs. So it all becomes free. So you can just put 5 pieces of ice in a big tower, and it's free. Usually it would be quite a lot of money, but with this card, it's not the case.
Because the henceforth that Vesper was talking about is the first piece of ice you put, the second row of ice will cost 1 credit.
Yeah.
The third piece of ice will cost 2 credits. The fourth piece of ice will cost 3 credits, etc. It's not 1 credit per ice that you want to put on top of another.
Oh yeah,
it's increasing. And that can make building big remotes really, really expensive. Because you don't only need to have the money to stack ice on top of other, but also to res it.
Yeah.
And if you just spend like 4 credits to put 3 pieces of ice in a remote, maybe you go low enough that you cannot res all of them. And that's what we were talking about earlier in the second game, I think.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, I have a lot of ice, but I don't have money to back it up, so my ice, it's absolutely worthless right now.
Yep.
And you don't want that to happen.
And this is one of the things that makes deck building a big part of the game before the game starts, because when you put all those cards together, when you decide what ice to put into your deck as the corporation and the money and so on, it's good to look at it and kind of see the average cost and see how much money you can be making with the cards you have and so on, because there are decks, there are creations out there, there are so-called builds that are all about, a ton of ice, but it's all cheap. So it's going to be cheap to res, and maybe the runner will not have big problems going through it, but they will have to spend money and so on and so forth. Other ideas for corps are probably, there will be only 2 or 3 pieces of ice maximum, but they will be very expensive to break, or they will be hard to get through. And different builds have different strategies, and in the community, when you get into the game more and more, you will see different names popping up, or phrases. Archetypes, exactly. Like there's the Glacier, which is all about very strong ice. There's the Rush decks, which don't really care about ice that much. They just want to score the agendas very fast, and so on and so forth. We're not going to be talking, I think, a lot about this here, because this format...
No.
I mean, well, yeah, it's just there's... I think that in any community or in any game or anything that's a bit more complicated, that has a bit more layers, you have this own universe where if you get into it, you get it, and if you don't get into it, if you hear it, you're like, I don't know if I want to get into it. Might be intimidating, but yeah,
it would be. Vesper, I think we should volunteer to make the videos for new runners. Because we're great at this.
I'm happy writing the text or something, but I think for people who I think we have people in the community who are very good at making quality content that's very nice visually and that it looks really great and it's just very clear and so on. And I'm pretty sure that those people know who I mean, or if they're listening, probably they're not listening. But anyway, there are people out there who could be very good visual storytellers in a way, and I think if that works out, yeah, we can maybe join forces somehow and do something together, or I mean, it's an interesting thing to explain this game.
Okay. What's going on? Why are they just greeting each other constantly?
No, I think bonjour is basically the force of nature being reinstalled with the retrieval run.
Ha! And it's cute and funny because the flavor text on Force of Nature, it always streaks twice.
Yeah.
Okay, so on the corp side, we have now a daily business show that allows the corporation to look at 2 cards whenever they first draw on their turn. So that will be with a mandatory draw. To put one of these cards on the bottom of R&D. So in that way, you are absolutely selecting what you want to draw, what you don't want to draw, and what you're going to have in your hand. It's a very nice way to select when their agendas are coming up, and to be very tempo effective. And that's really good for the corp at that moment, I think, because they're sitting on a comfortable 16 credits. They've got 6 credits more coming from Maryland campaign, and they have a strong remote build. And even though the runner has a nice carver, that means that all the eyes has 1 less strength when they are facing it. They only have 1 code gate breaker, so the sentries and barriers that they're facing are not easy to break. Do I lost connection?
No, you're fine. I was just quiet because I was clicking something else somewhere else. But yeah, and the game is also slowly progressing towards the corp, probably scoring an agenda. I don't know. Like I was thinking, what could that thing be? Probably an agenda.
Yeah.
I mean, with so much money, yes. And I'm thank you for the little spoiler about Noah working on things because I didn't know. And let's be honest, I'm so busy with other things or trying to chill and relax and not freak out because of the situation as well. So that takes time. But
that takes time.
Yeah. So, but yeah, there are just so many things happening all over the place that it's kind of hard to keep track of everything. And this was another of my thoughts for the future in general. Maybe it would be nice to have a stream where we just once a week or once every 2 weeks we just talk about what's going on, like without games or anything. It's just sit down and talk and have some sort of a 15-minute show.
Do you mean like a podcast?
Well, no, like a video cast. We could have a stream and we could just show some stuff or whatever, or not even show stuff, but like update people, talk about events on Always Be Running, talk about this, talk about that, something.
Oh, if you're up for that, I would love to be able to join. Yeah.
I mean, I'm wondering how to organize this. This could be a project. I don't know. Well, anyway, we have
a project going on. And also, for the people listening that already has been in the game for a while, you probably heard of the Fight Club.
Oh, is that?
That is a format, a different format of Netrunner that involves teams. And at the moment, it's a 4 versus 4 team game with single-sided games. And I just got the approval and we're gonna go ahead with it. Hopefully, with your help, Vesper.
Awesome.
And yes, we're gonna keep doing that format. We'll just make some little tweaks into it. It's gonna be a 3 versus 3. Factions have to be different between players. And
we are getting scoops, thank you.
yes, and it's gonna be a king of the table format. So the winner team stays, decides the next day and time for the match, and whoever team wants to challenge them, they have to register and log their decks. And first come, first served.
That's cool. Sounds fun. Looking forward to this for sure.
I am very forward looking for this because it was an amazing format to TO, and I just want more people involved. I'm just trying to talk to Nisi and convince them to give some sort of price support for participants, and if not, I will try and do so from own resources. And let's just bring that to life because it's an amazing format and I love it. And for people watching, it's really interesting because it's really quick and really diversified, and it just works.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. It's a very interesting format. It's putting team play forward, but in a different way. And it's a lot about decisions in between games and deck building and so on. So I'm really curious to see how this shakes out. Sounds really, really promising. Thank you so much for the hot scoops because this is going to be cool. Looking forward to this.
Open the scoop, it's just something that's going to happen.
Yeah, but it's a big, fresh scoop of awesomeness.
Okay, back to the game.
Yeah. We had the corporation setting up a nice defended server and scoring an agenda in there. So the runner is kind of on their back foot. Yeah.
But as we say in Netrunner, the only agenda that matters is the last one. It's the one that wins you the game.
Yeah. Okay, so we have the runner. The runner is set up in an okay way. However, they're missing more breakers. They're missing more programs to actually challenge the situation on the board. So they can get into the R&D with some extra cost, and they're trying to make more money here now. But other servers are kind of problematic, other than the server 5 and server 7, which are free to run to, but... Yeah.
The sad part is that both of the barrier breakers are on the beam.
Oh yeah, 2 corroders. So, like we were mentioning this earlier, you can have up to 3 copies of a card, and also you can have different cards that have kind of the same function. So, corroder is a very efficient barrier breaker, but you can have another barrier breaker in the deck. It's not like you can only have 3 copies of a barrier breaker as well. Like any.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah.
You could play 4 different kinds of barrier breakers.
Absolutely.
I don't know what you would do that, but you could.
Yeah. And
you could.
Yeah, and the general restriction is a card of a given name can have 3 copies of it in the deck. So 3 copies of Corroder, for example.
Yes, except if the card specifies otherwise.
Oh yeah, of course.
There are some cards, not in System Core, I think, that you can have 6 copies of.
Mm-hmm.
And there are cards that you can only have 1 copy of.
Yep. They're usually quite powerful or quite special in some way that bends the rules of the game very strongly towards a certain type of playing or something. But they're very limited, so
and not in the system core, in the core system. So
we're playing standard here. Like this is 3 off maximum, and that's it.
Yes. So an R&D interface that is a hardware that allows you to see one extra card every time you make a successful run on R&D. that is an expensive hardware to install that put our runner to 0, to be honest.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a technical decision, but I mean, there is a tool booth in R&D, so every time you want to make a run there, you have to count that you will be deducted 3 credits,
Oh, look at this.
and then
Yeah.
third corrodor hitting the table.
Yeah. So we have a third corrodor indeed. So this is the last corrodor.
But as I was saying, like, the R&D interface means that every time you want to watch 2 cards of R&D, you're going to be spending 3 credits for the toll booth encounter, plus 4 credits to pump the strength of force of nature, and 2 credits. So that's a total of 4, 3, 7, 9 credits to access 2 cards.
Yeah. Every time you do it, that's a bit strong. And thank you for doing all the math, because I mean, just to mention one thing, this math is basically again, like, a very useful skill to have, and calculating this on the go as the game develops is very important.
Yes. Okay, I was wrong on the maths. I said it was 9 credits, but you have 1 recurring credit on Cyber Feeder that will bring down to 8, and you have an Ice Carver that it would bring it back to 7 credits. But
Still
7
expensive.
credits to access 2 cards just seem way too much.
Yeah.
More when you're on 0 credits, to be honest.
Yeah, this Quetzal definitely needs to get luckier on accesses, or the game will soon be over, because the Corp has a lot of money, they have a very well protected server, but that toll booth could actually be a problem, because 2 cards are still 2 cards, so basically it's 10% of the remaining deck, 20 cards left in R&D, and there's an agenda, there we go.
There's an agenda, but you got 2 turns to put KT to 6, plus 1 click to take it off, plus 1 click on Armitage to have 2 cards access.
Yeah.
I don't think that is tempo positive at all. Like, that is money you could have spent into going into server 4.
Potentially, but this is the part of the psychological game that Netrunner also is, because you have 3 cards protecting that server, you have something in that server that is already there and advanced, and another card in there. And again, one thing I haven't mentioned, but it's always good to mention, usually a server can have only 1 card in it, and that card can be an upgrade, an asset, or an agenda. However, you can have as many upgrades as you want, and there are certain limits for upgrades, and this is all written on the cards, by the way, so I'm not going to go into the details. But if you have multiple cards installed on a server, that means that it's an asset or an agenda and an upgrade, or multiple upgrades if it's more than 2 cards. If it's 3 or 4 cards, you can be pretty sure that it's multiple upgrades and an asset or an agenda.
Exactly.
But yeah, that's
so.
I'm
gonna try and make a TLDR.
Yeah.
Assets and agendas cannot coexist in the same server, but both of them can coexist with upgrades, and upgrades can be as much as you want.
That's a great TLDR. Yep.
So we saw the corporation trash an installed card on server 4 to put another one in it.
Yeah.
That can only mean, by what we just said, that an asset or an agenda, probably an asset, because you wouldn't trash an agenda,
wouldn't you?
Was installed in advance, and it was changed by either another asset or another agenda.
And again, you made a very interesting point here. That was an agenda indeed, so that's 6 points for the Corp now. You made a very, very interesting point that I haven't, again, touched upon earlier, but your agendas can totally go into the archives, and they can be just sitting there, and the runner might not be aware of them, because anytime you discard a card that the runner has not seen before, it's discarded face down. So that means that you could be storing your agendas, some agendas or some very useful cards in the archives, and as long as the runner does not run the archives, they will not see that they are there. So you could actually have points in there that the runner is unaware of. And there have been games, not once, not twice, but many times, where archives actually had the winning cards that the corp could not do much with, but they just had to put there. And the runner didn't contest the archives, because usually you don't think about the archives. You cannot really score from the archives. You cannot really...
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's like, okay, this is where the cards are that the corporation is not doing much with, but they could be putting agendas in there just to not have them in their hand.
Exactly.
And that's another aspect of the kind of poker, trickery, like a shell game aspect of this game, which is really, really cool and could be a bit confusing because, yeah, I mean, why would you do this? Well, to fool the runner or to just play like that. And there are certain cards, certain interactions that actually benefit from cards and archives and so on and so forth. But again, this is like advanced gameplay, or like it's very particular types of gameplay here that we're not going to go into, but it's possible.
Yeah, nothing that would like have to bother you at this level of playing.
Absolutely.
But 27 credits on Corp, I mean, that is enough to rest all the ice they want and still be able to score an agenda.
Yeah, they only have 5 unrest pieces of ice, which with 27 credits is
4. And that is the kind of analysis you can make when you've been playing for a while.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Oh.
This.
Okay, I will finish that thought later.
This is very interesting because Stimhack gives you extra money. The runner has saved clicks to click through things.
Easily click through this.
So they can click through, so they can spend clicks on Ichi to break through it. And I think it is advisable. And this is what the runner is doing. They're actually clicking through. You can see it in the prompt on the side and the dialog box there. That Willy BN1 spends click to use to break a subroutine. So we're using the piece of ice to break its subroutine. And they decide to run the trace. Oh, and this is the trace part. Yeah, so trace is basically when the corp is trying to find the runner. We already spoke about the lore part of it, or the theme part of it.
Yep.
And that has a strength. If the corporation wants to increase the strength of the trace, which is 1 in this case, they can pay extra money into it. So 1 credit is 1 extra trace strength. If the runner wants to meet that trace strength to make it not fire, they have to pay as much as the corp put in, or not, sorry, they have to match the number of the trace by spending money or using their link, which is what they also can have from their cards or identity. And if that happens, well then, if the trace is not fired, the effect doesn't happen. If the trace is successful, then the effect of the trace happens.
They spent all the money and forgot about the Quetzal trigger.
Well, that's fine, I guess. Oh, there's gonna be an ash?
That's an ash. If that's an ash, they now only have 9 credits. And they could have clicked through one of the subroutines of Eli and used the other one to from Quetzal, and then they will have 4 credits more.
You think that could have been game?
Yeah, that could have been game.
Well, now the corp is running a trace on ash, so this is again a trace mechanic here in play. So the base trace is 4, and the corporation can now add money to this, and they always add it first unless a card specifies that it's differently, but it's actually always the corp adding the money first and saying, okay, the trace is gonna be this high. So here the corp pays 6 to increase the trace to 10.
10 to make it impossible for the runner to match it, because they are only on 9 credits.
Yep, and they don't have any link, so they cannot really pay enough to get in there. And the text on ash just says, whenever there's a successful run, you run the trace. If it's successful, which it was, the runner cannot access any other cards other than ash, the card itself, for the remainder of this run. And then the runner accesses ash and they can trash it, but then the run ends. And even though they access the card and trash the card, the other card in the server cannot be revealed or accessed. actually accessed, revealed, maybe it could be, but like with some other card effect. But yeah.
You would say that if the corporation spends so much money in that happening, that they probably are holding the last agenda on server 4.
Yeah. So they do all the necessary things.
We'll see now.
Yeah, they do all the necessary things.
Yeah. Biotic labor to gain a click, because Hasbro is all about efficiency. Yeah. And they will score a 4-2 from hand.
It's a paper trail. It's a paper trail for the win here. So yeah, that could have been the stim hack could have triggered, but, and this is the thing, this is kind of on the high level of play in a way, or like not high level, but like it's not about the level of play, it's more like remembering things. The game will not always tell you, like, you know, when you play the game physically, you have to remember everything because it's just paper. So you have to remember the triggers, you have to remember why different things work, how they work, and so on and so forth. And it's totally on you as a player to remember that. And your opponent does not have any obligation whatsoever to tell you, oh, you forgot this, or you should do that, because you're both playing a very complicated game, so it's on you in a way to take care of that. We're on table 3 again. We're gonna watch the rematch, or the reverse match on this, and we'll see how that works. We still have around 35 minutes, 30 plus minutes. Yeah, around 37 minutes in the round, so we're gonna be just fine. We're waiting for the players. Of course, taking a short break is absolutely allowed and encouraged, because hey, you may need a drink of water or something, or yeah, a bio break or whichever, and it's all fine.
Yep, I will take your advice and go visit.
Yeah. So here we have a rematch, which is Wayland Consortium, which we've seen before, which gains a credit whenever they play a transaction operation. So not the first time, but every time they play a card which is an operation and it says transaction, that's extra money for them. And Reina Roja, which is the identity that increases the cost of activating or rezzing the first piece of ice each turn by 1. So it's making it more expensive for the corporation to activate ice. And this is an interesting interplay here, an interesting matchup, as we were talking before about matchups, because the two abilities kind of counteract each other. You can make more money through transactions, but the first time you res a piece of ice because of Reina Roja, you have to pay a bit extra. And as you can see, the swings, or like the abilities here, they're not big. It's not like, oh, you do 10 of this and 15 of that. It's not really super powered. But those little differences, those little additions, you know, a credit here, a click there or something, can be quite significant for the way the game plays out. Money all over the place. A lot of money on the corp side, some money on the runner side, quick access on the R&D side because it's unprotected, so the runner is trying to find some cards, see what the corporation has as soon as they can.
Hey, Vesper, did you answer the question on chat about the Steam hack money being used on traces?
Steam hack money. Was there a question on chat? Oh, could the last Steam hack credit be used for the trace? I suppose not.
Yes, they can be used for traces. Like your Steam hack money can be used for anything during a round.
Oh yeah, during a run, indeed, yeah.
Until the run ends.
Yeah.
And since that trace was happening during the run, you can use that. That's why I was saying that if they didn't spend the Steam hack money on breaking the Eli with money, instead of like, you know, clicking through it and then using the Quetzal ability to bypass the second subroutine, they would have had 4 more credits, thus making the push of strength, if the corp wanted to avoid them accessing, to 14, and then not allowing them to use both the biotic and the 3 clicks to advance them.
Yeah.
So that would have been a game changer, literally.
Which happens to be a card in Netrunner as well.
Hey, it's a card.
Hey, it's a card. We have.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry, go on.
Sorry. When you start playing Netrunner, you are obligated by contract to every time someone uses a card name to while they're speaking, you have to say, "Hey, it's a card."
Yeah, you have to point it out. Yeah, you have to make sure that they know it's a card. But yes,
Yeah.
we had some games already finishing completely. 4 games have already finished. We still have some other games going on. And we're going to be watching this one for sure because it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen here.
Just use Queen's Gambit, and that is so cool. Queen's Gambit. It's an event that you have to spend 2 clicks to play. It's your costo. And you place 3 advancement tokens on an undressed card in a remote server. And you gain 2 credits for each advancement token you place. But you don't know if you're enabling an agenda to be scored earlier or if you are enabling there you go.
Yeah. Ooh, and it has an archer. This is big.
Yeah, that is huge.
Ooh,
like
this could win them the
oh,
game. This could be game.
This is the game. That Queen's Gambit. It was a gambit. They took it.
Yeah.
And it's sad to say they failed miserably.
Well, I mean, it was a calculated risk, but the miscalculation on the side of the corp was like, oh, I can score this agenda and I can rest this piece of ice, which is very hard to get through. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would need an agenda to be able to rest these eyes. And oh wow.
And now the runner is in trouble because they don't have breakers on the table. This is a very annoying piece of ice. Archer is a very strong piece of ice to contend, and the corporation could rest it for free. And they have another agenda in server 1 already advanced once, and this is an agenda that makes them money when you advance it. That's why it's face up, because it's a public agenda.
It's gonna be scored right now, and that puts the corporation on score point.
Would you score it right now, or would you keep pushing it? I mean, maybe that means that the corp has more agendas in their hand?
No. You are on 17 credits. Do not be greedy. Greediness and lose your games.
Okay.
Greediness, lose your games. You need the tempo. You are on 17 credits. They don't have a single breaker out. So that means that the faster you can find an agenda, the faster you can shove it in that remote and score it.
Yeah.
It's your win there.
Yeah.
So if I was the corp, I would be drawing until I found that 2-point agendas that I need to win.
And we have Cookit making a point like, you always regret pushing Oaktown. But there are some times when you don't regret. No, I'm kidding, of course. I mean, you should score when you can score. I mean, it all depends on the situation. 99% of the time, it makes sense. But then there's this 1% of cases where, like, I'm just going to keep making money.
Albe88 saying that Gambit cost the game.
Yeah,
and they are absolutely right.
They're probably right.
I mean, everything can change in a second in Netrunner. And that is the beauty of it. But there are some times that you just look at a game and you go like, yeah.
Oh yeah, because I was going to say, like, are you trying to tell me that with the 4 clicks, the runner will be able to do anything here?
No, I'm not trying to tell you that.
No, you're not. Yeah,
but imagine they miraculously get Corroder out, and for 1 credit they can access HQ. But yeah, that's an agenda there, and that is game.
Yeah. Oof, 7 minutes. This was a very fast game.
Wow.
Yeah.
7 minutes.
Okay, well, blimey, indeed.
That was brutal.
We're gonna leave the players to figure it out. To discuss it, and we're gonna go. Should we go table 4 or table?
Yeah. Let's go table 4.
Table 4.
Sure. I need to go close the door.
Sure. Okay, so here the situation is as follows. We have Real Kid Peddler. Hello, spectators. We shouldn't be doing this, but yeah.
I'm having some trouble getting in.
Uh,
Oh, there you go. I'm in.
I just put a password on everything. No, I'm kidding. But okay, what we have here is the scenario that you were talking about a few games ago, which is Dinosaurus in the game hosting a Gordian Blade with a kid. So that's a very nice combination. We have an Atman. We have a lot of different things here.
Yep, and we have a corporation with a lot of eyes, but not that much money to back it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, for anybody and everybody watching, if you were wondering like what is this card doing in the scored area and why does the corporation have 3 points even though this is just 2 points on Project Atlas, there are certain cards in the game on both sides actually, and this is an example of a corporate card that can become agenda points. They can count towards agenda points if you fulfill certain requirements or if something happens. They're usually not easy to pull off, but in this case the corporation managed to do it. And this card, generally it's an asset, you install it, you res it, so you have to pay for it, and then it keeps ticking down because every turn you remove a power counter from it, as the card states, and if it ticks down to 0 counters, it becomes a single agenda point, and it counts as an agenda for this, and it's all explained on the card. The trick here being that it takes time to do so, and the runner can still run and trash it if they access it. So it's not an agenda,
absolutely,
but it works like one if the runner lets it become one. So, and it's very good to res things like archers and stuff like that if you have to pay agendas, because it's just a 1 point.
So a very interesting thing that happened is that we've got an Atman installed at 4 strength, and if you look at the innermost eyes on R&D, you'd see that it's a code gate at 4 strength. So you'd say, oh, Atman can interact with this, but Hortum can be advanced, and if there are 3 or more advancement counters on Hortum, the subroutines cannot be broken by an AI program. So in this specific scenario, Atman cannot interact with Hortum at all.
Yeah, very good point, very good point.
And that is so cool. Again,
yeah.
you have to stop at some point and go like, oh my god, this is so cool.
Yeah, and you also brought up one mechanic that's also important, I think, to mention if people have been listening from the very beginning and we were discussing the basics and so on. Advancing cards is not only about agendas or assets, it's also about eyes, and usually it's a Wayland specialty. So Wayland, this faction, they have those pieces of eyes that can be advanced. And ooh, that's an agenda. This is putting this is putting the runner on game point and the corp in trouble. And they choose to defend HQ.
HQ. I mean, maybe they're facing a bit of a flood problem.
So what is a flood? Can you explain flood?
I can explain flood as a river that expands itself and floods a village with full of water. You can have the same problem with your R&D draws and your HQ. Your HQ can only hold 5 cards. And if by any reason your deck is shuffled in a way that just keeps bringing you agendas and agendas and agendas in a rate that doesn't allow you to score them out, you get flooded. You have too many cards in hand and so much of them are agendas. You don't want to throw them in archives because then they can be easily stolen, and you have to keep them at hand. And that makes the corporation have to make a lot of maybe suboptimal decisions, because if you get an ice, you will have to throw it away before drawing another card, because if not, you will have too many cards in hand and you will have to discard, etc., etc., etc. And that is what we call flood. You have too many agendas that you cannot take care of them.
Thank you very much for the explanation, because this definitely also explains to people like why the corporation can lose the game even if they have a perfect setup, and it's like still if the runner can get in and your hand cards are just bad because they're not, but they're all agendas or most of them are agendas, you can still lose, just to luck in a way, or because you cannot manage everything. But on the corporation side, very often the game is about managing probability and making sure that you can play the best possible game with the cards you're getting.
Exactly. Right now, Clusterfox is making a run on HQ because since the Corp was only on 9 credits, they're pretty sure that only, 1 or 2 eyes can be rest? Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Oh yes, because this actually can trigger.
Yep. Because they only have one that is sucker install.
And you know what happened previously? The previous Corp turn was installing a piece of ice on HQ. Why did that happen? Because of the ability from Kit.
Kit.
This was genius because you suddenly made Kit trigger her ability on the first piece of ice, which is a spider web, which of course you can break with whatever you want, but then Archer keeps being a sentry, and that is huge in this game.
This game. Because now Clusterfox is absolutely locked out of both R&D and HQ.
That is... Oh, actually, are they? Oh, yes, they are because of the Hortum. Indeed. But I would have trashed that Corroder, maybe. I don't know. No, I'm kidding. I mean, it...
No.
Oh, yeah. Now it's a very good question from the Corp side because, again, this is a tournament played on time and whatnot. So... it's always a possibility to concede. Why would the runner concede here? Because they only have 3 cards left in their hand.
They're thinking now.
Well, no, of course, no. I'm just explaining. Like, if you see that the game is going in a way that you have no chance whatsoever, but look at this. This is brilliant.
Yes.
Femme fatale. What an install. This can still go both ways, and this is exactly what.
That is gorgeous. That is gorgeous because on R&D. They can pay through the traces of Hunter, and they have a Coroller to break Spiderweb, and now they have Femme Fatale to cross Hortum.
Yes. There was so one of the options was also a card called Retrieval Run, which allows you to install a card from the trashed cards that you lost, the discarded cards. But this is a different play. This is Femme Fatale, which is this really amazing icebreaker from the Criminal faction, which... Okay, it breaks sentries, but it has this cool interaction with a single piece of ice you choose when you install it.
I'm going to jump in because this is what we call. How do we call it?
I don't know.
The last run.
How do you call it?
Yeah, I mean the last run a runner has.
It's a Hail Mary. It's a Hail Mary run, I guess. Yeah.
Hail Mary run.
It's a Hail Mary.
Like they go all in. Friendly reminder, they've got 2 R&D interface installed that will allow them to access 3 cards from R&D.
Mm-hmm.
And they're on 6 agenda points. If only one of those 3 cards of R&D is an agenda,
they win, yeah.
That can mean game.
But... No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. There's also this tricky part of having the last card in your hand and running Stimhag, which deals brain damage. Fortunately, you still have a card to pay with the brain damage, and even if you would be flatlined to the brain damage, you still score the agendas before the end of the run. So yeah,
that's a win.
You still win. So you kind of go, yes, I win, and then you get brain damaged and flatlined. But it's all about victory.
Exactly. We don't see that.
Exactly. It happens after the credits. Here comes
card. Second card.
Third card.
Third card.
No! There was no agenda. No! It was totally worth it.
They have 8 credits. The corporation only had 3. And if they can wait, they can go in again.
Yes. Absolutely true.
Because they have the correct breakers for the only end the round.
Okay.
Oh god, this is just Wow. This is good, Netrunner.
This is good, Netrunner. This is fun. Oh yeah, Super 5. Okay. So the corp is saying, yeah, I had all the agendas in my hand all the time, and now I'm gonna keep making money and points while you struggle. Important thing right now, for example, and you mentioned this already, like floating tags, and I mean basically not removing tags. Right now we have the runner with 2 tags on them, and the corporation could, for example, trash professional contacts. But it doesn't really make sense to trash it because you don't draw any more cards because you have 0 cards, and the runner can continue with 0 cards in their deck because they just don't draw automatically. And even if they had to draw, they don't get flatlined by not drawing into things. So they can just keep those tags unless the corporation has some cards that can, for example, remove their credits because they're tagged, which do exist in the game. And we'll see if this Wayland has them or not at some point, maybe. But you can just leave the tags and you can just keep running and accumulating tags. It's not going to hinder you from anything, and you definitely want to spend the clicks on making money.
Yep. Are they gonna score these Octone and shut something out there, or?
I think the thing is now. Oh, what if it's a contract killer on server 3? Ouch.
Ouch.
Oh,
is
wow.
it on the?
But no, if it was a contract killer, they could have used it already. So maybe it's a June bug or something. Okay.
Yeah, but wait. They're just making it easier because whatever eyes that is, it's now it's a code gate.
If it's a Hortum or anything, if it's an Enigma, yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the runner has nothing to lose here, seriously.
Yep.
Like, there's basically nothing that could possibly go wrong by running other than just.
I mean, also, if there is no code gate on HQ, they can technically break the Archer with Femme Fatale. Femme Fatale is not only...
Would be expensive, but it's absolutely possible.
Yeah, I mean, it would be 2, 4, 6... Oh my god, that would be like 12 credits.
And this is the part where there are correct lines of play and incorrect lines of play. And okay, they're going for R&D. And that's an Enigma indeed, so yeah. That was kind of... Yeah, we suspected that, and that's okay. And this was the corp just saying, yeah, I know what to do, what to play to make it impossible for you to get in. Oh, single click. What are they going to do now? 1 click left. Ooh.
Oh my god.
You think there was an agenda in archives?
An agenda in archives?
There were 3 cards face down that we did not... I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Maybe I can survive this after all. Okay, 4 credits. And now what is the corp gonna do? Very poor, but they just money up and...
Yeah, the thing is, at the end of the day, they need to score 3 points still.
Yeah.
And they only have 7 cards left on R&D.
Yeah.
Do you think this could go down to a milling situation?
I don't know. I think the runner does here what they have to do, which is, yeah, slow the corp down by running archives, whatever the consequences. I'm guessing it's an... Oh, no, actually. Okay. Oof, that was a ruse? Or no, that's probably about making the data sucker counters more expensive, but they didn't res because they need the money. So I'm wondering what's going to happen next. Now it's... Okay, this is big. This could be game one way or another. My spider sense is tingling.
Oh my god, this can be so cool.
So this spider web can be broken with this corroder, and it will.
This can be broken
with
by
data sucker tokens and femme fatale, which is not cheap, but
no, but with the data sucker tokens.
Yeah. Ooh, Yagura! Oh no, that's a net damage! Oh, that's game! Oh wow, 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 wow. Phew, indeed, yeah.
What a game!
What a game! Wow, this was exciting. This was exciting until the very last click, and both players played really well.
and how I was telling you before, like how a situation that seems so clearly won from one side,
Yeah.
suddenly for something that you didn't take in account, just sweeps everything.
Yeah, exactly. And this is a piece of ice that's 1 to res, 0 strength. It does absolutely nothing, but it actually does 1 net damage, which is totally enough in this situation. And this was tons of agendas in hand. There you go. This is just the game until the very last click. Everything is possible. Let's jump into, I don't know. Do we have any other tables left? I think that was the last game of the turn, or maybe not, of the round. Sorry, let me just check.
Not sure.
I think we still have Wazoo versus Chris G. Oh no, Wazoo's game is over as well. I believe that may. Oh no, actually, sorry. Last table, Chris KG's game, 1 spectator. It's at the very bottom. They just started, so we're in for a show. And I'm just gonna check with the stream. How is the stream doing? How is everybody on stream? We haven't been checking because this was super exciting. Like, this was really cool.
So sorry.
Oh wow. Okay, so 1 more game open. They had to restart. Okay, they just restarted. Thank you so much. We're jumping in, and here we have Kit versus Replicating Perfection. This is Chris KG versus Wazoo. I hope I'm seeing this
I'm there.
properly.
Jumping.
Okay.
Jumping in.
Jumping in. Whoa, jump. Okay. For everybody joining at home right now, recently, this is the triple system core, friendly, casual, have fun, enjoy the game tournament with 3 rounds of playing, with quite a few players actually having started the game really recently, and I'm super stoked and happy and hyped that we have people playing this after like a week of just learning the game and so on. This is really cool because this is just so much fun. New players, more fun.
Close to Fox, the runner we were just saying before, also playing Kit, has been playing with one of the, I don't know who, sorry, but has been playing all week beginner-friendly games with one of the participants. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, if you want to get in the game and you are unsure about how this works, or oh, I'm afraid I'm gonna make a fool of myself because I don't know how to play, don't be ashamed. Just when you create a game on Jinteki, you can change the name. You can say I'm a beginner, and then people will know that you're starting and that you will need some help. And only people that are willing to do that effort will join your game.
Absolutely.
And that is an amazing way to, be sure that you will face people that will be okay with you taking things back or asking questions, or, making mistakes, and they will correct you and they will talk to you about how to improve your game or what could you have done at some point or whatever.
Absolutely, I absolutely agree. And yeah, I mean, if anybody watching this is kind of thinking like, yeah, but like, like it's probably like 10 people playing or something. You literally have hundreds of people playing this game around the world, and everybody's online right now for one reason or another. So just reach out, try a game, and just like PSK said, like just point out that, hey, I'm a completely new beginner. Like, I've never played this before. I have no idea, or I've watched some games, because usually people just watch some games online. They're like, this is interesting, or whatever, or a friend told them, and just jump in and let the other person help you and answer your questions, because you will have so many questions.
Of course, like, I mean, I remember when I started playing, the first time I jumped into Netrunner and through Jinteki.net, I was absolutely terrified. I mean, I'm gonna make a fool of myself. I'm gonna make people lose their time, and I can't remember if it was you or Mark that told me, like, just put there that you're a beginner so people know. And I was like, oh yeah, of course. And then you could see like people joining other games, not yours, but suddenly someone would join your game. It's like, hey, how can I help you? Have you played much? You haven't? What's your actual level? And please don't hesitate to ask me anything. And I remember the experience was amazing, because I would make a lot of mistakes, and they would very gently and with a lot of like patience to like, hey, you shouldn't have done that, because you could have done that instead, and that would have been much better. It was like, oh yeah, of course, thank you. and it ended up being like a friendship I keep to today. So yeah, please don't get discouraged by not knowing how the mechanics work. People will help you out.
Absolutely. I think one of the things that I noticed with people teaching this game and learning this game is it's kind of like maybe that's gonna sound a bit silly, but like it's a bit like people will point things out to you and they will tell you what could have been better and so on in a friendly way and in a very respectful way. And then when there are decisions to be made, they will let you make those decisions. Like nobody will go like, oh, you have to do this, you have to do that. It's like, no. Like the best thing to do would be this, but also there's this or that or the other opportunity or the other option or there are possibilities, whatever, because there's a lot of hidden information in the game. And in the end, at the end of the day, it's like sometimes there is no best decision. There's just 3 equally good or bad decisions that you have to decide between. Ooh, that's an Nisei. That's big.
Yeah, Sigrid, why didn't they use their Nisei token? It was the last click from the runner.
I don't know. They just decided not to.
Ooh.
I don't know. I don't know.
All that row of eyes that can be broken by Kate's ability.
Yeah, but by the way, was the Nisei advanced?
Nope.
Ah, okay, so maybe they were just like, they wouldn't be able to score it out next turn anyway? Because you have to quadruple advance it, it has to go for advancement. I don't know, I mean, I didn't really remember if server 1, if that card was advanced or not, so yeah, using the Nisei token, yeah, I don't know. Very good point.
Oh, actually, how do you know how much time is left on the round?
I have no idea. I can check it.
I have a family Zoom in half an hour.
7 minutes left in this round.
Okay, awesome. Because I have a family Zoom meeting
No, of course. Like if you need to go at any point, just say so, and we're gonna be sad, but it's gonna happen, and that's it.
Trust me, I'm gonna be sadder than you. Like, I know it's gonna sound weird, but I would much rather prefer to keep commentating this tournament than actually going to the Zoom family meeting.
Oh yeah, this round, actually, this game has more than 7 minutes, and there's some extra time. Yes. Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah, but
I will stay a bit longer, and then I'll go. But oh god, yeah.
Okay, here there's a piece of ice that you mentioned already. It's a Lotus Field, which cannot
be beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh.
Very.
But and a simple 4-strength code gate with a single end around, but you cannot lower the force. So those data suckers that you've got out there doesn't matter.
Yeah, they don't matter much. Fortunately, you have your Guardian Blade. The hard situation of the Corp here is that they are very low on money and they only have, like you mentioned earlier on, one single row of ice, which generally makes it super easy for Kit to run once per turn at least and, just break in.
Yeah. And, but they have Guardian Blade out and the single remote ice that it's rest, it's a code gate.
Yeah.
So really, they can run whatever in the central servers, face whatever ice it is.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter, and then still run server 2 whenever they want. That is going to be an issue.
Yeah, and I'm really curious about the 2 different servers because what could that be?
They have 4 credits. It can be a snare. It can be a snare.
Let's see.
I mean, I'm always excited. Like, I think that the only card that excites all Netrunner players, being they just started or they've been playing for 6 years or 10 years or whatever, it's snare.
Yeah.
Like, it has this innate capacity of make all of us really excited about it, because you find a snare, it's like, sure. And, Adonis campaign.
Yeah, would you trash it as the runner though? I mean, I don't
Yes,
know.
because you've got scrubbers.
Oh yeah, there's a scrubber on the table. Yeah, so scrubber is
Yeah.
a very nice card from Anarchs because they love trashing things, which gives you card. Oh yeah, and this is another interesting mechanic we can mention here. Some cards will have this little symbol on them, which is a credit symbol, but with a little arrow kind of pointing back or around or something. And this means these credits they get refreshed at the beginning of your turn. So you just have, in a way, infinite money each turn. Well, not each turn, but you have infinite money on the card, but only so much each turn. And they are recurring credits, and they basically make your game much easier because this is the money that you will always get in the beginning of the turn on that card.
Vesper,
Yeah.
my love, my friend,
Mm-hmm.
gonna abandon you right now.
Well, enjoy. Thank you so much for spending so much time with us and talking about all those cool things and being lovely as usual. All the
No,
best.
trust me, it was amazing. Like watching the game from this beginner's perspective again has bring back so much amazing memories of how and why I fell in love with this game. So it's been a pleasure sharing some chats with you, like always. And yeah, I think you can have some company with Clusterfox if you want it.
Oh, jump in, yes, of course. So Thomas, the person who died to was
Yeah,
it Aiki?
cheers.
Yeah, thank you so much. Enjoy, and yeah, we're gonna wait for Thomas to jump in. But yeah, we're not gonna be talking about that game getting flatlined with an Aiki. I think it was an Aiki. Yeah. Well, anyway, with a piece of ice. Well, this is not important. The important part is we can hear a bit more about the people running this tournament. I hope. And yeah, maybe it's gonna become some sort of a regular thing or irregular thing. Who knows? Who knows? But yeah. Huge thanks to all the organizers, indeed. And there's quite a few people who have joined the Belgian Discord for Netrunner, including myself, like today. So that's really cool. People are being very nice in Discord in general. But we're back in the game here, and this is not looking really good for the Corp because of the ice situation. But yeah, they still have the game on. They have 14 credits. They have an Issei token, which is not a bad thing at all. And the runner is very nicely set up. They do have all the money. They do have all the draw they need. They are ready to go. But now, here we go. Server 1 is slowly becoming turned into it's being turned into a scoring server. A scoring server, it's a term that you might hear every now and then in the community, is generally a server that you maybe protect a bit extra, you make it harder for the runner to get into, and you are going to try and use that server to score agendas. So that's a scoring server. So right now on the table we have the archives, R&D, and HQ being the central servers, and then we have the scoring server being server 1, which is, of course, there is no term for that in the game, but this is what it's usually used for. A wall of thorns, which is absolutely not cheap to res. It's a barrier. It does net damage, and it ends the run. A very Jinteki card. Generally, if a card does net damage, chances are it's a Jinteki card. Very often with other things in it as well. But some other corporations also have ice. Some different colors have also ice that does damage. Net damage in that particular way. Ooh, that was an Issei counter. So that means that probably there are plenty of agendas in the hand, or like at least one that the Corp doesn't really want to lose. Ay. Okay, that wall of thorns was very expensive, and that probably... Oh, that's a Ronin, okay. The Corp doesn't have money, used up an Issei counter, and I was here like a minute ago talking about the Corp being in a good situation. Well, this is, yeah. Oh yeah, please join me. That's a snare! 4 credits! Ooh, that's painful. So here we go. This is Jinteki shell game at its finest. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna have a card there. That's an ouch, indeed. We have barking dogs in the background. Yeah, I agree. If you're hearing dogs barking, well, I cannot really stop them. You know, we have the saying in Polish like dogs bark and the caravan goes on. So that's exactly what's happening here. So yeah, I really hope that today's stream that you can kind of share it with people who are interested in the game, just to say, hey, listen, you know, I mean, this is not maybe the perfect introduction to Netrunner. Because I think the perfect introduction to Netrunner is having a person right in front of you with a stack of cards, because this is the way the game is played usually, and just explaining things to you and being very enthusiastic about things. But JNet is the second best thing to this, I think, and it also makes the barrier of entry, you know, like the cost of entry, super low, because you just have to create an account and have somebody and just say, I want to spend some time with somebody learning the game and playing the game, and that's about it. And I hope that more people will try the game, because it's just fun. It's not easy, but it's definitely loads of fun. It's definitely very rewarding. Am I being joined on the stream? I don't even know if I'm going to be joined on the stream, but I should be. Okay, well, the corp here, that server is not really super proof, but you're staying on 4 credits, and that could be another snare, and that snare could be lethal. Because the runner has only 2 cards, and this is another skill, this is another thing that you have to be careful about when you're running against Jinteki, because 2 cards in your hand, that's risky. 3 cards is usually safe because the snare is only 3 net damage. And of course, the more cards, the better. And of course, you don't want to pay those cards, you don't want to lose them, but sometimes you have to lose cards because of the interactions in the game. Is that an Issei? That's a Philotic, which is damage. So that was 1 net damage. So a random card taken from the runner's hand and trashed, going into their heap. But the runner still has a lot of cards in their deck, also known as the stack here. And they have professional contacts on the table, which means that every click they spend, they can also draw a card and get a credit. And hello there, how are you?
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello. Good to have you on the stream. What's up?
Not too bad, nothing much.
Not too much.
But I will go down in history as the guy who died to Yagura on stream.
That was a Yagura, yeah. I thought it was a Naiki, no, but it's a Yagura. Okay, yeah, fair enough. No, I just, yeah. I mean, well, come on, like, you can clip it from Twitch later on. It was, I think the last 10 clips
Data file will, like, be corrupted.
Yeah, no, the last 10 clips in that game were really epic. It was really quite something.
It was actually a lot of fun to play in this format. I've never done that before.
Ah, cool.
Yeah, drawing down, I was like looking at my my heap.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I seem to be missing something. Aha, the last card is the Femme. I do have an out.
Yeah, that's a very, very good. Oh, double Athman. Whoa. I mean, yeah, that makes sense for the Wall of Thorns. Makes it cheaper in a way. Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, I have a question, like, because the game is progressing and of course it's going to shake out one way or another, but is this a thing that has been happening earlier on and it was organized only like locally in the Belgian community? Is this something that is going to be happening online nowadays more often? Or do you know anything about this?
Well, this is put together by actually the Netrunner Brussels group. So shout out to Mael and Oba for putting this together. They do like beginner tournaments from time to time, but this is the first one I think that they've largely publicized, and it was a pretty good turnout. I think we had 16 players.
Yeah.
And for a lot of these people, it's the first time that they've played on JNet. Several people are really beginners, and it's kind of cool to see how people who haven't been playing that long like can grok the game pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But I do think they plan to keep doing this because, especially in the Brussels area, there's a lot of new players. So it's an interesting format to play with a basic card pool, just the system core, and figure out the game from there.
Yeah, definitely helps, and yeah, it shows the different flavors, I think, quite well of all the different factions, what they do and how they work, more or less.
Yeah.
We had a few. I think we also have a few lapsed players in a way, or like people who have played the game, let's say 2 or 3 years ago, and then they just did other things, and they are coming back now because they're like, oh yeah, actually there's still stuff happening, and there's still people playing and so on. So that's also cool.
Yeah, somebody was mentioning earlier. I think it was Jim Wills, who's one of the players from today, said that back years ago when we were still in FFG days, he played like some kitchen table Netrunner just for fun.
Mm-hmm.
And only got back into it because of a Team Covenant video that was released a few weeks ago.
Yeah,
that's
apparently
like getting back into the game. Yeah.
Yeah. So for anybody wondering who Team Covenant are, it's a group of players and, well, I would just say business people at this point who basically have it's called Team Covenant for a reason. They play games together and they're supporting a really cool subscription model. I think it mostly works only in the northern regions of Americas, but basically it's a subscription model where you can just buy into a game and they will keep sending you the new packs coming out, so you don't have to worry about it and you pay more or less the same price and you support them. And they also make cool tokens, they make cool videos. They're a bunch of really fun people to learn games with or from, and they did quite a few very good Netrunner videos back in the day. Now they came back to it as well, kind of revisiting the game during the pandemic times, and yeah, that was really cool to have. So I'm very happy that we have a lot of people watching them and going, this is interesting.
Yeah, it is definitely helping. I believe it was Spags who sent them a couple of Nisei decks. Yeah. And then they played them for a couple of hours on stream, and that was really cool to watch.
Yeah, Spags is one of those secret agents who... one of the community people in the US who's just been, dragging a ton of impact around by organizing interesting things and just being all around awesome. So, yeah. So looking forward to more games in this format, also because, it's really fun to see new players play, and it's really fun to see kind of the core of the game. Yeah, the I was already mentioning it earlier. The meat and potatoes of Netrunner just on the table every now and then without any weird, unusual custom ideas. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, we had the first ever in this tournament, at least on stream, purge. So we had 3 clicks spent to purge all virus counters, which removes all the virus counters from both data sucker cards, which in turn makes certain cards either very hard to break or impossible.
Yeah, we see in the chat a lot of people agreeing with you that Team Covenant got a lot of people into this game.
Yeah.
Which we've been playing for years. Rada is in the chat.
Oh yeah, Rada, welcome, and welcome to the stream, and thank you for the sub or follow or whichever. I'm very bad with Twitch. It's one or the other. It doesn't really matter to me that much, but I do appreciate when people watch on stream because it's always fun.
Absolutely.
But whichever type of watching it is, or whichever button you click, I do appreciate it equally. Thank you so much.
Ooh, and there was a priority requisition in archives.
Whoops, that is a possibility, and that actually concludes the last game of the day. This was really cool. Congratulations to all the players playing today. I heard you were playing with somebody. You were kind of teaching somebody, or like you were helping a person ramp up until to this day, or like how did this work? How did this? Is it the story you want to share, or?
Oh yeah, sure. It's a new Belgian player who just recently got interested in the game and bought a collection. And to, how would I put it? To start learning to play the game, he signed up for this System Core event. And on Friday, I had a couple of practice games with him, and it's amazing. He rocks the game really well, and he flatlined me, I think, 3 times.
Yeah, we're not ending the stream just yet because we do have the results. And hey, come on, it's a tournament, and as chill and casual and fun and relaxed it was, we should totally announce the results. So we do have 2 players. Actually, we have a tie here. Or is it? Yeah, we have Jim Wells and Ryan Bantwins on 15 points, and they both have the same strength of schedule and extended strength of schedule. What does this mean? Do they have to, like, do we have a tiebreaker round?
I'm not sure.
Let's wait. This is exciting. I mean, you know, we might as well have some people playing a tiebreaker round. I'm curious.
I mean, ask
Yeah.
the TOs. And what was it? J Wills? Jim Wills.
If we have a tiebreaking, that would be so cool. But then again, I can totally understand people just saying, nah, you know, like, it's late, we have other things to do, it's Sunday, 7 o'clock, or whatever time it is at their place. And yeah, maybe they're not interested. It's also the TO's discretion and decision, because that's important. But yeah, this was very exciting to see also, and I think this is another thing about Netrunner that I really appreciate. We do have so much variety in the cards and the ways you can set the games up, or you can set the you can set the tournament up in one way or another, and it's really fun to see the variety. Yesterday we had the Identity Crisis tournament, which was totally different in a way, and it was an absolutely different type of playing, even though the cards were the same, the mechanics were the same, everything was the same, but the way the decks were set up made it fun. Okay, we have half of the tiebreakers of the tie-breaking players, so 50% of the people tie-breaking right now to break the tie are ready, but it all depends, of course, it's all about the decision. And it's a friendly tiebreaker as well, I mean, you know.
Oh yeah, this is just for fun, I mean.
Yeah, of course. I mean, no, I thought the winner is going to the 2021 Olympics in Tokyo, no?
Oh, yeah. If the Brussels Netrunner team wants to sponsor a trip. Alright, we got it.
Tiebreaker game, awesome. So we're waiting for them to set it up, obviously. Game on! Absolutely. And I think with all the situation, you know, we have one more year to convince the Olympic Committee to make Netrunner an official Olympic sport. I have no idea how we would approach this, but...
Okay, so about these 2 players, I can tell you about Ryan Bantwins. He's actually from our local Antwerp meta. He's a very good player, also pretty well known for what some people might call degenerate decks. He was a long time diaper player, and he likes playing like Mushin Jinteki kill decks. But he's a very good player. Of course, with this limited card pool of just being 3 copies of System Core, it's a bit more balanced in that everybody you won't be surprised by any weird shenanigans.
Yeah.
Which is something that I kind of really enjoyed, like going back to these old cards, like playing things like Test Run to get out your Fem, to install that for free, to break that ice and then get it back on top of your deck, and playing cards like Tinkering and Atman. It's been years since I've actually played an Atman.
That is true.
But yeah, it's actually like I was just like okay. Start over. So it was like last week. I was like, well, I don't really have anything to do on Sunday, and I'll just throw together 2 decks and just play for fun. And yeah, if anybody else wants to do this, like organize a System Core tournament, it's actually quite a bit of fun to think about how you're going to build a deck with, you know, a very limited card pool, and it's very much back to Netrunner fundamentals, back to basics, you know?
Yeah. And another thing is like I really like this about this tournament, the way it was organized, and kudos to the organizers. It's just they put the event up and they just said, oh, by the way, example decks. So you basically had to do, you didn't even have to do deck building. You could just say, oh yeah, this deck is there and it's even linked from the tournament. I can just take it and play it or change it a bit according to the rules, of course. But this was really, really cool. And it's super simple to organize a tournament right now. We have a bit more about Jim Wells. Played a little kitchen table Netrunner with a housemate a couple of years ago, like maximum 10-15 games with a core set each, so a really limited card pool, but still good enough to play and learn the game. And then a little bit of extra time to take a look. So this is really cool, and he's from Wales, UK. Cool, this is so cool. That's another good thing about, this is another cool thing about online playing. You can have people from all over the place. We had all the places already mentioned today. Like people organizing tournaments in different geographies, which is great, and then opening them up to other folks outside of their usual neighborhood, so to speak, which is also good. Which reminds me, next week, Barcelona Store Champs. I want to see everybody there. If you want to play, please join. And time zones are tricky, though. I do agree, but hey, time zones are just time zones. So, well, we have to fight with the time differences as much as we can, and nowadays,
I'm not actually sure if the Barcelona Store Championships are going through. Last time I heard, there weren't many signups, so I'm not actually sure.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll check in with Mar when she has a moment
of course.
confirm that, but it would be next week Sunday.
Yeah.
And also don't forget to plug Iberian Lockdown 4.
Iberian Lockdown 4, yes, of course. If you're up for something silly and unusual. No, actually, standard with restrictions, and many people who have been playing it before say that it's fun to play in a format where certain hate cards are banned by the players themselves. By the way, I didn't decide the ban list. It's all the players from the previous editions, the top 4 players, deciding which cards to ban. There's gonna be a tournament next Saturday. Sign-ups close on Friday, so check alwaysberunning.net. Sign up before Friday is over, because then I will not let you in unless there's special circumstances, and by this I mean we really need a player to even things out. Okay, we have a game slowly being set up. I'm gonna hop onto the screen and let's wait for them to see what they say. Okay, they're setting up. Cool.
While we're talking about tournaments, I may plug quickly. In 2 weeks, on Saturday the 16th, we will be playing the Antwerp Store Championship online. I will be putting the event up on Always Be Running and the Netrunner Belgium Facebook group tomorrow. So if you're interested in playing a longer tournament, probably going to have 5 rounds of Swiss and cut to a top 4. Will be played over Discord and Jinteki, and the prizes will be mailed to an address of your choice.
Ooh, that sounds great. And that's another good thing about this format right now. For example, if somebody would like to take a deck from this format and bring it to a store championship in standard, it's totally, I think they're totally legal still. I assume so. I could be
all these decks are totally fine, and like having this couple of weeks before store championship is really good, so that people who are maybe not so familiar with tournament settings can kind of just see and play and see that it isn't really that intimidating.
Exactly, yeah, and just learn a few extra cards, because let's be honest, I mean, there are some dominating archetypes out there, but they're nothing out of the standard of Netrunner in a way, so they just do certain things better than other decks, and that's why people play them, but there's a counterplay to each play, so yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, my first tournament was also in Antwerp, and it was actually Ryan Bantwint is one of the people who convinced me to come, and I was like, oh, I'm just playing casually, I'm not ready to be competitive, but I ended up going anyway to the Antwerp Store Championships. That must have been 5 years ago, 6 years ago, I don't know. And I came in dead last, but I had so much fun. I didn't win a single game, but that was fine. I met a lot of people, and I learned a lot about the game. And it's the social aspect of it is also really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Same here. I mean, I started playing to just meet new people, and because of the theme of the game and the way it worked, and then here I am all those years later, streaming random strangers online and friends as well. So that's loads of. Oh, that was a very good access. Totally worth the point. Yeah. So the runner off to a head start with a single point that could have probably been very useful for the corp. Its own money.
One thing that I have noticed, like if you're playing in a larger card pool, hostile takeovers usually aren't that bad because they're in decks that don't really care that much about bad publicity. Outfit, for example. But I have noticed if you're playing Wayland, as I was playing Building a Better World as well, is that in this format, the bad pub really is impactful. Like just having that one extra credit to get more value out of your runs or to have discount on your runs, it does mean a lot because you don't have these corps or runners that have like ridiculous stacks of money.
Oh yeah, this is actually a very good point. I don't think I've explained, because I've been explaining like bits and pieces of the game in a more or less structured way. I haven't explained bad publicity. So bad publicity is something that only the corp can get, and the runners can manipulate through some cards or through some effects to their benefit. But generally, a single bad publicity means you get a credit at the beginning of each run. And the more bad publicity the corp has, so for example, if the corp has 5 bad publicity, that means 5 credits for the runner for nothing at the beginning of the run, every run they make. So this money can be used for anything during the run, and that's very powerful, like you just mentioned. And yeah, it's definitely a thing that can swing the game one way or another. So here,
absolutely.
Here the thing with Hostile Takeover, it's an agenda that you can install, advance, score, and then you get money, but it gives you bad publicity. So it's a point, it's money for you, but you will have the consequences of playing that card.
Yeah. So it gives you 5 credits up front, while the runner gets basically a free credit for every run that they make.
Yeah.
So in server 1 we have a public sympathy. I don't know if that's been explained today.
We talked about it a bit. Yeah, this card is quite good. Ooh, okay, multiple barriers. So Quetzal is probably very happy here. Because barriers are good news for Quetzal.
Yep, all of this is free, and then they can click through the Eli if they want.
Yeah.
But Brian Bantwins has 7 cards in hand, so if he clicks through this, he only has 1 click left to install something. So he's going to have to throw things away, so that's always a consideration.
Yeah. Okay, they do click through it, so now we have a single access, no special cards affecting this situation. An unseen card, is this an agenda? No. Something that the runner cannot trash either, so most likely an operation, or they just wanted to save their money, because that's another option. You don't have to trash unless the game forces you for some reason or for some effect. Oh yeah, all the corps need to play some money assets, so that's always a way to spend your bad pubs. Indeed, I mean, exactly, for trashing cards and bad publicity can be very damaging for the corporation, like it should. But yeah, sometimes it's worth it.
Yeah, Mael brought up a good point in the chat as well about bad publicity, is that in this format, a lot of corps run economy assets, things like pad campaigns, sundos, that kind of thing. And you can use bad publicity to get a discount on trashing installed cards, because it counts during a run.
We have a question. What do we think have been the strongest corporate runners in this format in System Core? Oof. Pooh, that's a good question. I haven't played so much System Core, and I think it's designed kind of to be balanced, like against each other. So certain matchups are better than others for the runner or the corp. I also think that I've seen, I mean, all decks can play against each other competitively, but I think I've seen like Criminal being rather good, and I don't know. I really guess it depends on what you play, but HB wasn't a bad choice either. I mean, I don't know. Like, what do you think?
For on the runner side, I think the runners are all quite balanced against each other. That they're all of a very similar power level. I do think that the two corp identities that kind of edge it out are replicating perfection with Sundus, and of course all the traps and stuff that goes along with that. And building a better world, punitive Counter-Strike decks.
Okay, so basically this ID with a card that punishes the runner for stealing agendas because you can deal damage to them because they stole agendas. I see. Okay, I know that makes sense because of the economy shift, and you probably have more money and the runner cannot counteract. Okay, makes sense.
Yep, the first game, I used an Atlas. My opponent stole an agenda. I used an Atlas counter to pull punitive Counter-Strike into my hand. I used it to deal 3 damage because it was a priority requisition steal, which is 3 points.
Yeah.
And it does as much damage as agenda points that the runner stole. And then Archive Memories, which is a card that lets you pull back a card that you've discarded already to pull back that same punitive Counter-Strike and do it again.
So yeah, that's kind of, yeah. Okay, we have, RP, Blue Sun stronger than Building a Better World. Okay, yeah, I mean, that, I think, so yeah, I mean, all good points, and I think one thing that this format kind of is, I would say, good for if you have meta questions in a way. It's this, I think, with the limited card pool is a very good way of seeing what style of play you would like, or what's your jam when you're playing a card game like this. Or when you're learning a card game like this, like what makes you happy playing the game? You know, is it as a corporation, for example? Is it building a big thing and kind of being threatening, or is it like tricking the runner into doing things, or is it controlling a certain aspect of the game more than the others? Same for the runners as well, because they do have different play styles. But I guess it's a personal thing, and this is another thing that the game supports really well, I guess. And on a smaller or on a bigger scale, depending on the format, is just personal preferences. You can really play different styles.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the card pool for System Core really showcases sort of the, how would I put it, the way each faction plays. Like it's really based on what we call color pie. So when we talk about orange color pie or red color pie, Anarchs, they tend to trash things, and they tend to be like really aggressive and like just blow holes in your ship. Criminals tend to be more sneaky and bypass things and steal your money. And Shapers like installing a lot of things and building a big rig that lets you just break through any ice in the later stages of the game. And it's a lot of fun, actually. It's quite interesting just to go back to, basics and fundamentals.
Yeah.
And it basically just asks you as a player, like, okay, how do you like to have fun?
Yeah, absolutely. The yum pie.
Oh yeah, the chat calling out that indeed Blue Sun is probably also very strong in this format. I haven't tried it and I didn't encounter any today, but that seems like it's a good idea, yeah.
Yeah. Especially the manipulation of ice, because you can res ice, take it back, and then get the money back, and then put it somewhere else. Yeah, absolutely.
Be right back, 1 second.
Yeah, take your time. In the meantime, in the game, we had an Oaktown scored on the corp side, and this is a very interesting agenda. It's any agenda that's public, and I think it's only Wayland in the game that has public agendas. I haven't seen any other corp with a public agenda yet, because Wayland are kind of the most public-facing corporation with all their construction and energy work and so on in the game's lore. So any public agenda is basically installed face up, and that means that the runner knows what the card is, and they know its points, and they know that they need this, or they want the corp not to score it. And this one is one of the iconic agendas on the Wayland side because it just makes you money by spending money, and it's very thematic. So you can imagine, the Wayland Corporation just saying, yeah, we're going to be renovating this part of town or whatever, and of course we're going to be putting money into it, and we're doing it for the public benefit. So we put money into it, but it's going to give us, it's going to basically benefit us while we're doing it. Even if the runners somehow manage to hinder it, it's it's good publicity for us. It's good PR. So yeah. Okay, we got a message from Thomas that he has to jump out, which is fine. I mean, fair enough. Thank you so much for joining in all the explanations, and it's always fun to have Thomas and PSK on stream one way or another. Is this another? It is another agenda. This is a Project Atlas. So the runner is pressured here. They really have to start getting into servers more aggressively and hopefully getting some agendas, because the corp could theoretically score out behind that Hortum. Right now it's triple advance, which means the rule on the card says if this card has 3 or more advancement counters, which it has, AI programs cannot break it. Plus it has expanded subroutines, basically, so not the first part of the text, but the ones in the brackets, the parenthetical text. And the Atman is on the 4, which is great for Hortum, but this Hortum is triple advanced, so AI, being Atman in this case, cannot break it. There is a corroder, so that spiderweb is only 3 credits to break through, which is good. And the corp has, the runner has a very interesting card here, which is called Patchwork, and it's a console. It gives you extra memory to install more programs. It also allows you to have a discount for installing cards if you trash a card from your hand. So that's really cool. It's a very good economy card. That play was for Cook It. Okay, so it was biotic labor into a Project Atlas. So basically by spending 7 credits, 4 for discard and 3 to advance discard, you get 2 points. And this is one of the powerful plays, and this corporation can go fast because biotic labor borrowed from the Has-Biorit corporation allows them to have 4 clicks in 1 turn for that one particular turn, and then just install and advance out of their hand for money, which they do have. Here the runner is saying, okay, I have to get in, this has to be it. So there has to be pressure, and the combination of Atman and Corroder on this server can absolutely make the difference. So this is definitely a good play because the corp is on game point. So if the corporation finds another hostile takeover before the runner, they will be able to just go install advance, score it, and get the 7th point, and then just win. And there are probably 2 more hostile takeovers in this deck because it's a very good card for this corporation. It just helps them definitely develop their game plan. Public agendas are not good for your heart rate. Very good point. Yeah. Oh, wow. That's a very strong play. A lot of money going into the corpse coffers. 16 credits. And they do not have to raise any cards just yet. But also, this also shows you that they don't have any eyes on their hands because they're not shoring up the defenses of neither server. So they're just not adding anything. Oh boy, from the runner here. Which is I would say a healthy reaction to the situation. Because now the runner also has to worry about their credits, because if they score an agenda that's 3 points and the corporation has Punitive Counter-Strike, which is a card that damages, like Thomas was mentioning earlier, damages the runner for the points they stole last turn. Even though you get points and you stop the corporation from winning, you might actually get flatlined. So you have to be careful. You do have the money to contest this server. You do have an R&D interface on the table, which is good, which means you access additional cards. So you kind of outpace the corporation, because usually the corporation draws only one card in the beginning of the turn automatically. It's called the mandatory draw, and then they can spend clicks to draw cards, but if you see 2 cards, you can get the agendas before they get them. Like in this case, it was a Project Atlas, so the Corp actually lost points here, and now the question is, what can they do about it to stop? Ooh, what can this be? It's not an Oak Town, of course, because an Oak Town would be face up. It could be a Contract Killer. Contract Killer being a card, I don't think we have a copy of it in the archives here, no. But it's a card that you can advance, and then you can use it to damage the runner. How are the people on the stream doing? We're almost at 6 hours of this. I mean, of course, given a bit of technical difficulties because of a restart. And I think it's also a nice experience for the people playing for the first time on Jane. It's like, oh, okay, so it's all cool. It's running, it works and everything. But sometimes there are technical difficulties. It's good to know that there are the technical difficulties. And it's also good to know that the people fixing those things are just jumping in and, you know, and making sure that things work. Okay. It's definitely not an NGO, yeah, I absolutely agree. Very good point there. An NGO, NGO is a card that exists in the standard format, in the expanded or in the regular format of Netrunner. Okay, that Enigma doing a lot of work here. Oh yeah, I mean, sad face indeed, because you don't have your code gate breakers just yet. And this is Paper Trail and the game. That is game, 8 points. Okay. But we're gonna have a second game, right? So first, and we're gonna count the points. It's 8 agenda points to 3 agenda points. So the Corp is kinda ahead. I don't know if they're playing a second game. I would assume they're playing a second game. Otherwise, well, it doesn't really matter. But it was good. It was good. Netrunner to see. You could see the power of Wayland scoring with impunity. And the question is, will it? Yeah, I think there will be a second game. I mean, come on. They're just gonna swap sides, and it's 8-3 for the Corp right now. Let me just check on Discord what the situation is. Yep, they're doing both sides. Thank you. Big W for the win indeed. So here we go. This is the second table. Or sorry, same table but second game. We have Replicating Perfection and Chaos Theory. This awesome identity, which is a Shaper player. It's a Shaper faction member. And that little dinosaurs with an eye patch, it's so cool because this is the second iteration in a way of Chaos Theory. The card has not changed at all, other than the art by one of the most amazing artists out there, in my opinion, Matt Zeilinger, doing really good art, not only for Netrunner, but like really good art all over the place. And Dinosaurs originally had no eye patch, but then there's this card exactly that has Dinosaurs exploded because of the Corp's evil plotting and planning and destroying the hardware of the runners. And this is a fixed version of Dinosaurs, which is meaner, bigger, badder, and has an eye patch, which is awesome. Okay, this Jinteki is running Ash, which is quite an interesting card to have in a corporation that is running probably Nisei Mark IIs, so the agendas that allow you, if you score them, to once stop the run or end the run with a counter. And with an Ash, it's even worse because you can make the runner first encounter the Ash, and even if they beat the trace and so on, you can still change the outcome of the run with a Nisei counter by stopping it. On the other side, we have an Ice Analyzer, so whenever the Corp reses a piece of ice, or activates a piece of ice, you place 1 credit on this, and you may use credits on Ice Analyzer to install programs. So it's basically discounting you program installations, which is nice. And important thing is here, we talked about Scrubber having recurring credits. So certain cards, when you put credits on them, will be refreshed every turn. Certain cards, when you put credits on them, you can only access those credits and move them to your credit pool when you meet certain conditions. Here, there is a condition for putting credits on this card, but you can spend any amount of credits from this card, but only for a particular thing. So it's kind of double conditions. First, you have to put credits whenever something happens, and then you can use those credits from this card only for certain actions or for certain interactions on the table. And indeed, we have people streaming Netrunner right now. There's a nice hefty bunch of people watching Netrunner. Of course, it's nowhere near the numbers of what have you, League of Legends, Apex Legends, anything else, Legends, or any other big game nowadays, like Rocket League, which is one of my favorite video games as well. At this time, it gets like dozens of thousands of viewers, but it's not the numbers that count, it's the dedication and the fun we're having, and I think we're equaling everybody on the fun, you know. As long as everybody's having fun, we're good. Okay, Codegate Breaker here, a decoder, a Gordon Blade, with this beautiful art by Adam Doyle. And unfortunately, this is called well, it wasn't a face check because you do have an icebreaker, but the Eli here, not breakable by the runner in any way because they didn't even have the clicks left to do so. So yeah, the subroutines get activated, or as it's called in Netrunner parlance, fired. So you fire the subroutines, and that ended the run. The corporation here, building up defenses, making sure that they have the money on the table. And you can see how this game works because, or how diverse it is, because you have Jinteki, which is a corporation with a certain card pool and a certain color of cards that they use, but you also have an HB card here from Hasbioroid. You have an NBN card here from the other corporation, and I think, no, we haven't seen any Wayland cards just yet. Maybe there are none. But yeah, generally when you deck build, there are certain rules how many cards you can add into your deck that are not from the faction you're playing, because when you decide on the faction, this is what you're going to be playing. And here's a Agura, the infamous deadly piece of ice. Do we have Crisium Grid in this format? I believe yes. I could be wrong, but I think, or maybe Crisiums are not legal. I don't know. It's one of those things that could be looked up online, and I can't be bothered. No, I'm kidding. I mean, I'm just enjoying chatting here without checking things. So that's what helps me focus. The runner deciding to trash the daily business show, even though it costs them the rest of their credits. Crisium is in the format. Thank you very much, Radox, for this. And I'm shutting up about the Aguras. Absolutely, Aguras are totally boring, normal cards that do nothing. Okay. So, both players without any points. The Corp probably set up a bit better with Server 4 getting additional cards to defend it. And most likely, and defending R&D again as well. And most likely using those 10 credits and the 2 Sandyus that give them 4 credits each turn to soon start churning out agendas. Chaos Theory on the other side, on the rather poor side of things, because 2 credits, it could be enough to install a program, but it's never really enough to use programs or run efficiently. 2 credits is very, very little money. And just like in the modern life, the more money you have, the more you can do, apparently. Social commentary Netrunner, my favorite kind. Okay, we have a run against the Agura, which can be broken with the Gordon Blade for 2 credits. Fetal AI, which is an agenda. So here comes the agenda, and it has the unfortunate side effect that you get net damage just by accessing it, and then you probably want to steal it at the same time, which means you also have to pay 2 extra credits. It's all explained on the card. It has certain interactions that are interesting depending on the situation, when it's scored or when it's stolen, and so on and so forth. But in general, all the text on the card is what explains the card to the game rules. And it is a very cute agenda. It's rather painful, and when you access it, you probably want to steal it the same time you access it, because otherwise it's going to be kicking cards out of your hands, and that's not something you want to keep up with. Server 4, the definitely scoring server here, getting bigger and bigger, and getting a card in there, which is most likely an agenda. Is Fetal AI good though as an agenda? Depends on which, I would say personally, depends on which format or which card pool you're looking at. In this card pool, it's kind of okay. You can have traps. You can have Fetal AI as an extra trap. I think we've seen a flatline to a Fetal AI earlier on, or at least an almost flatline, or something like accessing Fetal AI and then accessing something else and then getting flatlined. No, I could be wrong. I would have to re-roll the stream and check. It is a good agenda, even though it costs you 5 advancement counters to score. But all in all, it could be much worse. Very good point in the chat by Radax that, yeah, with the original Jinteki ID, so the one that was released first back in the day, whenever you score or whenever an agenda is scored or stolen, the runner receives 1 net damage, and that makes Fetal AI even worse for the runner. So yeah, we have a legwork, which is quite bold against a corp with 22 credits. But then again, if you score an agenda from their hand and they don't have any traps, yeah, not bad at all. And this is an agenda that's very good for the runner in this situation. I mean, not only is it points, but it's also, well, okay, fair enough. I retract that, because now the other paper trail that was on the table was scored, and that means that the corporation is firing a trace strength 6. It was successful because the runner didn't have enough link and money to match it. And all connection and job resources, which includes that Armitage code busting on the table, are trashed. Very painful. This is not looking good for the runner when it comes to future accesses and server 4. But they have 4 points, they can still turn it around somehow. It all depends on how much money they can get in and what cards can they put on the table as soon as possible. All those potential ICE analyzer credits. Yep, indeed, indeed, because this is whenever. So 2 ICE analyzers basically in this current situation means 14 credits if the corp was to res them all. And 14 credits for installing programs, that's a ton of credits. Oh, that was not a res? Okay. Well, then again, the corp really didn't need those assets making money because you have 38 credits. So that's, I think it's plenty to play with right now. There are no, I don't remember seeing a recurring effect that automatically take the money from the corp at the beginning of their turn or anything like that. So the corp rarely goes down on money just because it keeps playing. So you can only spend money, and that's the best way to lose your credits or invest your credits. So yeah. Server 4, probably with an ash in it and something else, because we've seen an ash before. Okay, the runner is not giving up, but they're really short on money. And if they don't come up with a good plan to get more money as soon as possible, the corp is gonna keep advancing and scoring points on that server. And this doesn't really look too well for the runner. However, if they manage to score a single 3-point agenda, they win the game. So never give up. Breaking the Agura for 2 credits. And accessing a card that's an operation and not an agenda, and not being able to trash it. There's no trash symbol in that. Ooh, yeah, this is most likely the end of the game, because the corporation managed to score a Nisei Mark II with a counter on it, which allows the corporation to end the run. So even if the corporation didn't have 30 plus credits to res cards, or all the cards that they would need to defend server 1, this is still an option to stop the runner from accessing cards. The runner doing the best possible thing, I guess, at this point that they can do, which is just pinging the HQ for single accesses and trying to maybe find an agenda between those 5 cards. But no luck. And now they decide to let the subroutines fire on Yagura, which is quite interesting. And no luck, no agendas there. So all this poking for nothing. And that's a Philotic Entanglement, which deals 2 damage. And as we're nearing the 6th hour of this particular stream for this tournament, this is looking very good for the Corp, not so good for the runner. The economy game here for the Corp. Definitely the Sundews, very powerful, very good effect. Another Enigma access, so Enigma being a piece of ice, it does nothing. It does nothing if it's encountered in the runner's HQ. Sorry, in the corp's HQ, what am I saying? By the runner in the corporation's HQ, because ice only is active when it's face up on the table protecting a server. There are some pieces of ice in the larger card pool that change that a bit, but not that many. And yeah, the runner here really bent on accessing cards as much as they can. Is there going to be a neural EMP? There is no neural EMP. Neural EMP is the card that damages the runner for making runs earlier on. So little money on the runner side, so much money on the corp side. Server 4 card, probably an agenda. It's a bit sad for the runner not to have hit any good economy cards. And that's game. Another paper trail. 8 points for the corp, and that's game. So now I have to go to the TOs. This was really good. This was really interesting to see. I have to take a look at the Discord to see what the tournament organizers are going to decide on, because it's up to them to decide who gets the win in a way. Interesting opinions in the chat. Yeah, thank you for sharing your ideas. I mean, yeah, System Core, the next version of System Core, which is going to be called System Update, is probably going to have a different card pool, of course, to make it a bit more interesting. And and there could be changes to the cards, of course. No winners today. We're all winners, yeah. So both players won one game each. I think usually you would count the agenda points or something, or I mean, doesn't really matter. It was a good game to have as a final, as kind of to top it off in a way, like one extra round of Netrunner. Thank you so much for all the people involved in organization, so the Brussels meta here. Thank you very much to all the people playing today from all the different corners of the world. That was really, really cool to have. This format with those cards, like we were saying this throughout the day, maybe slightly limited compared to the larger card pool, but definitely fun to observe. And yeah, thank you for enjoying this. Reminders. Most likely next weekend, unless something unusual happens, but it shouldn't, we will have the IB Lockdown number 4. We will also have the Online Store Championship in New York, and we hope to have the Barcelona Store Championship. We have people signed up. I hope we're gonna have local players and hopefully international players, because everyone is welcome to sign up. And yeah, many interesting events happening next weekend. Right now, I'm gonna wish you all a good evening or morning or afternoon, whatever time of the day or night you have there. I'm going to thank you all for watching the whole stream and wish you another good week. Day 51 of the quarantine here, 52 tomorrow. We'll see how this goes. Tomorrow I'm gonna go for a walk in the morning. That's already planned. Like, we can go for a walk, so that's gonna happen. And see you during the next stream for Netrunner or not. I might be streaming something else as well during the week. Maybe a video game for a change or something. We'll see. Thanks so much one more time. Enjoy, take care, and ciao.